fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. Liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a holy fucking, what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Hump Day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Today is Hump Day. I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Oh, my Lord. It's Hump Day. It is officially 5 days out from the election, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. I'm not gonna lie, this fucking song has been stuck in my head. Like I have to sing it. I have to play it.
The following ad is made by Latinos for Trump. We are sharing for entertainment purposes only. The song is catchy, though. Subscribe for more. Blux.
Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
La buena vida,
Por Trump.
la economía,
Por Trump.
hazlo por tu familia, latinos por Donald Trump.
Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar
Por Donald Trump. That was so good. Anyway, folks, I swear to God, I woke up in the middle of the night, then it was stuck in my head. Yeah, mine too. It is October 30th, 2024. We are technically 6 days out, but I like to call it 5 days out. I don't care. I don't care if you get fucking scared, okay? I'm suing you for mental illness. Okay, well, good luck. Folks, it is Hump Day. It is Wednesday. Latinos por Trump. We are live. We're alive. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Okay. This is where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Hasanabi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, the short kid you play ball with is famous now. What, Yuki Kawamura? You think I ball with Yuki Kawamura? So, folks, yeah, it is 10/30/2024. I'm wearing the merchandise once again. You can get it at ideology.shop. Have you seen this Onion skit about your haters? They're so back. I haven't seen it, but I'll take a look at it. But yeah, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, what has happened in the world, right? What has happened in the world of Hasan Hasanabi Piker? For all the parasocialists out there who want to know, they're like, Hasan, what do you do? What do you do in the time frame? Well, let me tell you, nothing, okay? I've been watching Hell's Paradise. It's fucking peak. It's fantastic. It's incredible. I love it. What an incredible anime. I'm a little sad that it's almost, I'm almost done with it. So that makes me a little sad. But Hell's Paradise is fantastic. Watched that last night. Didn't really do much else. Other than watch Hell's Paradise, which was fantastic. Waiting on my next episode of Don Da Don, which comes out tomorrow night. Obviously not tonight. And hopefully more Hell's Paradise is coming, and it'll be good when it comes. But for the time being, that's all I did. Woke up this morning, worked out. Personal news wise, worked out, and then did my LA Times profile that's happening right now. Obviously, had to work on that. But here, this is what I wanted to show you guys.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote
For Donald Trump. Respect. That's why it's been stuck in my fucking head nonstop. Okay.
What's up, folks?
Anyway, that's why it's stuck in my head. Also, here's the fit of the day, fitty pick. Lamau, the ADHD brain, it been in my head too. Stop being a whore. I will never stop being a whore. Anyway, Gramussy, are you voting for?
Who are you
Gramussy, are you voting for
voting
Puccina?
for? I'm voting for Puccina. Who are you gonna vote
I'm
for?
voting for Puccina.
Endorsed by Gramussy.
All right, we gotta fucking do something about Zoomers, man. Nah, that's too much. That's too much. That's too much. You can't be doing that. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. What the hell's going on? Harris's speech was better than yesterday. She drove by my job. Okay, that's a 50-minute Raleigh, North Carolina speech that you just linked. Y'all are crazy. Okay, y'all are crazy. I want the merch really bad, but I am Russian. Oh, good luck. I don't know if it ships out to Russia. I don't think we do. He's Gen Alpha, bro. Don't loop me in. Nah, he's Gen Z, bro. You're cooked. You're cooked. Your generation is fucked. What is this?
And Trump's gonna win. Like he needs this. Just give it to him.
Wow. Azan, you got competition. A second hot leftist himbo has emerged. Please get this guy on the broadcast. Who is this guy?
Oxfam is an international coalition working to alleviate global poverty and famine.
This past week, a team of 4 Oxfam engineers were...
No, we're not doing this. I can't have no hot ass dude talk about Oxfam, dude. Get the fuck out of here. He's eating directly into my market, dude. Fuck that. Playlist for later. Thank you for the playlist. The maziest Trump calls Madison Square Garden rally a love fest amid the backlash. Let's blast off. Let's get fucking started. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot going on in the world. Okay, we got a lot going on in the world, folks. Final Pennsylvania poll. Harris up 5 on September 16th. From Quinnipiac. October 7th, Harris was up 2. And October 28th, Trump is up 2. Net 7 swing in Trump's direction. Why you gotta show this to me, man? Kyle looks so dead. Does she have an energy-filled day? Yes. She finally we went back to the gym, so like she finally got to play with all of her friends. So guys, margin of error. We'll see what happens. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God. It's so catchy. That's why Trump is fucking clapping, dude. That's why Donald Trump is clapping in fucking Pennsylvania right now. That song came out 4 years ago and he just busted that out like the nuclear option. Anyway, let's blast off and let's get started. Kamala distances herself from Joe after Biden correctly calls Trump supporters trash. MSG fallout continues. Polls. Poll watch. Polls. Get in now. Okay. Twitch.tv Hasanabi. Does anyone have a freaking blast off meme? Did you mean to keep guessing the title? No, I did not. I'll delete that right now. I. What is this? Intergalactic Space Emperor Zelgor? No, I'm not going to use that as a blast off meme, Oliver. Okay. Please add this as a blast off text. Happy birthday, Nikki Bigelow. Are you okay? Why are you fucking spamming this shit nonstop in the chat? You all right? Calm down. You're too big to take off your shirt sexy like. You just got to tear it off like the Hulk. Okay. I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote. Oh my God. I need to stop. I can't get it out of my fucking head. I can't. I'm so cooked. I'm so fucking cooked. I can't get it out of my goddamn head, dude, no matter what. Elon is the greatest entrepreneur of our generation. He working with Trump will revolutionize the country for real. Yeah, dude, totally. Yeah, Henry Ford with Adolf Hitler. He really is running the fucking... He really is running the Adolf Hitler, Henry Ford route, like, to a T. is kind of wild. Dude, history quite literally is repeating itself. It's crazy. I mean, and it didn't take that long. Like it's not like it took that long for us to be like, man, this Hitler stuff, man, let's just run it back. Let's see what the fuck's going on. Let's see what's good. Let's see what's good with this Hitler shit. Is not what I thought we would be at this fast, you know? Yeah, I was, of course, correct when I said Harris will break away from Biden over garbage comment about Trump supporters after reluctance to distance herself. Oh. Saw some polling from I forget where on TV. They said both Trump, Kamala could win popular vote with all margins. Do you think it's correct? Maybe. What are you saying? CNN gigacopium overdose. New CNN poll show Wisconsin, Harris up 6. Michigan, Harris up 5. Pennsylvania, Harris, Trump, dead heat. Goddamn. Goddamn. Biden said it to force her to break away from him. Yeah. No. All right. Who else is supposed to protect Republicans from evil Joe Brandon? Yeah, Kamala be like, I'm going to defend you Republicans from my administration. Like this is what it took for her to break away. She could have broken away. She could have broken away over and over again, but like, nope, this is when it did. This is when it happened. Yeah, I saw this clip. It's going viral all over the fucking internet. Anna, it's sad. It's sad to see like what has become of Anna Kasparian's commentary. I don't know why she's doing this. I think she like people will immediately say, "Oh, she's grifting. Oh, she's grifting." I think it's sadder if it's genuine. Like, and I think it's genuine. Like, I think she has like experienced a lot of ideological shifts that started off with like I think homelessness and crime, like leaning into crime panic stuff, and then moving on to the trans panic stuff, and now she's just doing this thing, like running defense for Trump's fascism. Like that's crazy. I am proud of my unc though for standing up for what he believes. Let's take a look at what this clip looked like.
Because look, if we're just going to use fascist toward anyone we dislike, all right, then the word doesn't actually mean anything.
Okay, what do you want me to say, Anna?
Like, if you cannot call Trump a fascist, there is no reason to use the word. We should not learn about fascism in school. We should not learn about genocides. We should not learn about the Holocaust. We should not learn about like how we got to this point in history, because like that's it. Like he's a fucking fascist. Like, what do you mean? This motherfucker wants to do concentration camps, dude. What are you saying? Like, what are we doing? What are you saying? It doesn't make any sense. It genuinely does not make any sense. This is going to get clip chimped. No, dude. It's just like, if you don't consider Donald Trump to be a fascist, I don't know what to tell you. Like, what do you think is a fascist?
Now, you want me to say wannabe dictator?
Sure, you can say wannabe dictator, but I don't even think he wants to be a dictator.
Of course he does. That's what you do when you lose an election and you go, oh, I got a fake election.
He's right. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, no. Oh, God, I'm so unk-pilled right now. So, of course he does.
Electors, and I'd like to terminate the Constitution and bring out the tanks and use martial law against American citizens and shoot protesters. I mean, if that's not fascist, then I guess the word just shouldn't exist.
But was he able to do those things?
Oh, dude, sorry. Excuse me, officer. I know that like I went into a bank with a gun, okay? And I said, put the money in the bag, please. And then they put the money in the bag, but then on the way out of the bank, I actually slipped on a banana peel and fell. Technically, I didn't extract all of the dollars out of the bank. I am not a bank robber. That's fine. Please do not call me a bank robber, because guess what? I failed in robbing the bank. Like, what are we doing here? When it comes to the term fascist, like, if your entire worldview revolves around ultra-nationalist sentiments, like, and the abolition, the complete fucking deportation of, like, an entire, like, tens of millions of people that are currently living on U.S. soil, like, that's it. That's Adolf Hitler. What are we doing? That's Adolf Hitler. That's it. The fuck? He's literally saying he wants to use the military against the enemy from within. That is Adolf Hitler, okay? That does not make sense. It doesn't. Dude, this is why I'm like mad about the Democrats being like, don't call Trump supporters trash. It's like, what are you saying? They're doing Nazi rallies at the place where they did a Nazi rally in 1939. They are Nazis. They're saying Nazi things at the Nazi rally. What the fuck?
Trump's
his rhetoric is awful.
Okay, if you don't want to be called fascist, stop saying fascist things. It's not that hard.
Thank you.
Not that hard. Oh, here, let me have dinner with Nick Fuentes, who's a Nazi, Kanye, who's a Nazi, and let me say there's good people on the Nazi side. Oh, it could be pro-Confederate guys. Might be guys who are pro-slavery.
He's right. He's right. Unc is cooking. Unc is cooking. He's right. I'm glad that he's like, he hasn't lost the sauce on this part, because, you know, he's a little bit of a crime guy too. But goddamn, dude, that's why I'm writing Cenk Uygur on the ballot.
You were good guys. Let me do all of these things. Let me say that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, a Nazi term that is only used in the past by Nazis, and then say I'm going to ban Muslims, I'm going to do this and this and this to all the other ethnic groups, and then go, oh, I can't believe you called me a fascist. No, he is a fascist. I'm very happy to call him a fascist.
All right. There.
All right. All right, I'm not gonna get back into it.
Dude, oh God. I love this man. That's Unc, man. That's Unc. He went hard. He went fucking hard. I don't think Anna is pro-fascist. I think she's just become like more of a centrist with right-leaning associations as time has continued, due to a metric ton of criticism and feedback and backlash that she has received from the left. It cooked. I think a lot of people's brains get fried when they divert even a little bit from like whatever the leftist progressive position is, right? And most people don't have any way of like dealing with that in a normal fashion, where they just like, the moment that, because they're getting shit on. I know Anna. I've known Anna for 20 fucking years, okay? She got shit on her entire life by the right. Like nonstop, doxing, death threats, rape threats, all this shit, right? So when you're doing that for like 25 fucking years, okay? When you're doing that for 20 plus years, and you're constantly getting fucking bullied, and you feel like, you know, you can't even get support from the left, right? You can't even get like the support that you think you deserve in the left because you have disagreements with other people who are like prominently online, extremely online, on the left, whatever. It just like fries your brain, where you're like, what the fuck am I doing this for? And the difference is like, you have to be an incredibly stubborn person to just go, I don't give a fuck what people say. I'm still going to fucking advocate for the things I'm advocating for. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? And I think that like slowly but surely she got like crime pilled. Okay. And people were like very upset with her over that. And then she got like transphobia pilled a little bit with like the birthing person stuff. And I think it's just like basically fried her brain. And it's sad to see, but it happens, you know? Can't imagine what a reasonable person would end up looking like to someone like that. guys, I don't like the only reason why I'm saying all this is because like I know where she's coming from. Like I know I don't agree with her, and she has attacked me consistently throughout the years, and my response always is like, I hope she's doing all right. I hope she's doing all right. You know, we have our disagreements. It is what it is. But like, you have to understand, she's in a very unique predicament. Okay, like there are not that many independent voices on the left, right? And this is what TYT was for a very long time, when that space was incredibly lonely. Okay, when that space was just fucking lonely. And that's it. So I think it like cooked her a little bit. I think it fried her a little bit. That's what happened. And now, and slowly but surely, I think what ends up happening is like slowly but surely, you just let the reactionary part of your brain that believes certain nonsensical positions like take over. You know? That's it. Anyway. Hasan, you can't just call someone who's ultra nationalistic with a fascist ideology a Nazi. Come on, those people are pretty bad. Yeah, exactly. It's just like so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Anyway. Regarding her saying he hasn't even done any of the fascist stuff yet, if there's one thing we know about Trump is that he took the failed J6 insurrection in stride and decided to surround himself with people who would keep him more grounded and sensible, so it will never happen again. Yeah, I don't think the second January 6th situation is likely due to the fact that it happened once, and like we saw that there was deterrence, you know, to a certain degree. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know what will happen. Do you ever worry as you age you'll turn slightly reactionary too? How do you avoid it? I don't know. I feel like I've stayed solidly. Like I have stayed my ground on these on the opinions that I hold, you know, regardless of the endless amounts of attacks. Trump's message on Lebanon: during my administration, we had peace in the Middle East, and we will have peace again very soon. I will fix the problems caused by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. I want to see the Middle East turn into a real peace, real lasting peace, and we will get it done properly. So it doesn't repeat itself every 5 to 10 years. I will preserve the equal. This is like catnip, by the way, for like dummies. The way that he's presenting this is so perfect for the dumbest guy you know, who will absolutely believe this. You know what I mean? I will vote for Donald Trump. How did no one ever goes, you were already in office for 4 years, why didn't you do so then? Because Americans have short-term memory loss, and that benefits Donald Trump. Like they don't remember what it was like when he was president. They only remember what it was like, or what it is currently right now with Joe Biden as president. That's a major problem in this election. Like that benefits Donald Trump quite spectacularly. In my opinion, we have this capacity to feel nostalgic, you know? Biden did say that. That's when they started saying it to Kalama. What? Americans' brains were rotted immediately after COVID. That's why no one remembers shit. I think that's another reason too. What is this? This is an open coup. Oh, I can't see it. It's been deleted already. I'm surprised no one made the point of how bad Trump did with COVID. U.S. is the worst. Dude, not only did we not talk about how bad Trump did with COVID, not only did people forget about like how badly Trump fucked up COVID, but also Kamala Harris on stage literally outflanked Trump on the COVID regulations and was like talking about how Trump fucked up COVID in the opposite direction, where he was like too restrictive. I think we have forgotten what the Kamala camp was, what their perspective was overall. You know? The new Anacast brain tweet is even more brain dead. Okay, fine, I'll bite. Fascism requires a militarized citizenry, conquest, imperialism, the elimination of our governing bodies like Congress, and the notion that anyone who isn't part of a massive race should be massacred. Weird thing to label a guy who brags about not starting any new wars. He also passed criminal justice reform and personally pardoned black inmates who were serving life sentences for drug crimes who Obama was unwilling to pardon, but I'm the fucking stupid one, okay? Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, what the fuck? Donald Trump literally accelerated Obama's drone wars, okay? He literally increased the mass deportations. He was incredibly militant, said that the police deserve to have like more bandwidth. Deserves to have more bandwidth in terms of like brutalizing fucking people. Also brutalized protesters across the board during the Black Lives Matter protests that were happening all around the fucking country. He blackbagged people. What the fuck? What are we doing? Oh yeah, he says he wants peace. So I guess I'll take his word on that. But also I won't take his word when he says he's going to be a dictator on day one. I'm confused. Which of the words that Donald Trump is saying that I'm supposed to take seriously and not match up against his actions versus the words that I'm not supposed to take seriously and then also forget about his actions when he was in office? Like, I will say this much. I think Kamala Harris not communicating that they are an anti-war party is genuinely bad. Okay? Straight up, it's bad. It's not good at all. It's very, very bad. And luckily for the Democrats, Trump has not been able to effectively communicate that he is the peaceful dove this time around. Okay? But like, I don't know. I love the Starmer government. It has the vibe of one of these dysfunctional middle schools where the principal is kind of afraid of the students and everyone is completely checked out in an incredibly sad way. A penny off a pint. What was in the budget? What it means for you. Cheaper beers. Labour budget. Fixing the foundations to deliver change. Fucking hell. All right.
Turn to Rachel.
Let's get started on the fucking Trump rally. Right?
Rachel Scott in Pennsylvania for the latest on the Trump campaign. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, Michael, good morning. Yeah, Donald Trump's campaign has really been trying to turn the page after a comedian compared Puerto Rico to a floating island of garbage at one of his rallies. But this morning, Republicans are seizing on what President Biden had to say about it.
Overnight, after days of facing backlash, Donald Trump making an all-out appeal to Latino and Hispanic voters in battleground Pennsylvania.
Nobody loves our Latino community and our Puerto Rican community more than I do. Nobody.
The cleanup following racist and vulgar comments made by a comedian at Trump's New York rally on Sunday.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah, I think it's called Puerto Rico.
President Biden going on the attack.
Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and it's un-American.
The White House says President Biden was referring to the comedian, but Republicans seizing on the president's words, accusing
I think Look Alive Jack came out with the Mac attack in the last second. People might criticize him for it, but he's right and he should say it. Okay? That's it. That's my take. Like, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Why is it that, like, Republicans can literally say a metric ton of unhinged garbage on a daily fucking basis, and when someone goes, hey, I don't like that, that's a trashy statement that you're making, they go, whoa, 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 how dare you? How fucking dare you? How dare you? What is going on? I'm a victim. What do you mean? What do you fucking mean? I just simply want concentration camps for every migrant at the border. Why are you calling me a fucking fascist for that? Wow, you're the real fascist for saying that. As a matter of fact, it's like, dude, what the fuck are we doing? Anyone that looks at these two statements, okay, side by side, like the Republican platform, how Biden has responded, and goes, well, both sides are really fucked up here, is the most delusional person on the fucking planet. What the fuck? I'm sorry. This is completely beyond the scope of comprehension. It is beyond unacceptable, okay? If anyone looks at either of these and, like, falls for these cynical attacks, okay? Fall for these, like, cynical attacks, they are the biggest sucker of all time, okay? You are a mark. You are a rube. You are a sucker. Biden had that streamer webcam angle. I know. He was cooking. He was cooking.
him of calling Trump supporters garbage.
Breaking news for you, Mr. President. You may not have heard this. Just moments ago, Joe Biden stated that our supporters are garbage.
Biden even taking to social media to clarify, writing, earlier today I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico spewed by Trump's supporter at his Madison Square Garden rally as garbage, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. That's all I meant to say. Harris has been careful to call out Donald Trump, not his supporters, as her campaign tries to win over independents and Republicans. Trump has repeatedly gone after voters who are supporting Harris.
I'll tell you what, any African American or Hispanic, and you know how well I'm doing there, that votes for Kamala.
Like, he'll be like, if Jews don't vote for me, if they vote for Democrats, they need to get lobotomies. They need their heads examined. Hispanics love me. And the ones that don't, will deport them. And then you're like, hey, that's crazy. Like, that's a crazy thing to say. Why are you saying these crazy things? Nope. Nope. None of that. What are we doing? It's just the permission structure for Republicans to get away with whatever the fuck they want to say is so insane right now. Like, there is genuinely nothing that Republicans can say that will cause the media to be like, okay, dude, this is fucking insane. Like, if you are doing real news coverage on the fact that Donald Trump's prominent generals have called him or have called him out for you know, admiring Adolf Hitler last week, and then this week, the current sitting president says, yeah, people that support that shit are trash. You can't turn around and be like, well, that's a bridge too far, sir. Like, what are you supposed to do then? It doesn't make sense. It's so inconsistent. It like doesn't make sense to me because I believe it. I believe that Donald Trump is a fascist. Okay. I believe that his supporters are at best not all that interested in the dangers that fascism presents. And at worst, they are die-in-the-wool fascists themselves, okay? They want to do bad things. They want to hurt people. They want to hurt your neighbors. They want to, they want to put them in concentration camps. If you turn around and go, that's a bridge too far to consider them trash, it's like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing then? What are you supposed to say? Give them high fives? Kiss them? Love them? You're not going to, Joe Biden already bear hugged one fucking fascist in Israel, okay? Benjamin Netanyahu. What are we doing? You want him to bear hug this one too? Give all the fascists a hug and then become fascists ourselves. That's great. Seems like a good future for this country.
Mala, you got to have your head examined.
Anybody that votes for her, you should have your head examined.
Yeah, like, that's what I mean. What does that say? What does that say? Donald Trump, every fucking rally is like, if you're a Kamala supporter, you literally have an intellectual disability, okay? Where's the coverage? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You can't call that trash? You can't call the supporters of that trash? That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Like, Tucker Carlson went on the fucking Madison Square Garden stage and literally said, Kamala Harris is a low IQ Samoan Malaysian, okay? Like, that is so insane. Like, that is such an insanely fucking racist, obviously racist thing to say. It is like, you're not even offering plausible deniability in that moment. You're just basically saying, like, they're all the same. Black, brown, doesn't matter. They're low IQ, and it doesn't matter where they're actually from. Okay? And when you offer any kind of media coverage to, like, Joe Brandon's sentiment in this situation, as though this is like equal ground, okay? As though Donald Trump's rhetoric and Joe Biden's response to said rhetoric is like kind of similar. It's ridiculous. And then the Democrats fucking turn around and capitulate on that. Dems tried it in 2016, deplorables. No, that's a different situation. It's a different situation because Hillary Clinton was responding to a person that she was right about, by the way. She was right to say that they were deplorables, but she was responding to a person that wasn't seen in the same way as Donald Trump is. Okay? And no, that wasn't a motivator for people to go out and vote. 2016 is not 2024. 4 years of Donald Trump already happened. Okay? January 6th already happened. Child separation already happened. Roe v. Wade already happened. Get the fuck out of here.
Former president still hasn't outright denounced any of the sexist, racist, or vulgar remarks made by speakers at his rally, including that comment about Puerto Rico, instead bragging about the event.
It was like a love fest, an absolute love fest, and it was my honor to be involved.
And then telling Fox News he can't imagine it's a big deal.
What they've done is taken somebody that has nothing to do with the party, has nothing to do with us, said something, and they try and make a big deal. But I don't know who it is. I don't even know who put him in. And I can't imagine it's a big deal. I've done more for Puerto Rico than any president.
He later said the comedian probably shouldn't have been invited at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a big deal or not, but I don't want anybody making nasty jokes or stupid jokes. Yeah. Probably he shouldn't have been there, yeah.
But that comedian wasn't the only one on stage to use racist and sexist rhetoric. Some Republicans warning the damage could already be done.
This is not a time to have anyone criticize Puerto Rico or Latinos. This is not a time for them to get overly masculine with this bromance thing that they've got going. 53% of the electorate are women. Women will vote. They care about how they're being talked to, and they care about the issues. They need to remember that. This is a time of discipline, and this is a time of addition.
The former president campaigning in all-important Pennsylvania, putting immigration at the center of his closing message, vowing mass deportations, and receiving his biggest applause when delivering this campaign promise.
And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer.
And the Supreme Court has rejected a push to remove Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s name from the ballot in two critical battleground states, Michigan and Wisconsin. Kennedy was trying to get his name off of the ballot after he dropped out of the race. He has since endorsed former President Donald Trump. He says that if Trump wins the White House, he has promised him broad authority and control over public agencies. Kennedy, of course, has pushed a range of conspiracy theories, including about vaccines. Robin.
All right, Rachel, our thanks to you.
We had the chance in front of 100,000.
Don't cave, don't capitulate, except, who am I kidding? As I correctly called out that this was going to happen. It, of course, happened. Kamala Harris distanced herself from Biden. Not on Israel, by the way, which she should have done months ago. Not on any number of different things, like the right-wing border bill that they're pushing for. Not on that, but on this. It is... This only further, like, how do you not understand the lesson that the Republicans, especially in the post-Trump universe that we're living in, how do you not learn that one very important lesson? A very important lesson that dictates that if you fucking apologize to cynical framings of a story, you are basically continuing that story. You're legitimizing it. You're giving it air. The answer should always be this, okay? Joe Biden's statements aside, we know where the well of depravity comes from. And we are going to vote him out in November in the next 5 days, okay? The idea that Joe Biden's statements on the increasingly harmful rhetoric coming from Trump and his rallies is in any way, shape, or form inappropriate, is ridiculous. Okay? Because it is ridiculous. You understand? It's ridiculous. This is a cynical way that Republicans are trying to turn around and say, oh man, I can't believe he called us garbage. Oh, remember when Hillary Clinton said deplorables? It's the same thing. Stop letting cry bullies win. Republicans do this so fucking well only because Democrats cave. Okay? If Democrats did not cave to this kind of cynical bullshit, and they haven't caved in the past on certain issues, it would not be a real there would be no motion. There'd be no juice on this. CNN's been covering the garbage thing all day. Meanwhile, Trump just called Democrats horrible people 5 minutes ago. The media is failing us. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. This is one of those instances where I'm the most libbed up, most fucking hashtag resistance ass motherfucker out there. Okay? This double standard is so annoying. Okay? This double standard is completely unacceptable. It blows my mind. It is so frustrating to watch it unfold every single time. Okay? My brain hurts. Came from a chat trying to convince me Trump would be better on Gaza than Kamala. Are we looking at the same shit? Are we seeing the things that Trump is saying and getting away with saying every day? Are we seeing what the crowds at his rallies are cheering for? how are we looking at the situation and be like, well, both sides have some issues? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Harris breaks with Biden over garbage comment about Trump supporters have their reluctance to distance herself.
People to talk about what's at stake in this election and to point out that the American people have a real choice and a very important decision to make in 6 days. And it is about who will not only lead the country but occupy the White House, where critical decisions are made that include how we think about who we are as a nation, and whether we are going to be a nation of people who attempt to unify and break through this era of divisiveness, or are we going to be a nation of people who has the president stewing in the Oval Office over his enemies list? And I think that the turnout last night and the kind of feedback that we are receiving is a strong indication that the American people actually want a leader who is going to bring us together, and that's the type of leader I intend to be.
Have you spoken to President Biden since his comment last night about garbage?
Listen, I think that, first of all, he clarified his comments, but let me be clear, I strongly disagree with any criticism of people based on who they vote for. You heard my speech last night and continuously throughout my career. I believe that the work that I do is about representing all the people, whether they support me or not. And as President of the United States, I will be a president for all Americans, whether you vote for me or not.
Are you saying that Joe Biden is not a president for all Americans, whether you vote for him or not? Is that what you're saying? Like, there's so much that's wrong with this. Republicans tried and failed to claim that Democrats' rhetoric on Trump led a registered Republican shooting Trump, okay? Hold on. This was a moment where Dems didn't back down and showed how silly it is. Showed how silly it is for Republicans to cry bully the Dems. Now they're caving on the cynical framing on the issue of garbage, like on the Biden garbage issue. Okay? Hold on, let me rewrite this. Republicans tried and failed to claim the Democrats' rhetoric that Dems' rhetoric on Trump led a registered Republican to shoot at Trump. This was a moment where Dems didn't back down and showed how much GOP owns I'm sorry for getting mad at her for this is stupid. She just had a huge speech about unity and Biden undermined that even though he's right. But of course she's going to say this after that speech last night. No, it's bad. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea for two reasons, okay? It's a bad idea for two reasons. Number one, it's a bad idea because you're fucking trying to win an election, okay? You're trying to win an election. It's dumb to try and do a unity thing when the other side is never saying unity. The other side is saying, we're going to kill you. And you're over here being like, no, we're going to unite with them. You're dumb. That's number one. Number two, what have I told you guys about the Sister Soldier moment that Bill Maher was asking for from Kamala Harris? It is a bad PR strategy to adopt the cynical framing that your opponent is cry-bullying you over. You are giving them a victory. Whether you agree with the sentiment or not does not matter. Okay? When you say something like this, this is what's going to lead the fucking news cycle now. Ooh, there's division between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Like it's dumb. It's so fucking dumb. All right? It's so dumb. The smart thing to do in this situation from a communications, from a PR strategy, from a communication strategy, is to turn around and be like, what are we talking about, dude? Like, there hasn't been a day that has gone by when Donald Trump hasn't said that he wants to fucking use the military on American citizens that he does not like. That is garbage. And if you believe that, you know, you got garbage beliefs. That's it. Move the conversation back. Put the Republicans on defense. That's what you're supposed to do. There is no reason to be like, here's the real situation. Here's what's going on. I don't agree. I'm going to be the president for all Americans. Like, Republicans never say that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Mike Lee, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, when President Biden called Trump supporters garbage moments ago, did he mean older people like my parents or younger people like my children, nephews, and nieces? Also, are just men garbage or my wife and sister garbage too? I said, yes, if they're voting for Trump, they're all garbage. The whole deplorable thing worked out really well. Like, what are we doing here? We have to be so courteous to the whims of like some of the dumbest fucking people on the planet, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Why are we being held hostage by these dipshits? Why? This is some loser shit, okay? This is loser shit, dude. This is straightforward loser shit. What the fuck? Dems didn't cave to the cry bullies and showed that the GOP owns politically violent rhetoric. Now they're caving on the cynical framing on Biden's garbage comment. Why? That's what I'm going to say. Because, like, I'm showing you an example where the Democratic Party across the board did not actually back down. Remember, Donald Trump gets shot in the ear, grazed in the fucking ear, okay? Republicans immediately come out and they're like, I can't believe you're running a campaign against the guy who just got shot. How dare you do this? I can't believe your violent rhetoric against Donald Trump being a fascist is the reason why a registered Republican shot at him, right? And everybody was like, come on, dude. Have you heard Donald Trump speak at a fucking rally? You really think the Democrats are using violent rhetoric here? Get the fuck out of here. And what happened? What happened when the Democrats actually had some backbone? What happened when the Democrats demonstrated a little bit of backbone where they're like, violence is never acceptable, but we all know who's actually doing the politically violent rhetoric, okay? It's the Republicans forever. And especially in this fucking news cycle. You got dumbass fucking Republican terrorists like lighting ballot boxes on fire, shooting at fucking Kamala Harris's campaign office in Arizona. Okay? You got all this shit happening. You have a Florida man who's in jail after threatening Kamala Harris supporters with a machete outside of a polling place. Police say Caleb Williams, a Trump supporter, aggressively brandished a weapon towards two women aged 71 and 54 outside of the Jacksonville Public Library. And these dumbasses are like, oh, I can't believe Joe Biden called it trash. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Trash should be criticized on the virtues that it's like not enough. Okay? People should be saying that Joe Biden's statements were not aggressive enough for the moment.
The Beaches Branch Library yesterday afternoon to intimidate voters. News for Jackson.
We can't attack that person for calling Puerto Rico garbage, and at the same time we call all Republicans garbage while trying to court their vote. It would be hypocritical. No, not that I agree with them trying to court Republicans. No, you're trying to separate the Republicans you're courting from Donald Trump. Okay? You are trying to separate the Republicans that you're courting from Donald Trump. In that circumstance, saying you don't want to be like that guy or his supporters is valid. Okay? You're not trying to court the Republicans who are going to vote for Donald Trump into voting for you. That's not going to work. Then you're just saying nice things about people who are not going to vote for you, who think you're a low IQ Samoan Malaysian, as Tucker Carlson fucking said. What the fuck? There is an election happening, guys. What are we doing? It's in fucking 6 days. Wake up. I don't know if you know this, but the election is against Donald Trump.
Reporter Aaron Farrar is joining us now live from Neptune Beach. Aaron, that early voting site just opened a few minutes ago.
And we've already seen people already starting to walk down this path to head to inside the Beaches Branch Library. People are continuing to make their way in now. Some of the cars are pulling into this parking lot. This is the same parking lot where police say all of this happened yesterday. Police say there were 8 different teenagers, all between 16 to 18 years old. The chief says that they were here to cause a ruckus and antagonize an opposing political party. Here's that picture again of Caleb Williams holding the machete in the air, police say. It was taken by one of 2 women who told police they were worried about getting hurt. The Duval County Democratic Party says the women were peacefully holding Harris Walls signs when Williams confronted them with the machete over his head. When police arrived, they found the teens and say that Williams was standing next to a truck and that the machete was in the bed of that truck in plain view. Williams was arrested. The other teens were not. Williams is in the Duval County Jail right now facing 2 charges, including aggravated assault and improper exhibition of a dangerous weapon. Records show that he registered as a Republican in March of last year. Chief Key says he is committed to making sure that this site remains safe for anyone simply trying to cast a ballot without fear or intimidation of doing so.
To say I'm disturbed is an understatement. I'm mad that this happened in Neptune Beach. This goes way beyond expressing freedom of speech. To say your piece is your First Amendment protected right, but that goes out the window the moment you raise a machete over your head in a threatening manner.
The Duval County Democratic Chair Daniel Henry also released a statement about this, saying in part, quote, violence and intimidation have...
Thank God it was a Republican white kid. Dog, what are you talking about? What fucking Democrat is going to do this shit, dude? I mean, that... Like, it is not in line. It is not in line with like anything that the Democratic Party is communicating. Okay. Like, even if there was someone like this, and it has happened in the past, like the congressional fucking baseball game, the guy who shot the congressional baseball game was like a person who door knocked for Bernie Sanders. You cannot point to a single thing that Bernie Sanders has said that like even remotely would activate someone into doing this. That's why we always joked about the whole like, That's why we joked about the whole fucking like registered Republican shooting at Trump shit. Like, what's really funny about the Mar-a-Lago Trump shooter guy is that he also voted for Trump in 2016. Like, Ryan Ruth voted for Donald Trump in 2016, okay? That's 2 for 2, motherfucker. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, yeah, he was fucking libbed up. He was Mr. NATO. Okay? But there is something really funny about, like, 2 of the unsuccessful Trump assassinations, as far as we understand, had either voted for Donald Trump or were registered Republicans. Like, this is not normal. There is nothing that the Democrats have said at all that implies that they want violence to happen. Okay? Violence in Gaza, they're fully on board with that. Okay? They are. Straight up. Let's be real. Okay? Permanent genocide, they're totally fine with that. But when it comes down to American domestic politics, the rhetoric that you hear from the Democratic Party is not only very anti-violence, but pro-Republican, too pro-Republican for my taste. It's ridiculous.
Have no place in our democratic process. The Duval County Democratic Party stands with those who seek to express their views peacefully and without fear of reprisal. We urge all citizens to continue engaging in civic activities respectfully and lawfully. As we're giving you another live look.
Why is it necessary for them to highlight this as a Republican versus Democrat thing instead of just violent crime kind of underlines the situation? Wait, am I misunderstanding? Because he did it at a voting site, dog. What the fuck? It's like looking at a dude who fucking does a hate crime, an anti-Semitic hate crime against Jewish people, and then like draws a swastika, and you're like, well, this just seems like a regular instance of violent crime. Why would you call this a hate crime? It's like, well, that's a pretty big detail, I think. You can't really leave that out of the conversation. You would not be doing your job.
Citizens to continue engaging in civic activities respectfully and lawfully. As we're giving you another live look this morning outside of the Jacksonville Public Library Beaches branch this morning. So far, we've seen several people already go inside to early vote. Again, this site opened at 7 o'clock this morning. As far as for Williams, he is set to make his first appearance in court later on this morning at 9 o'clock. So in just shy of 2 hours from now. We're live in Neptune Beach this morning. I'm Aaron Farrar, Channel 4, the local station.
Oh.
That is my responsibility, and that's the kind of work that I've done my entire career, and I take it very seriously.
Have you spoken to him about his comments and his intentions?
He did call me last night, but this didn't come up.
Are
you concerned about what impact this may have on voters, on the divisiveness of the election, and whether or not it's going to dissuade some people from supporting you because of your affiliation with the president and this administration?
I've been very clear with the American public. I respect the challenges that people face. I respect the fact that we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and that most people want a president that understands that gets that, and approaches their role of leadership that way. I've been very clear from my earliest years.
This is a bad tactic. I think the best possible thing to do in this situation is deflect. Do you not have a comms guy? Oh my God. Do you not have a single intelligent PR person in your background? I know you do. There is 0% chance you don't have one person who was like, ma'am, I think the best possible thing to do in this situation is just to fucking switch the conversation back to the violent rhetoric that we hear from the Trump Republicans on a regular basis. Donald Trump hasn't had a single fucking day where he has gone to a political rally and said, I like the Democrats. Some of them are very fine. Every single day, he does 2 rallies a day. And at every single rally, he's like, I'm going to kill Democrats. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them dead. I'm going to use the military. I'm going to use the police. We're going to lock them up. We're going to execute people. We're going to kill brown people. We're going to put them in concentration camps. And then, God forbid, someone goes, hey, that was pretty trashy. I think that's trash. You know? I think that's pretty trash. God forbid. Holy moly, dude. What? No way. This is not real. This is not a real person, dude. Stop. This proud piece of garbage is proud to be one. Fuck Joe Biden and KH. A reckoning is coming in 6 days. No. This has got to be a meme, dude. When I see something like served to me on a platter like this, I just think, it's probably not real,
As a prosecutor, I never asked anyone, are they a Democrat or Republican? The only thing I ask folks is, are you okay? And that's the kind of president I will be.
And what did you talk about with the president? Madam Vice President, on a separate subject, last night you mentioned removing people in the country who are here illegally. What do you mean? Is that...
By the way, the funniest thing was when the Trump attempted assassination, the failed assassination happened, right? And the fucking funniest thing was people who were wearing like fucking kill Kamala Harris or kill Joe Biden t-shirts would be like, this dangerous rhetoric has gotten out of control. Like, it's like, did you listen to the rally that you just left? Are you aware that you are wearing a shirt that is calling for political violence against your opponents? Are you all right? That's 100% him. Oh my God, you did find him. Don't let labels define you. Charlie Kirk gives a speech at the Trump Appreciation Rally. Oh my God, this is literally, Jesus Christ, dude.
That's an immigration statement, obviously. Were you referring to people who have come here before illegally, or can you expand on what you meant by that comment?
What I intend to do on the issue of immigration, as I said last night and have said continuously, is we need to fix our broken immigration system in a number of ways. We need to strengthen the border and put more resources at the border, which is why I support the bipartisan bill that Donald Trump killed that would have otherwise put 1,500 more border agents at the border, put more resources into prosecuting transnational.
I'm seeing a lot of people in your chat saying they hate Republicans. What the fuck? Yeah, this is really messed up. Yeah, I wonder why this community would say things like they hate Republicans. I wonder where that comes from, dude. Like, we don't even like the Democrats because they present themselves as too Republican aligned. Yes. I do not like the Republican Party. I do not like its platform. I do not like the things that Republicans advocate for. I think everything that they advocate for is completely against improving the material conditions of the American working class. Okay? It is garbage. Their opinions are garbage. Okay? I would say the same for many Democrats who also capitulate to the Republicans and their framing on a lot of issues. I don't like it. I don't like what they do to themselves. I don't like what they do to the country. I don't like what they do to marginalized people. I think it is trash.
Crime, and would very importantly put more resources into stemming the flow of fentanyl, which is killing people around the country. And when I am elected president, I will bring that bill back and I will sign it into law. I also have done the work and have in my policy going forward will strengthen what we need to do to deal with, for example, illegal entries between ports of entry. That is something that we need to tighten up. I will do the work also about ensuring that we pass comprehensive immigration reform in a way that we allow hardworking people who have earned citizenship a path to actually be able to gain citizenship because they have earned it. And that includes everyone from our farm workers to dreamers.
And just to follow up on the, do you
sympathise if any voters do feel
Once again?
Do you sympathise with any voters who do feel offended by or insulted by the garbage comments?
I am running for president of the United States. I will be traveling to 3 states today to do what I have been doing throughout, which is talking with the American people about the fact that, first of all, I get it in terms of the concerns they have about challenges like the price of groceries. Second, my highest priority is to address that and to lift them up around their ambitions, their aspirations, and their dreams, which is why I have a very specific and detailed plan about strengthening our economy. Leading economists have reviewed my plan and indicated it will strengthen the economy and that Donald Trump's plan will weaken the economy. So I'm going to be spending full time, as I've been, talking with the American people, whoever they voted for last time. And as I have said and will repeat over and over,
Garbage, I think, is worse, right? But he doesn't know yet.
Oh, yeah, garbage. I can't believe they're calling him garbage. I can't believe they called us garbage. We want to kill him, don't we, folks? We want to kill him dead. Why? Because they called us garbage. Update from Elant News. A high-ranking source who's familiar with Iran's deliberations told CNN the response of the Islamic Republic of Iran to the aggression of the Zionist regime will be definitive and painful. The source also told CNN it will probably take place before the day of the U.S. presidential election. Oh, no. I don't know what their like analysis here at this point, like, because it's just, it doesn't really matter who wins at this point. You know what I mean? From their perspective, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is like. I don't know what their calculation is. Are you taking any days off soon? No.
You have to please forgive him. Please forgive him, for he not knoweth what he said.
Wow, he's such a uniter. I wonder what he said before and after that. Okay. What did Donald Trump say perhaps before in that same rally? What did he say after in that same rally? I'm willing to bet if I clicked on a random moment from this rally, I could find him saying unhinged things about Democrats, unhinged things about immigrants, unhinged things about, any number of people that he feels wronged by.
So we're thrilled to be joined by some incredible people. I already mentioned Senator Marco Rubio. Marco, will you come up here, please? Come on. Good man, this one. Thank you, Marco. Thank you. You want to say something? Go ahead.
All right. Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but I have breaking news for you, Mr. President. You may not have heard this. Just moments ago, Joe Biden stated that our supporters are garbage. Are garbage. He's talking about the Border Patrol. He's talking about nurses. He's talking about teachers. He's talking about everyday Americans who love their country and want to dream big.
I like the idea that, like, oh, if you're a nurse or if you're a Border Patrol guy or if you're like a military veteran, like, you can't have garbage opinions. Okay? And they don't even believe this idea because they say that about liberals all the time. Like, what is this line, dude? Oh my God, I can't believe he said fathers of three lovely young daughters who have paid their taxes on time are garbage for believing in the garbage things that Donald Trump is saying and, support Donald Trump. It's like, dude, you call Democrats pedophiles on a daily basis while simultaneously your prominent party figures, activists, and directly elected representatives alike are doing unrestricted pedophilia and getting caught. Okay? What are you saying? Like, oh, I can't believe they called us garbage. It's just such a... I hate this. I hate it so much. It is such an obvious, like, ridiculous baby shit nonsense. Like, oh, I'm so mad. You're not. You're not mad.
again and support you, Mr. President. And I hope their campaign is about to apologize.
I hate this pearl clutching. I hate it.
Joe Biden just
I gotta
said,
pee.
we are not garbage. We are patriots who love America. And thank you for running, Mr. President.
Wow. That's terrible. That's what it says. That's what it says. So you have, remember Hillary, she said deplorable, and then she said irredeemable, right? But she said deplorable, that didn't work out. Garbage, I think, is worse, right? But he doesn't know, you have to please forgive him. Please forgive him, for he not knoweth what he said. These people, it's terrible, terrible. Terrible to say a thing like that, but he really doesn't know. He really, honestly, he doesn't. And I'm convinced that he likes me more than he likes Kamala. Convinced. This week, Kamala has been comparing her political opponents to the most evil mass murderers in history. And now, speaking on a call for her campaign last night, Joe Biden finally said what he and Kamala really think of our supporters. He called them garbage. And they mean it. Even though, without question, my supporters are far higher quality than Crooked Joe or Lying Kamala. My response.
I'm convinced this isn't a big deal because Trump is the biggest believer that his supporters are garbage. I know, but only he gets to say that. You know what I mean? He literally go to Detroit and be like, Detroit is a piece of shit. You guys live in filth. You're shitty people. Vote for me now. And they'll be like, yes, Mr. President. Hell yeah. I'd love to vote for you. They'd be like, get your fat fucking husband off the couch and vote for me, Deborah. And people will be like, hell yeah, I'm fat. I'm fat as fuck. I'm going to die tomorrow, sir. But I hope I don't die so I can vote for you. I'm trying to find an old tweet about it, but the Republicans have the gift of saying whatever they want without getting any flack. Philosophically, they are free. I know. It's very annoying. It's very annoying that the standards set for Democrats and Republicans are so different. They are not even on the same planet, okay? God forbid a Democrat speaks even a little bit out of turn. And every single person will be like, what the fuck? How dare they? How dare they? It is so fucking frustrating. It is so unimaginably frustrating. Republicans get away with every kind of filth. They get away with saying anything they want to say forever. Not gonna lie, it's the same for you. Really? You think it's the same for me? Do you know a single other influencer, okay, or famous person or rich person that has been quote unquote canceled for purchasing a house for him and his family? Do you know a single other person? It is especially the same fucking case for me. That's what's so goddamn frustrating about it. You got dudes who advocate for white people to say the N-word, crying foul. Dudes who have said unimaginably anti-Semitic things, okay, over and over again, claiming that I am anti-Semitic. It's ridiculous. Oh, unless he was talking about the double standard exists for me as well, instead of saying, instead of claiming that like I get away with it or whatever. The standards are always different for people who want a better future, for people who want a better tomorrow. If you advocate for those things, you are placed on an insane standard. Oftentimes, not even your own personal standards. You are supposed to abide by the standards that your enemy sets for you. Democrats need to. This is such a funny article. By the way, those people confessed that they don't care about anti-Semitism and just trolling. Organizer admits targeted harassment campaign against Twitch, and Hasan admits he did it to troll. Well, I don't know where the fucking post is because it got removed. But we know that already. I've seen it. I think it was already established. Anyway, Donald Trump's campaign message, final campaign message, I'm not Hitler. This I'm not Hitler t-shirt I'm wearing is bringing up a lot more questions that is answered by my t-shirt.
Response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. You just can't. And you can't be president if you hate the American people. And there's a lot of hatred there. Kamala Harris is not fit to be president of the United States. She doesn't have the intellect, the stamina, or that special quality that real leaders must have to lead. We know what that is. It's a special quality. Joe Biden's comments were the direct result of Kamala's and Tim Walz, you know? You know who that is? His decision to portray everyone who isn't voting for them as evil or subhuman. You're not subhuman. I'm looking at you. You are not subhuman. And we know it's what they believe because look how they've treated you. They've treated you like garbage, frankly. They've treated you like garbage. You know what? The truth is they've treated our whole country like garbage, whether they meant to or not, because they're grossly incompetent people. And they've destroyed our country. Our country is suffering right now like it's never suffered with inflation. And with the infliction, think of it. They've allowed millions and millions of people to come into our country.
It's a nothing burger.
I couldn't agree more.
I mean, y'all are trying to make this.
Oh, I can't wait for this dipshit to fucking chirp about how this is the most unimaginable wrong that has been committed thus far.
Listen, you don't get to have it both ways. You can't say it's a joke and so but it's serious and let's do round the clock media coverage when it's a comedian. But when the president of the United States says it, no, we'll give him a free pass.
Guys, what are we doing here? Donald Trump says worse shit. Donald Trump says worse shit than Tony Hinchcliffe on a daily fucking basis, dude.
You know what's crazy? I want you to take the president of the United States to task. You do that. And I want you to do that as well. Take him to task and say that his comments were inappropriate. Actually, I want you to get a warm, cozy blanket and say it reminds you of 2016 when Hillary Clinton called us deplorables, right?
That's happening.
And then what I'm going to tell you is the fact that Kamala Harris got on stage tonight in front of 100,000 people and talked about the America that she wanted. I'm going to tell you about the fact that Kamala Harris said that she's going out on the campaign trail with people like Liz Cheney, that she has Bush's campaigning for, that she's going to put a Republican in her cabinet, that there is nobody on God's green earth that can look you directly in the face with any level of intellectual honesty and tell you that the America that Kamala Harris wants versus the America that Donald Trump wants is the exact same. And so, yes, listen, you want to talk about foot and mouth disease? That's Joe Biden. Do we want him on the campaign trail? You know, the sources that we have, we actually do want him on the campaign trail, contrary to popular belief, because he still does well.
I will say, though, Bakari,
certain demographics.
he was in his house, the White House. He was in his house doing this, and the reporting is that there are places that he can be useful, but he's not everywhere, like you might expect a sitting president to be for his vice president.
I don't know that I would expect this president to be everywhere in this moment. I mean, look, a critical element, any coach will tell you, any CEO will tell you, a critical element of running a team and winning is assessing the strengths and weaknesses of your team members and making sure you allocate them in the right way. Joe Biden has never been a big arena speaker. He's never been the most fluid speaker. And by the way, as someone who had a stutter growing up, it's very obvious to me that there's an apostrophe at the end of supporters there. He was referring to the garbage spewed by supporters, not simply the supporters themselves. But Joe Biden has been on the campaign trail. He's best getting ice cream in Maryland like he was today. He's best showing moments of empathy in Arizona like he was last week. He's best with union folks as he was in Pittsburgh last week as well. You use people where they are best. You put Obama in a big arena, you put Michelle in a big arena, and you put Joe Biden in front of a bunch of union people doing retail politics.
You could make the argument that they would be fine if Joe Biden wasn't anywhere near a microphone between now and next Tuesday.
Let me just accept the most charitable framing of this, which you just gave. Yeah. Why is he sitting in front of a laptop at the exact same moment Kamala Harris is out on his backyard trying to give the closing argument to her campaign? What in the world is he doing? Now, I don't accept your framing of it personally because I actually do believe he, Harris, the Democratic Party, and most of their campaign do believe that half the country is garbage. They've also said people who go to Trump rallies are Nazis. And so it's pretty apparent the disdain with which they hold half of the country in.
That's not true. They've already litigated it in Kamala's speech tonight.
But as a tactical matter today,
no, but you don't just get to say
why in the world is Joe Biden giving remarks at the same time as Kamala Harris?
I'll give you that. We're going to talk about other.
I thought he was going to be here for a couple of segments. I'm sorry.
That's fair enough. If you want to talk about who's running with various candidates and what.
This lady summed up the garbage outrage perfectly.
I want you to sit with this feeling. I want you to sit with this feeling of being called garbage.
80 plus million people being called garbage by the sitting president, a comedian who was speaking at a rally significantly different.
Garbage one time by a.
I mean, dude, here's the easiest, simplest solution to this. Don't fucking advocate for garbage. Don't believe in garbage policies. Don't believe in hurting other people. It's that simple. If you are primed, tuned, excited about the prospect of mass deportations, okay, you're garbage. You're bad. You're a bad person. A super simple way to not be, to not have half the fucking country or more than half the country see you as that is to say, I'm not on board with this. I think this is unconscionable. I am not voting for Donald Trump. That's it. That's it. It's that easy. I swear to fucking God, it is that easy.
by a sitting president. I want you to sit with this feeling, because maybe you will feel just a crumb of how millions and millions of people in this country have felt over the course of 9 years having to deal with Donald Trump. Trump's supporters set the standard on how people should react when a politician says something bad. You guys set that standard. You set that standard when for 9 years you allowed Donald Trump to say the most horrific things about marginalized groups, calling Mexicans rapists and murderers, saying that the LGBTQIA community harms children, that Muslims...
You rage baited early, classic. What? I didn't. What are you talking about? To this clip? No. What? No, she's right. I read the reply to her that she is replying back to with this TikTok. I'm agreeing with the clip.
Muslims are...
I think sometimes you guys see like a blonde woman and you insta assume that it's like a Trump supporter or something. I did not imply that at all.
Terrorists and need to be banned from the country. That he couldn't have possibly sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll because she wasn't his type. He's called people like me a lunatic for 9 years. A liberal lunatic. 9 fucking years. And not one of his supporters have ever come out to call him out on it. They clapped for it. They cheered for it.
It's funny because like people have called him out on some of this stuff and then they're no longer a part of the in-group. That's the other thing. And like Kamala Harris is trying to pick at all of those people that are like, I don't know if I want to be on board with this. But you can't do that while simultaneously normalizing Trump. You have to make these people distance themselves from Donald Trump. And that's why the weird narrative was so good. Okay? Donald Trump and his cult-like followers are fucking weird. You don't want to be like them. That's why you don't want to vote for them. You want to vote for me instead. Or you want to just stay at home and you don't want to vote for Donald Trump. That's the best way to do this. Because it also deflates like the powerful way that they try to present themselves as. And there are scary aspects of the Trump rhetoric, of course. Mass deportations is fucking terrifying. It's objectively fascist shit. Seeking the enemy, seeking the military on what you perceive as enemies from within is terrifying shit. Okay? And on those issues, you have to be serious. But on others, like the constant fucking flow of hatred, trying to prime an audience, trying to tune an audience to fucking hate trans people for no reason whatsoever, that is weird. That's good. That's weak. That's weak shit. You're doing this because you're weak. They're doing that. The Republicans are doing that because they're weak people. They're only a weak person sees someone that is in a shittier circumstance than they are and chooses to pounce on them. I think you're fundamentally wrong on this. Biden demonized an entire group of people is just like anti-white racism. Good one. Sorry, it was bait. I just wanted you to read my previous message. Off topic, I was rewatching the Japan trip vlogs and clips, and I was wondering when you were going to go back. It was peak content. Don't worry. I'm going to go back in January.
They egged him on. No one has held him accountable for 9 years. So, if you're offended this one time, you want to clutch your pearls this one time, but you also fail to realize you guys set the standard over how I should react to it, right? So let's see. Oh, you're taking it out of context. Oh, it was just a joke. Oh, Biden's just off the cuff, right? You know how Biden is. He just says things. He's funny. He tells it like it is. 9 fucking years. Sit with it one time.
This is what GOP runs in ads.
Do you have a daughter? Kamala Harris wants to put a man on every single women's sports team in this country. It will happen the minute she signed into office. I got a question for you, America. If Kamala Harris is the candidate that supports they, thems, who's gonna support USA? Last week, a Facebook poll indicated that 10 gabillion immigrants finally talked about communism, aka the Kamala Harris ticket. On day 1 in office, Kamala Harris has vowed to sign communism into the Constitution and revoke free speech, but only if you're conservative and or religious, which is why Bibles are mandated in classrooms. America, I am pained to announce that a Facebook poll indicated 10 quadrillion immigrants per public school have been imported in the last 72 hours. America, the choice is yours. Who are you gonna pick?
I don't have anything else.
Where's Mike Pence? Where's Nikki Haley? Where's every single Republican living vice president and president? They're not speaking for Donald
except
Trump.
for Sarah Palin.
You got me there.
Haley's for Trump.
Haley is not on the trail.
We'll get to the Nikki Haley
Haley's not on the trail. They haven't spoken since June, so she might be.
She spoke at our convention.
I think we're
She
going
has
to
not been there. She has not been on the trail. They haven't spoken since June.
She spoke at our convention.
I think Kamala Harris is running a young and modern and fresh campaign. It is very rare to be the vice president of a president running while he is still president. That does not happen a lot. So she has to walk a very fine line. And I think the thing is that she has to separate herself from the Biden-Harris campaign to show us what the Harris-Walz campaign would look like. So I think it makes sense.
It's more of the same.
that
She couldn't
it's
even
not more
answer
of
a
the
simple
same.
question
It's
of what would you
100%
do
not more
differently.
of the same.
She stood there
Because
tonight in the
she's
ellipse and
walking
said,
a
I will
fine
be
line
honest with you. I will
between-
never lie, and I will say difficult things, but I can't tell you one mistake that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris made. It's because she believes all of the horrible policies
Have you
that
ever
they
had
have
a
done.
boss? Have you ever had a boss? Did you ever work for anyone?
Yes, and I still do.
Okay. So
I
hypothetically,
was about to say I'm married, so I don't.
This is where we go.
There you go. Well, Kari and I agree.
So anyway, you have a boss. You're working with your boss. You're at a dinner. You might be going for another job. You're not going to insult your boss while you're at the table, right? She is still the vice president of the president of the United States. So if you ask me, hey, what has your boss done wrong at this company? You're not going to say, well, he's done this wrong and this wrong and this wrong. You're going to say, I think while I'm here at this company and I'm doing my job, that's her job as the vice president.
That is why
as
there's
the
only-
presidential candidate,
Isn't there an
she's going to
argument
speak
to be
differently.
made, though, that even from a strategic perspective, there's no harm necessarily in her saying, actually, I would do something differently.
There's no harm at all. You're exactly right.
The American people
100%.
might actually want to hear her say that.
No, but that, I mean,
But don't you think
no,
she
but that's
is?
also kind of blind to say, because what you're discounting is the fact that this individual actually got 84 million votes. What you're actually discounting is the fact that in places like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, there are demographics, particularly in the blue wall states, where he does extremely well.
But do you think that even
actually it's at 48, 49% now.
39.
Oh,
39. Gallup has it at 39.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's Real Clear Politics
Do you
averages
think
at
that even the
39.
people who voted for
That's
Joe
the average. You're talking
Biden
about now.
believe that he did everything right?
No. I don't think
then
Barack
that's my-
Obama did it.
what standard are we living by? My point is that even
Respectfully,
even
Abby,
the
that's an
people who-
insane argument to make because I don't even think Barack Obama did everything.
No, I'm just saying, no, what I'm saying is even the people who support Joe Biden, it sounds to me like you're suggesting that she can't distance herself from him because they all voted for him. But those people are not saying he's perfect either.
That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying, though, is that contrary to the belief around this table, there is value to Joe Biden. And I'm also articulating, because we can have a nuanced conversation, that although there is value to Joe Biden, we also have to realize that Kamala Harris did a great job articulating tonight what her presidency would look like versus Donald Trump. Kamala Harris is not running against.
My mom be repeating these lib talking points. Now I know where she hears them from. Yes, everybody's got someone. Everybody's got a Hasanabi that they are watching, and that they are responding, and that they are repeating the talking points of. Okay, for your parents, the role that I play in your life, for your parents, these guys play that role. Okay, for some it's Rachel Maddow, and for a shit ton of Americans, it's Sean Hannity, it's Tucker Carlson. And for many, it's Joe Rogan. It's terrifying to think.
Joe Biden to be president of the United States of America. She's running against Joe Biden, and it's a binary choice. You get hate, division, or you get Kamala Harris.
Or you get low gas prices, low grocery prices, a secure border in a world that's not in war.
Secure border and low gas prices, secure border. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah, baby. That's right. It's a binary choice. Secure our border. Secure our border.
The opposite of what you have right now.
We did just talk about this. Gas prices
they're actually going down.
Radically down.
And as soon as they stop draining the SPR, they're going to go right back up again.
I think this is all a piece of a double standard that I think is being applied to Kamala Harris, left, right, and center. If you want to talk about people and their ability to acknowledge where things might have gone wrong or could have gone differently, I'd encourage you to name one time that Donald Trump has said, you know what, I got this wrong.
He said he could have hired better people in the first. He made some mistakes with some hiring.
None of them endorsed him.
I worked with him. I'm there.
No, okay. So if your claim is that the only thing that he has acknowledged doing wrong is hiring John Kelly, Esper, Milley, and all the people who have
he can't even say that.
No, but here's
but look at the reasons why he's saying that is because they have all said this man is a threat to the way we as a country function. I guess if hiring people that are not loyal enough to you
but here's the one fundamental difference. He has a record that people remember. 2/3 of the American people think our country's on the wrong track.
You're raising a correct question. The problem is that the most adjacent person to Harris is Biden, and he is the current president. And contrary to Bakari's new math, he does not have a 49% approval rating. There's a reason he's not the candidate. He has an approval rating for most of his term below 40%.
What's Trump's national approval rating?
And Donald Trump's retrospective approval is now over 50%. So the reason, and I think Abby was
correct.
What
is his current national approval rating?
I think you're mired down in the approval ratings and the percentages.
That's not an approval rating stuff.
The gist of what you're saying.
So the reason, what you said is correct. The reason you would separate yourself from the less popular person is because people clearly don't want it anymore, and she's not yet done that, which is, I think, the point you were raising.
And if I may make a point before we carry on, I think it would be great if she could run on what Biden has done, because what Biden has done is actually tremendous. And I think it is absolutely bananas that she has to even think of distancing herself from the Jobs and Infrastructure Act, from the CHIPS Act, from the PACT Act. We haven't done infrastructure. Why are you laughing?
Please keep talking about the CHIPS Act. If you look at the polling on the issues, Joe Biden is 60% disapproved on every single major issue.
Listen, Mark.
All right, Lee.
There are things that have passed in this country that haven't been done in years. Infrastructure. We're going to start seeing things 5 years from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. People are going to say, in retrospect, holy heck, was Joe Biden a fantastic president? But right now, we have to pretend that he was some god-awful president when, honestly, he passed more major infrastructure bills, more things for guns, more things for the climate, more things for the veterans, and the Republicans voted against all of it.
And
so to say that we have to run away from him is absolutely crazy, and yet the propaganda works, and you guys keep banging on the same things, and you say he was terrible, and we're going to see in the future he wasn't terrible, he was fantastic, but she has to differentiate herself from him right now.
All right. Meanwhile, before the shirt talk, you heard Lawrence talking about it. The White House now.
Dude, they're loving it, dude. It's like the most minor. It's the most minor sentiment, and it is so appropriate, and it's so valid. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to say it's appropriate. I think it's inappropriate in the opposite direction. It's not enough, okay? Garbage is not enough to describe Trump's policies, Trump's attitude, Trump's hatred. It's not enough. You're underselling it. And they are just going nutty mode over it. They're like, oh, thank God we caught it. An example I will use is a very famous case of Alabama's failed Senate runner-up, Roy Moore. Roy Moore, after being an Alabama Supreme Court judge for years, ran for the senatorial seat in the Senate race. Roy Moore was always trash. He was a psychopathic right-wing Christo-fascist, a Christian nationalist charlatan. Roy Moore also happened to be someone who predated on young women. And at that time, when every single person was like, oh my God, he was literally banned from his own local mall in Alabama because he was trying to fuck young girls there, like underage girls, okay? Underage girls, minors. Minors! How the fuck can you vote for this guy when that was the main point of contention? Okay. What did the Republicans do? Not only did they defend Roy Moore and his pedophilia, they turned around and said, well, the Democrats are sex pests too. And they looked far and wide to find anything that they could hold on to. And hold on to it they did. They found Al Franken. And they started saying, oh, you guys like Roy Moore? Well, what about Al Franken? Roy Moore had been a serial pedophile, okay? Like a blight on Alabama. A blight on Alabama in terms of pedophilia. So much so that, I repeat once again, he was not allowed to go to his local mall because they were like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? He was trying to prey on the young girls at the local mall. He could not go to his local mall. That's the degree of pedophilia that Roy Moore was operating on. Republicans turned around and said Al Franken did a bit where he fake grabbed the boobs of his co-host over a fucking military vest. His co-host was at the time a Republican commentator. She said initially that it was inappropriate. All hell broke loose. They immediately were like, boom, these two things are the same. Okay? These two things are the exact same. And the Democrats turned around and clapped Al Franken. He turned around and said, yes, Al Franken is a rapist. We got to get him out of here. They ate the bait. They fucking ate the bait. Al Franken, not the best guy. Al Franken certainly did inappropriate shit to women. I'm not even saying that that's not the case. But if you want to understand the double standards in this circumstance, if you want to understand how this shit works, recognize that Republicans will get hit on for doing like the worst unimaginable thing possible. And they'll turn around and be like, well, Democrats do it too. And these fucking dumbass Democrats will cave immediately. Okay? It is incredibly frustrating to watch this play out every single day. It is incredibly frustrating to watch this unfold again and again and again and again. It is such an obvious fucking cynical deployment of know you like a child. You cannot play by the rules that the Republican Party sets for you. Okay? When they say, no, you're supposed to fucking do what the Republicans do. That's why they win. You're underselling a calculated propaganda tactic of whataboutism. I know. I am describing it in simple terms because it is very simple. When you are attacked for being dead to rights, an asshole, you turn around and go, well, those guys are assholes too. What do you say about that? And immediately everybody hyper focuses on the other side. And especially if they cave, especially if the other side, the Democrats cave, then you've just given them a W.
In damage control mode after President Biden inexplicably went on TV and called Trump supporters, it sure sounds like garbage during a...
Like, look at this. This is America PAC. Elon Musk's PAC.
This ad contains multiple instances of the C word. Viewer discretion is a...
Let me guess. The C word is, what they're calling her is a commie, but they are basically trying to say, you know, the other C word, cunt.
Advised. Kamala Harris is a C word. You heard that right. A big old C word. In fact, all of the other C words think she's the biggest C word of them all. That's right, she's a tax-hiking, regulation-loving, gun-grabbing communist. And the worst part, she's proud of it. Kamala...
Yeah, that's the whole point, dude. Yeah, they're invoking the word cunt, but not saying it, but kind of saying it.
Harris, the C word America simply can't afford.
Yeah, I wish she was a communist. Yeah, also, why is there a meow here?
America, Kamala Harris, the C word America simply can't afford. See you nationwide. Loving, gun-grabbing, communist.
Yeah,
Gun-grabbing,
yeah, I wonder what they're trying to say with this ad. It's communist, no? Yes, dude, the C word is communism. Why are they playing a cat? Is it because the word cat starts with a C? Or is it because they want plausible deniability while basically pointing to calling her a cunt as a joke? It doesn't fucking matter, but like, come on, don't be stupid.
Campaign call last night.
Lucas Tomlinson joins us live from the White House. Hey, Lucas.
Well, good morning, Ainsley. It was just last week that President Biden said he wanted to lock Donald Trump up. Now he said the following last night.
I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization is seen as unconscionable.
A White House spokesman attempted to clarify Biden's remarks, saying, quote, the president referred to the hateful rhetoric at the Madison Square Garden rally as, quote, garbage. Until Biden's comments, which critics say harkens back to Hillary Clinton's deplorables comment, the night was supposed to belong to his vice president, Kamala Harris. Her campaign says 75,000 people packed the ellipse here in the nation's capital to listen to Harris's closing argument. Now, before Biden's remarks, there was a lot of focus on that comedian who spoke at the Garden at Trump's rally, who made what some considered a crude remark about Puerto Rico. Now it's Biden's comments that last night that many Trump supporters are finding offensive. Of course, President Biden has not campaigned with his vice president at a rally since Labor Day, and there's no plans for him to do so. And now Senator Tom Cotton says he wants Biden to apologize to Harris. He wants Harris to condemn those comments, guys.
Lucas, I've got a question for you. So last night, Kamala Harris was on the ellipse, which is the park to the side of the White House. Yep. You could see the White House in the background. If Joe Biden looked out his window, he would see that party with tens of thousands of people that he was not invited to. Do people think that that's why he got on the horn and started talking to CNN and then made this gigantic mess less than a week before the election?
what appears that this event was already planned, Steve, but you're right to point out the numbers of people who came here to the Ellipse, which is just a few hundred yards away. There's 75,000 people. And remember, in Houston over the weekend, 30,000 packed that arena to hear Beyonce and the vice president speak. Meanwhile, President Biden spoke at a rally in Pittsburgh. It was just union members. There was only about 100 people that attended that one, Steve.
Right. You just wonder why he was doing anything to take any spotlight away from the vice president when she needed the spotlight. And now he really messed up. Lucas, thanks so much.
Thank you, Lucas. So President Trump was on stage with Marco Rubio. They were at an event in Allentown, Pennsylvania, at a rally. And Marco Rubio informed him.
Breaking news.
This is what Joe Biden just said about your supporters. Listen to this.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but I have breaking news for you, Mr. President. You may not have heard this. Just moments ago, Joe Biden stated that our supporters are garbage. He's talking about the Border Patrol. He's talking about nurses. He's talking about teachers. He's talking about everyday Americans who love their country and want to dream big again and support you, Mr. President. And I hope their campaign is about to apologize.
Little Marco. Little Marco. Look at the way he drinks the water. Little Marco.
For what Joe Biden just said, we are not garbage. We are patriots who love America. And thank you for running, Mr. President.
That's terrible. Remember Hillary? She said deplorable. And then she said irredeemable, right? But she said deplorable. That didn't work out. Garbage, I think, is worse, right?
Right. It's not helpful to the Harris campaign. One of the spins is they said, we just want to put an apostrophe. We want to fix it by putting an apostrophe after the S in the sentence to make it make sense. I don't know how that makes sense. I don't think you can.
S?
After
Garbage? It was because he said the only garbage I see floating out there are his supporters.
Supporters.
Oh,
supporters.
After supporters?
Yeah. So they put out an official.
Yeah, calling Puerto Ricans trash, perfectly valid. Saying that calling Puerto Ricans trash makes you a trash person, unacceptable. Once again, the entire conversation hinges on one side saying Nazi shit and the other side calling them a Nazi, and then everybody going, whoa, 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 that's way more offensive than the one side saying Nazi shit. These people openly care more about crying foul at the correct interpretation of their value systems of being open fucking fascists. I hate it. It is so fucking baby shit. It is so cowardly. It is just cry bullying. And once again, everyone is a liberal.
On
right
the supporters.
Right.
So yeah, this is their spin. They said the damage control statement then added an apostrophe to the word supporters to imply that Biden was only referring to one person, and that's the comedian Tony Hinchcliffe who made the joke about Puerto Rico.
Well, this is what Joe Biden.
That's a great spin.
Right. What Joe Biden did last night is
exactly left.
What Joe Biden did last night is exactly why the campaign of Kamala Harris does not want to campaign with him, because
I think you should give him another chance.
He is unpopular and he is undisciplined and he has made a gigantic mess for her.
Do they even talk, though? Isn't this the second time we've talked about how he's doing?
Trump would never call people garbage. Yeah.
It's not her. It's the people that surround her. They're scum. They're scum. And they want to take down our country. They are absolute garbage.
That's why it's so funny being like, Joe Biden has no messaging discipline. It's like, dude, you're in the pocket for Trump. You're in the pocket for Trump. What do you mean message discipline?
Exactly, he made a joke.
There's an island of trash.
Yeah.
It's called Puerto Rico. Here's where that joke comes from. Tony is actually obsessed with the Pacific Garbage Patch, and like the fact that we just throw, like we were talking about, like recycling. Like recycling doesn't work. They don't do it. Most of your bottles, when you throw in a recycler, they get put in landfills. So there's a landfill in Puerto Rico that's way overflowed. Puerto Rico has a legitimate trash.
Yeah, dude, he was being fucking environmentally conscious. Yeah, when someone says they love Adolf Hitler, they're being environmentally conscious. They're advocating for veganism. Because Adolf Hitler was a vegan. I didn't realize the joke was woke, actually. Now explain the anti-Semitic joke. Yeah, he's just raising the alarm about anti-Semitic dog whistles when he says like Jews are always throwing that paper. I mean, that one is like, it's just so bad. It's just so like it was so hacky. Oh, Jews are always throwing that paper. Like that's such a hacky fucking bit, dude. Or when he's talking about black people loving watermelon, like he's just, he's talking about the crisis of not having healthy foods in any community, actually. Yeah, he was raising the alarm bell about not having enough food in our diets.
Trash problem. Because they're on an island. Like, where are you going to put it, right? There's all these people living on that island. Where are you going to put it? And so they have landfills. Their landfills are way over capacity. So that's where the joke came from.
Right.
Like, the joke came from, like, Tony being environmentally conscious about recycling.
Yeah, they don't seem to have taken it that way.
But from his roaster perspective, that's where the joke comes from.
Totally.
I think.
Wait, even he doesn't believe it. He's laughing about it. That's hilarious, dude. He said it, but he doesn't believe it either. This one popped off. Dude, this was insane. Like, how do you fuck up a USA chant, dude? How? How do you fuck this up?
USA! 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 USA!
USA!
USA!
USA!
Yeah!
How does that go?
Aren't we
USA!
cool? Look at me, I'm cool!
USA, everybody. Dude, please go on the first one-way trip to Mars, please. Just never to return.
Dude.
Oh my God, dude. Why couldn't the Democrats just point to like what? Why couldn't the Democrats just point to what Trump says at every rally? Why did they have to fucking cave on this frame and be like, oh man, it's just like.
If you look at Pennsylvania, it's got 19 electoral votes. The early votes so far, it's got 1.4 million going in plus, but 58% have been Democrat.
Chatters, when you say
have been
chatters, stop fucking posting Richie Torres shit in the chat, please. Okay? It is no different than posting Destiny in the chat. You're just giving it more attention for no fucking reason. It is completely meaningless. We are 5 days out from an election, and you're being a fucking drama freak for no reason. Okay? I am trying to cover the goddamn election that is happening in 5 days. Okay? Please be fucking adults. You're giving it more traction for no reason. It's not going to go anywhere. Please, I beg of you.
Republican, so that's a significant advantage.
Right, and here's the thing. Politico has got a great analysis of the early voting across the battleground states. And it is shocking some pollsters because women are outpacing men in battleground states by 10 points, 55 to 45. The implications are unclear, and you don't know exactly who they are voting for. But we do know, you look at the demographics, women seem to favor Kamala Harris. And that explains apparently what they think is her path to winning next Tuesday, because she leads in the suburbs as well. Brand new Wall Street Journal poll, she's up by 7. She's up by 6 in a brand new Ipsos poll regarding the suburbs. If those hold, those suburban voters would be enough to offset her giant losses in the Black and Latino communities. So her path to victory is through the suburbs, they say.
Well, so Lawrence, I'm curious when you talk to the folks that are there in the diner, Do they live in the suburbs? Are they in the big cities? Where do they live, and what are their opinions?
Yeah, let's go talk to them. Let's actually talk with some folks. And we're going to hit right where we left off. Hello, how you doing, ma'am? You're on Fox and Friends right now. What's your name?
Christina.
Christina. Okay, so I'm curious, Christina. Did you hear the current president of the United States call the Trump supporters garbage yesterday?
I did, yes.
What is your thought process on this?
It feels very demeaning, you know. I've been a Republican my whole life, and it's a privilege to be a Republican.
Damn. They sent his ass out again, dude. No more barbershops. We're going back to the diners.
And a conservative, and I stand for conservative values, and I think I can process thoughts and have my own thought pattern, and to be called garbage for those thoughts is not necessarily an uplifting comment.
Were you surprised?
No, not at all. No, not coming from him or his party.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, as I told y'all from the very beginning, people were telling me this happened, but they were not surprised. Let's talk with some other folks. Sir, what's your name?
Adam.
You guys got a tight race here. I'm sure you heard the current president actually talk about Trump supporters being garbage. How's that going to impact you?
I mean, it just shows the Democrats and Harris's desperation. I mean, I think they're desperate. They see the numbers, they see the people, you know, all the enthusiasms behind, you know, Donald Trump and the Republicans. So, you know, it's like Hillary Clinton calling us deplorables.
Yeah, this is just part two, right?
Yeah.
Sir, how you doing? Thank you for your service. It is tight here in Pennsylvania. 81,000 votes separated 2020. Donald Trump won it in 2016 and 2020. Joe Biden won it by 81,000 votes. What do you think is going to be the issue that brings the majority of the folks to the polls?
Economy.
Yeah. Why the economy?
Just everybody's struggling. I mean, food's for one thing. I mean, let's try to get prices down on things. Housing's out of control. So yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that. Let's go talk with some other folks right here. Oh, you were fired up the moment I saw you this morning.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Tamra.
Tamra, I'm curious, with PA being so close, who do you think is going to win?
I really think that Trump will win just because the economy is so bad for people, and the typical state counties like Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, those people are working people, and they are really feeling the crunch. So I think that makes a difference.
So y'all voted for Donald Trump in 2016. Yes. 2020, y'all went back to Joe, but it was only by 81,000.
Yeah.
Why is this time different?
I think we've had 4 years of failure, and people are tired of it. They've really felt that failure at the grocery store in their own families. The education system is bad. The country is dangerous. So these are matters that matter to me as a mom, and I'm tired of that. I'm tired of that. It is personal.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Guys, so as you can see, they're talking about the issues, those mom and pop stores, just being able to go to the grocery store. Yeah, they're upset about what the president said about, calling essentially this entire room garbage, but that's not what really matters. What matters is when they go to the grocery store and they can't afford things.
Well put. It's all about the money. Bread and butter issues. Thank you, Lawrence.
We look at it as like these Hollywood A-listers, the coastal elites telling middle America that they're garbage. Thank you.
Ugh. The 5 is live. No, Jessica. No, that sucks.
So I give it a 10.
A 10. We finally get the number. I believe it is definitely up close to a 10. You look like you're dying to say something, Tyrus.
Well, because I think old Corn Pop,
and they got this fucking clown.
Oh, yeah. Population when he told that wonderful story about Corn Pop that we cannot confirm or deny. This is starting to feel like, me and Judge were fighting for the same promotion, and Dana picked Judge. And so Judge is outside the 5 doing a press conference, and I'm inside here, and they wanted to interview me, but I don't get the cameras. I get apparently a guy around my height holding a phone down, trying to make him look skinny for some reason. I guess he was going to take selfies for Facebook afterwards. And he was just frustrated and mad, and he should be out there, not her. And that garbage term, just so you know, garbage is used to be the strongest word you could use on television before you got into the cuss words. So garbage was the last line. So he was in the mind frame of he was still on TV, but he was on somebody's phone. So
bro, they fucking say Haitian migrants are eating cats and dogs and shit. They say like every undocumented immigrant is like a rapist, murderer, and then they turn around and go, "You call us garbage for saying those things? Oh my God. You know, I'll have you know, it used to be a slur."
And you wouldn't be saying these things if it wasn't a complete blowout. So just keep calling names. But
it just occurs to me that the White House press office should have said he meant garbage.
Yeah.
Sounds better.
This is the last thing Judge Jeanine, the Kamala Harris campaign needed right now. They were trying to stick the landing. You got a week to go. And this.
Well, you know, Joe Biden hasn't helped her at all. And we've talked about the fact that either there's a miscommunication between the Biden, the Obama, and the Kamala people not understanding each other's calendars, schedules, whether it was stepping on each other when they were talking about the strike, you know, the resolution of the strike until January, or talking about the hurricane, or talking about any one of a number of things. But, you know, I think for most Americans or most Republicans or conservatives, this isn't a mistake. This is just another time that they name called us, okay? It started with deplorables, and then we were racist, and then we were Nazis, and then we were fascists, then we were extremists. Now we're garbage. Under Obama, we're the, you know, rednecks who cling to God and guns and all that stuff. They've done nothing but trash us, the supporters of Donald Trump. So when Donald Trump says something like, you know, they're not just coming for me, they're coming for you. This makes it eminently clear that after they get him, they're coming for us, because that's how little they think of us. And if you,
I hate this shit. Like, it's so cynical. They're such fucking big babies. And any moment spent on this, not showcasing how much of a baby Vice President these people are, okay, is ridiculous.
President Kamala Harris's closing campaign message is all about unity, but critics say a new comment from President Biden could undermine that. Here's what Biden said as he responded to those racist comments and jokes at Sunday's Trump rally in New York, and remarks that he made to the advocacy group Voto Latino.
Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and it's un-American.
He's right.
In a follow-up statement, the president says, quote, "I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico spewed by Trump's supporter at his Madison Square Garden rally as garbage, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. That is all I meant to say." But of course, all of it unfolded with Election Day less than a week away, and people are talking about it. We're joined now by the Democratic vice presidential nominee, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Governor, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Tony. Thanks for having me.
I want to get your reaction to the president's comments, but I want to put it into a larger context of your recent comment comparing the Sunday Trump rally to a Nazi rally. And I would also throw in there Obama's bitter clingers, guns and religion comment from a while back, the deplorable line from Hillary Clinton's campaign, and the way that Democrats are seen by some voters as disrespecting them. And I have to ask, does that undercut this closing message of unity from your campaign?
No, certainly not. And for Tony, for me, I've represented rural areas. I've represented Democrats, Republicans, Independents. Same thing with the vice president. Look, you saw a presidential speech last night at the Ellipse that is the best of America, one that's talking about unifying us, one that's talking about bringing folks to the table, one that the American tradition of disagreeing and debating, but still doing it in a respectful manner. And I think there's the frustration we've seen since January 6th, the frustration with Donald Trump's rhetoric of division. It does fire passions. And I think President Biden was very clear that he's speaking about the rhetoric. We heard it that, so it doesn't undermine it. People are hungry to come back together. They're hungry to find a unifying message. They're hungry for us to find solutions, whether it's prices or whether it's reproductive care. They want to see solutions.
Governor Nate Burleson here. Thank you for joining us. You know, there has been some reporting that President Biden has been sidelined during this campaign. One, is there any truth to that? And if not, is this an example of maybe why he should be sidelined?
Well, look, President Biden's the president.
Yeah, one point that chatters are making consistently that's really funny is that they're not this upset about being called Nazis. Like, they're way more locked and loaded on the fucking garbage thing than they were on the Nazi thing. Because, like, it almost feels like they're like, yeah, okay, that's fair. To be fair, Joe Biden didn't call them Nazis ever.
In the United States, he's running it. Vice President Harris is our candidate and will be the next president. And I think there's two different positions there. The vice president is out speaking about the things that we need to be done for the country. She's talking about all of those issues that matter to folks. And the president's doing what he needs to do. And that's making sure our country is reducing inflation, making sure that we're taking our leadership role in the world where American values are front and center. So no, it doesn't. These are just two different positions. We're bringing this thing home in 6 days, and we're going to make sure that that Vice President Harris becomes our next president.
Governor, it's Adriana Diaz. Thank you for being here. One of the things that Vice President Harris says she wants to do is restore abortion rights. Should there be any limits on abortion, including limiting third trimester abortions?
Look, Vice President's been very clear. Making sure that we restore the right of Roe versus Wade, making sure that women and their healthcare providers, because these services are healthcare, making sure those decisions are made in the best interest of the health of the mother. And that's exactly what we've talked about the entire time. So for 52 years, we were very clear on where things were at. Donald Trump gleefully talks about the beautiful thing that he's done, which means women having miscarriages in parking lots. I'm down here and was in Georgia yesterday where Amber Thurman died, and it was totally preventable had we not had a Donald Trump abortion ban. So we've been clear about that. Restoration of Roe, that's what we're looking for.
Should there be a federal third trimester abortion ban?
Look, well, I'm going to go back again. Roe was very clear on what they did. We want the restoration of Roe, and that's the position we're taking.
Governor, I want to talk about the state of Michigan. It's close to a must-win, if not a must-win, and there's a sizable Arab American population there that we've had reporting on our show. They're hesitant to support you and Kamala Harris for president and vice president because of your support for Israel's continued war on Hamas and Gaza and all the civilian casualties that have come with it. If you could speak directly to those voters right now, what would you say?
Yeah, I did speak with many of them. I met with them when I was in Michigan the other day, and we're meeting with folks across the country. I said, look, the United States has been clear. We stand with Israel's right to defend itself. And what happened on October 7th of last year, a Hamas terrorist attack, was unconscionable. We need to end this conflict. We need to return the hostages. And we need to make sure that the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is brought to an end. And the way we do that is by building the coalition in the Middle East, something the vice president is capable and has done.
Maybe like a accord of the Abrahamic variety. I was thinking another brilliant guy came up with that. His name was Jared Kushner. It's just like he's on fire whenever he talks about like defending trans people, defending women's right to choose, defending progressive policies that will help the working class. And then like he just turns on bot mode. The moment that you ask him about like Israel, or the moment you ask him about like shit that he has to defend, because he's, you know, attached to the campaign, the moment that he has to defend stuff that you can tell his heart is not in. And by the way, this doesn't absolve him of anything, for the record. I'm just letting you know. I do not consider this to be like, he is just as morally culpable when he assumes right-wing positions for one reason or another. Okay? I'm simply showing you that, like, when he is presented, when the opportunity arises where he has to be like a bot, he sucks. He sucks. He's just not good. He's not good on this issue. And I don't know if you could be good on this issue. Like, it's one of those things where you're coping as hard as you did with Fetterman. Come on, dude. No, I'm already saying that there is no this does not absolve him of anything. But like there is a very distinct messaging gap between shit that he cares about and shit that he has to say that he doesn't really care about. Not caring about it, by the way, is still bad. Okay? You should care about it. You should care about the ongoing genocide. Like, what do you mean?
Making sure that Iran, that is at the center of all of the things that are happening, is contained. Once again, something that Donald Trump did not do and allowed them to move closer to a nuclear weapon. So I think the message here is for those folks is...
It also eats away at his, like, political capital, right? Because when you're talking about, like, yeah, we must put an end to the Ayatollah regime in Iran, or whatever the fuck you're saying, you just come across like a regular fucking dog shit politician in a suit. You know what I mean? Like for all of his faults and for all of his messaging surrounding Israel-Palestine with Bernie Sanders, like Bernie Sanders doesn't fucking take it to this degree. Him and I might have disagreements on some of his genuinely held beliefs in terms of like Israel's right to defend itself, or how history started on October 7. Hamas started this. Like Bernie says stuff like that, and I disagree with it. But like, think about the way that he communicates on this stuff. You won't, like, Bernie does not spend any fucking moment, regardless of our disagreements on this issue, Bernie does not spend any moment being like, this is actually valid. Like, Israel is behaving in a valid manner and we just want to do a ceasefire. Shut the fuck up. He will very openly communicate the inhumane disaster that Israel has created in Gaza. Like, he will just say it straight up. I think that's a big difference between guys like Kamala Harris and people like Bernie Sanders, guys like Tim Walz here. And it's kind of crazy because, like, I just, like, the exit ramp, the liberal Zionist exit ramp was there from the jump. You know what I mean? The liberal Zionism exit ramp was literally there from the jump. Like, they could have done that on October 10. You know, they could have been like, Netanyahu's administration is far right, in the tank for Donald Trump. We will not be aligning with them on their bloody campaign, you know? But they never took it. They never took it, and they still haven't taken it. And it's crazy. It's crazy that there's just like, that's an exit ramp for them. Walz and Harris have to take this position. There's no choice. ADL will go full offensive if not. I think a lot of you guys are greatly overestimating the amount of genuine political power institutions like the ADL now hold. Okay? This isn't fucking 2014. Okay? This isn't. They're too busy taking down, like, Twitch streamers and shit, or taking down an ad where someone was wearing a keffiyeh on a weather.com ad. You are underestimating their power. No, I am not underestimating their power. Okay? I'm not. There's still a tremendous amount of political capital or a tremendous amount of movement that they can launch in terms of like disrupting or freaking out like corporate executives or whatever. But having said all of that, I think the broader public does understand it. There are plenty of people in newsrooms that understand it, that understand the situation. They can see right from wrong. Trust me, I know better than anybody else. Like, guys, the defense of Israel aside, what really, in my opinion, was a pivotal point for a lot of the ways that that like even people in the media look at the ADL, a turning point for them was when Jonathan Greenblatt defended Elon Musk's unhinged anti-Semitic screeds that he had, that Elon Musk had seconded, right? The idea that like Jews had done unrestricted immigration from the third world, black and brown people that are barbaric, into the United States of America. Jonathan Greenblatt went to Elon Musk and said, you know, do the thing, like go and say you're pro-Israel, go visit Israel, and we'll clear your fucking name and we'll clear your reputation. It was so fucked up. It was so fucked up that the former president of ADL was like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you so focused on ADL though? I'm not. Chat is bringing the ADL up. These institutions no longer have the motion that they once had. ADL staffers dissented after CEO compared Palestinian rights groups to right-wing extremists, leaked audio reveals. Anyway. Plus, Trump constantly evokes Hitler and they have no smoke ever for him. Yeah, that's another part. That's another part of the problem.
Is that there's one ticket here that is going to find the pathway to stabilization in the Middle East, but also one that is going to respect their human rights here, push back against Islamophobia, make sure that they have the right to fully engage in our system here.
Governor, in a recent CBS News poll, we found that there is a sizable gender gap when it comes to men as far as this presidential race is concerned. And Kamala Harris, she did not go on Joe Rogan, which, you know, she can decide to do that or not. But I want to ask you, what would you say to men right now, regardless of where they sit on the political spectrum? What is your message to them as we close in on the election day?
Yeah, several things. First of all, for the women in their lives that they love, their wives, their daughters, their partners, whoever it may be, this election really, their lives are at stake. This issue of watching maternal mortality rates skyrocket in states like Texas is simply unacceptable. And then make sure that they're focused on things like the manufacturing jobs coming back. Donald Trump lost more manufacturing jobs than almost any other president. We're seeing the resurgence of that. We're seeing a renaissance in opportunities for families. And then I would tell those men too, just like women, tackling things like gun violence in our schools, protecting their little ones, are things that are on men's minds. So I would ask them all to take a look at the issues on how it most impacts you, how it impacts the women in your lives, how it impacts a future where we can solve these problems together and then make the choice. And Vice President Harris is giving us that new way forward.
So, Governor, why is that message to men, and you could go back to the prior question, the message to Arab Americans in Michigan, why is it not working?
Well, I think it is working, and on Election Day, it will work when we win this election. And look, folks are going to make up their mind about different issues, but it's become clear as Donald Trump spirals, while Donald Trump is unserious about solving real issues.
Yeah, I mean, good luck on that front. Good luck explaining that.
Issues. People are paying attention and they're hearing this message. That's why folks like the United Auto Workers and unions across this country are saying if you want to make sure you have stability in your family, the opportunity to own a home, protecting your health care, you're going to vote for Kamala Harris. And that will start to take. And at the end of the day, as the vice president said last night, we're there for policies that help everyone. She wants to be the president for all America. Men are hearing that message. And over the next 6 days, that will start to solidify.
All right, Governor, I want to end with a question, and this might be the most important one. What do you have to say to the Minnesota Vikings fans out there?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. We miss you too, Nate, just by the way. Look, hold the faith, man. These are good teams. We're going to get this thing done, and there's a lot of excitement.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
What if I...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The crying campaign returns. Okay, we gotta do a little peep into Ben Shabibo. Just a little bit. I need to see what he's gonna say. God, Ben Shapiro got so fucking gutted and eviscerated by like woke students. It was amazing. So good. One of my friends recently was a Jubilee style vid debating Shabibo IRL. Predict what he's going to say. He's going to say what everyone has been saying. This is Hillary Clinton's deplorable moments, but for Joe Biden, it's completely unconscionable and unacceptable to call half of the country, 80 million, 90 million, 700 million Americans garbage. You're saying that nurses are garbage. You're saying that your loved ones are garbage. You're saying that mothers of 3 children, all of which were orphaned, are garbage. Okay? It's completely unacceptable. These elitist Democrats are so out of touch with the way that the middle America really believes and the things that middle America wants. You're saying that they're garbage because they want stronger borders and not be mass raped by Guatemalan migrants. You know, which is real and it's happening. Every time you say cry bully, I picture him. Yeah, it's just that they have one weapon, dude. Do we even watch the video? Yes.
If I were to tell you that Joe Biden, the sitting current president of the United States, the head of a party who's routinely called his political opponents enemies of the Republic, he literally did a speech in front of a blood-red Independence Hall suggesting that ultra super MAGA Republicans are effectively traitors to the country. What if I told you the president, who's the head of a party, who's labeled Donald Trump a Nazi and his rally on Sunday a Nazi rally, called half of Americans garbage? Because that's exactly what happened. Joe Biden was...
Yeah, because it's true, bitch. It's fucking true. Brandon was right, and he should say it. I'm riding with Biden so hard, dog. Straight up. Straight up.
Is doing some sort of Zoom interview from his basement. And he just drops it right out there. He's on Voto Latino, and he decides that he is just going to call half
Voto
of Americans
Latino.
garbage. That's what he says here, folks. Okay, I'm going to let you listen to it because I will explain to you how the White House and media are trying to spin.
This kind of rhetoric will cost the Democrats the election. Oh, shut up, dude. Shut up. God, they are always running scared. Oh, my Lord. Oh, it's not even just... It's not... It's not even just the Democratic Party that is always running scared. They've also made their base be afraid of, like, fighting any fight whatsoever. What the fuck are we doing?
This one out. It is honestly, the cover up is as bad as the crime. So what Biden says here is truly an awful thing to say. It's worse than deplorables.
The
it's worse than
cover-up
bitter
is
clingers.
as bad
It's
as
worse
the
than any of the
crime.
other times Democrats have labeled their political opponents the trash heap of humanity. This is like the apotheosis of that, and it is a direct outgrowth of believing that Donald Trump is a Hitler figure and all of his followers are actually little brown shirts. Okay, if you keep saying that kind of stuff over and over and over, if you keep saying Trump is a Nazi and that he holds Nazi rallies, it is not a leap from that to his followers are garbage, which is what Joe Biden says right here. But the cover-up is amazing. So first we'll play. I want you to hear for yourself. Here is Joe Biden saying the thing. And this is not a Rorschach test, okay? This is not like a blob on a piece of paper. You can hear clearly what he's saying. There's no doubt what he's saying because it's on tape. Here we go.
And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of seen as unconscionable, and it's un-American.
Okay, the only garbage I see out there is his supporters. Inflection down. End of sentence. Okay, it's clear what he's saying. He's saying that you, if you support Donald Trump, are garbage. Saying that I am garbage. Everyone who does not support Kamala Harris is garbage. His supporters, Donald Trump's, are garbage. That is the direct quote from Joe Biden. That's what the quote is. There is no other way to read it. But don't worry, the media are going to do their work. The media are going to pretend, I kid you not, that there was an apostrophe in that sentence. Now, I know you're listening thinking, wait.
I thought it was such a weak way to respond to this, by the way. I really do. I really thought that was like a cowardly way to respond to it. And now, of course, the fucking losers are just going crazy over it, you know?
Where's the apostrophe? I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, I'm going to read you the transcript. Quote, just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican I know, the Puerto Rico where I'm from, in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable and it's un-American. It's totally contrary to everything we've done, everything we've seen. Okay, that is 100% fidelity transcript directly read by me of what Joe Biden just said. And you heard it yourself. You heard what he said. Here is how the media are attempting to characterize this. Are you ready for this? This is amazing. It's amazing. They are trying to claim that what he actually said, you didn't hear what you heard. What he actually said was the only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. Supporter, singular, apostrophe S. Is his he's trying to say that he's only talking about Tony Hinchcliffe. The only garbage out there is Tony Hinchcliffe's garbage. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable and it's un-American. Okay, so that's how they're going to attempt to reread the transcript. They're just inserting an apostrophe. Now, they didn't reach out to the White House to get comment on whether that's what Joe Biden meant. They just said that. That was Jonathan Lemire over at Politico, attempting to just rewrite the thing you just heard.
I've seen far more people on the ground hand waving this because they agree with Biden. I think a lot of people forget that Donald Trump was almost assassinated and the polls did not move. The only thing that moved the polls was Kamala Harris coming out and tacking to the center and rushing to be just like Joe Biden over and over again. People do not like Donald Trump. People do not like Trump's supporters. They are fucking annoying. They believe garbage shit. Okay? I don't know how else to describe this to you. There are many people who are 100% embarrassed to go out and vote for Kamala Harris, who are quietly doing that while simultaneously they're not saying anything. They're not public about it. They're not saying shit. They're not saying a shit ton, but they see what Donald Trump has said. They've seen what Donald Trump has done, and they recognize it as truly dangerous. Okay? That's it. All of this confirms the idea that there are a bunch of people out there who abso-fucking-lutely believe Donald Trump is garbage, because he is. The entire island of Puerto Rico does not deserve to be called garbage. Okay? Puerto Rico is in the position that it's in because of the United States of America. It's an American territory that is undermined and underserved at every fucking step. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has done quite a bit to be called garbage, and many worse things than garbage. Much worse things than garbage. That's it. That's the problem. Yes, of course, you can try to remove the context over and over and over and over again from this situation. Except for Jeff Bezos, it moved it for him. No, dog. Jeff Bezos knows where his bread is buttered. The reason why he did not want to fucking endorse Donald Trump or endorse Kamala Harris, or his newspaper to endorse Kamala Harris, is because he has defense contracts. He likes Donald Trump most likely, and he doesn't want Donald Trump to, come after him. These are some weird mental gymnastics. If someone can be used in favor of political campaign, it will be used in favor of political campaign that is 2 + 2. These are some weird mental gymnastics. You think I cannot be more clear about this. I cannot be more clear about this. Donald Trump has said a metric ton worse shit than calling Kamala Harris and Kamala Harris' supporters garbage, okay? Every single Republican at a certain point has been like, Democrats are the real threat in this country. They must be purged violently. We must use the military to purge them. Like Donald Trump literally said he believes the real enemy is from within. The radical left, Democrats like Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi, we must use the military and the police. The fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Like, all that stuff is perfectly fine, but then saying the guy saying those things and the people believing those things are garbage is not fine. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, the sentence doesn't even make any sense along those lines. It doesn't make any sense. If you read it that way, say they're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporter, apostrophe is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable and it's un-American. I mean, that he wasn't even talking about, like, that doesn't make any sense. Either he's an incoherent, senile old man and he can't finish proper sentences, or he meant precisely what he said, which is Donald Trump's supporters, plural, are garbage. There's only one way that sentence makes any sense, and that is without the apostrophe. Every single year when Apple releases the new iPhone, the big carriers play that same old game. Sign your...
Oh my God. And then he's going to move on.
That is not garbage. So there are 10 Biden from himself. So Joe Biden immediately picks up on this and he tweets out, earlier today, I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico spewed by Trump's supporter at his Madison Square Garden rally as garbage, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. That's all I meant to say. The comments at that rally don't reflect who we are as a nation. That is not true. That is not what he said. I'm sorry that tape exists to Joe Biden. I'm sorry that is what? Okay, so they're just rewriting in real time. Clearly rewriting in real time. What is happening right there? I don't believe him. You know who else doesn't believe him? Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, who's overlooked as Kamala Harris's vice presidential pick because he's a Jew. Here was Josh Shapiro yesterday saying, I don't believe that. That's what? Like that meant what? No.
Governor, first off, just what's your response to that comment from President Biden, where it sounds like he's calling Trump supporters there garbage?
Yeah, look, I had not heard that until now, Caitlin, so I'm kind of giving you my fresh reaction to it. I would never insult the good people of Pennsylvania or any Americans, even if they chose to support a candidate that I didn't support.
So Kamala Harris is for sure not going to say that. Josh Shapiro is a clever politician. He is skilled, he is able, and he's in a purple state. Kamala Harris is not going to denounce Joe Biden. She won't.
I said to my dad how funny it is that conservatives expect us to believe that in an otherwise bumbling mess, the one moment where Biden was perfectly cogent and completely understandable is when he said Trump supporters are all garbage. Like, even they can't possibly believe that. Yeah. Does this guy not know how English works? Supporters, possessive? It doesn't matter. There's no reason to fucking try and make sense of a bumbling old man and what he was actually trying to say. It doesn't fucking matter. Please, don't play their games. Do not play the games of Republicans here. Okay?
Because she's afraid of Joe Biden and she's afraid of the base of the Democratic Party, who actually do believe that Trump supporters are garbage.
Yeah, because they are. You are.
Again, you can't argue for years on end, for going on 10 years, that Donald Trump is Hitler, that everyone who goes to a Donald Trump rally is a red-hatted Nazi, but that his supporters are kind, generous, good people. That is not an argument you can make. This is the feature, not the bug. This is part and parcel of the entire Democratic agenda. People who support Donald Trump, according to Joe Biden and most of the id of the Democratic Party, they themselves are garbage. That's what he's saying. I'll play the clip again, okay? See if you can spot the apostrophe in this clip. I want you, seriously, I think it's important because the media are lying to you. The same way they lied for 3 years about this guy's health and then told the truth for 2 weeks just to get him out of the race and then started lying again. They are lying to you right now. When they tell you there's an apostrophe in the sentence, I'm going to play you the clip. I'm going to play you the clip. You decide whether there's an apostrophe in the sentence. And he's talking about singular Tony Hinchcliffe with an apostrophe.
And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of seen as unconscionable, and it's un-American.
Why would he even say his supporters? Why wouldn't he just say Tony Hinchcliffe's or the comedians or this guy's? It's clear.
I don't know, maybe because the campaign invited him and also read through. Not only did the campaign invite him, but also read through his statements and even offered some feedback. Offered some feedback on what he said that was a bridge too far, like calling Kamala Harris a cunt. That was enough. That was not acceptable. Implying that they saw the Puerto Rico joke and were like, that's hilarious. Let's keep it going. Maybe also because a lot of the things that Tony Hinchcliffe said in his supposed stand-up bit was, things that are in line with the things that Trump and Trump supporters believe.
What he's saying. It's perfectly obvious what he's saying. But Politico trying to spin their way out of it. It's an amazing lie that they're trying to spin their way out. Again, I'm going to use this from now on. Like, seriously, this is gentlemen all over the landscape. Apparently, this is a get out of the jail free card.
All right, we're moving on from this.
But
Kamala Harris delivered a message of unity last night in the same location former President Trump held his January 6th rally. Okay? Which is ironic because then the garbage thing also popped off and Republicans grabbed onto that like for dear life. Okay? I didn't like the unity speech because I don't think we should be uniting with these fucking freaks. Okay? I think we should beat these freaks. We should beat these freaks and not adopt their framework, not adopt their policies, not adopt their language. That's just my take. What the fuck do I know? Okay? But of course, this was yet again another instance where people were like, well, it's not for me, but I'm sure it's for someone else out there. It's not for me, though.
Let's begin with the race for the White House. The candidates are tearing through the battleground states in the final stretch. Vice President Harris hitting 3 today, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Former President Trump also hitting North Carolina and Wisconsin today.
Harris delivered a closing argument and speech at the Ellipse near the White House last night. That is, of course, where Donald Trump gave his speech on January 6, 2020. Tens of thousands in the crowd. Donald Trump defended his Madison Square Garden rally, calling the event a love fest. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce starts us off with the highlights of the vice president's speech. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Georgia. This was quite a scene last night. Kamala Harris making her final pitch before a crowd of 75,000, according to her campaign. And she framed this election as a fundamental choice, arguing Trump will bring more chaos and division. And Harris made an appeal to unity, urging Americans to stop pointing fingers and start holding arms.
Good evening, America!
Overnight, Vice President Kamala Harris making her closing argument before her largest crowd yet.
This election is more than just a choice between two parties and two different candidates. It is a choice about whether we have a country rooted in freedom for every American or ruled by chaos and division.
The location, no accident. Harris speaking at the exact same site where Donald Trump addressed his supporters before they attacked the Capitol on January 6th.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Harris laying out the events of that day to argue Trump can't be trusted to hold.
Once again, when Republicans say stuff like this, that's just haha. Funny things. Come on. Why would you take that seriously? Oh, how did this happen? How did January 6th happen? It was Antifa. And also, simultaneously, these are brave patriots that are political prisoners, even though they're Antifa, and they must be released, even though they're Antifa, and also dangerous commie terrorists that did this. It wasn't my supporters, even though I told them at my rally we should fight like hell after priming them up to do unhinged shit. Yeah, when Trump says anything, it's just jokes, man. Why the fuck do you care about this? Okay? When Democrats respond, it's like, this is the worst thing that has ever happened. The real 9/11 is when Joe Biden called Trump supporters garbage. Like, come on, dude. Come on.
Hold office again.
You have a severe case of Trump derangement syndrome? Meaning 50% of the country, a civil war is bound to happen. What the hell? Drunk again, boozed up. You have a severe case of Trump derangement syndrome? Oh my God, we are so firmly back in like 2017, 2018 right now. We are so back. Boys, we are so back. I love that. I love me some hogs. Thank you. Thank you for coming back here and giving us refreshing perspectives like, you have Trump derangement syndrome. First of all, 50% of the country are not Trump supporters. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. Secondly, I'm sure there are some Trump supporters out there who are voting because they're just like vibes based and they don't give a shit about all the unhinged things that Donald Trump says. Okay. Having said that, however, yes, at this stage, if you are still pro-Trump, yeah, you're fucking bad. You're a bad person. Or at the very least, you don't give a fuck about a person that is doing horrible shit. Hogs are better than drama perverts. At least these people have fun. Yeah. Donald Trump literally said, vote for me this one last time. You won't ever have to vote again. Donald Trump literally said he's going to sick the military and the police on Americans that he considers the enemy from within. Donald Trump has said he's going to do concentration camps with mass deportation policies for what he claims is 20 million people. All of these policies are horrifying. Donald Trump refused to concede that he lost the election and did January 6th. January 6th was kind of funny, but like that doesn't change the dynamic that he still tried to do that shit. Donald Trump is straightforward a fascist. People in his close orbit have considered him to have fascist allegiances. They've come out and spoken out against Donald Trump, consistently saying how much he thinks he should have generals like Adolf Hitler, for example. These are like, sure, a hyper focus on this stuff because it's like so optics focused is a little liberal. Okay. It's like lib shit to a certain degree. I don't care about that stuff as much as I care about like his actual policies. Mass deportation that's it. It's just a fascist policy. And if you are championing that, or rather, you don't care enough about the devastation that will cause on human beings in this country, I don't know what to tell you. You might be a bad person.
Donald Trump intends to use the United States military against American citizens who simply disagree with him. People he calls, quote, the enemy from within. America, this is not a candidate for president who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and out for unchecked power.
The vice president promising to take the country in a new direction.
America, for too long, we have been consumed with too much division, chaos, and mutual distrust. And it can be easy then to forget a simple truth. It doesn't have to be this way.
From codifying abortion rights to tackling housing costs and high grocery prices, Harris arguing her economic plan would better serve working Americans.
I will deliver tax cuts to working people and the middle class. I will make sure you have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead.
Well aware that she still has to convince skeptical voters, Harris tackling head-on one of her greatest vulnerabilities, immigration.
And when I am president, we will quickly remove those who arrive here unlawfully, prosecute the cartel.
Notice why I get so mad. Notice why I get so mad at the Democrats for running this line. This kind of hollows out their Republicans are fascist sentiment a little bit, doesn't it? Because that is the real reason why I think Republicans are fascist. Because they want to do mass deportations. You can't fucking turn around and be like, Republicans are fascists. And that's why we are going to do the Republican policy of mass deportations. And we're going to do it competently. They're not. Hasan, what is Kamala's message to voters who say, oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Nothing. Nothing at all. You have no answer for that, honestly. You have no answer for this, chat. You don't.
Vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. I vote for Trump. Come on. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. Oh yeah. For Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump. I don't believe in fake news. All I need is the truth.
I don't believe in fake news. Okay, is this shit on Spotify? I'm being so for real. I was undecided until this moment. Ay, ay, ay. My fears of being deported are gone. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. What are you talking about? She hasn't mentioned anything about mass deportation? Let me run this back real quick. What does she say right here?
Voters, Harris tackling head-on one of her greatest vulnerabilities, immigration.
And when I am president, we will quickly remove those who arrive here unlawfully, prosecute the cartel.
What do you think she's saying when she says, when I'm president, we are going to remove quickly those who arrive here unlawfully? Like, what do you think remove is? And then she immediately she immediately turns around and starts talking about prosecuting the cartels in the same conversation, as though undocumented migrants that are coming across the border have anything to do with the fucking cartel. Okay?
And give Border Patrol the support they so desperately need. At the same time,
we're gonna give the Border Patrol the funds that it so desperately needs. Ridiculous.
we must acknowledge we are a nation of immigrants. And I will work with Congress to pass immigration reform.
Harris pledging to be a president for all Americans.
Unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail. I'll give them a seat at the table. I pledge to you to approach my work with the joy and optimism that comes from making a difference in people's lives. And I pledge to be a president for all Americans. And to always put country above party and self.
Harris will now take this message on the road as she crisscrosses the key states in this final sprint, today hitting 3 of them: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. Michael.
Yeah, you said it, a sprint, Mary. Thank you so much for that.
Harris stood in the same spot where Donald Trump rallied supporters on January 6th with false claims of a stolen election. Harris tried to strike a chord of unity. Take a look.
Unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail. I'll give them a seat at the table.
On the very same night as that, though, her boss, President Joe Biden, appeared to stumble into a very different message, generating his own headlines today. This is what Biden said when he spoke virtually to Latino voters.
Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and it's un-American. It's totally contrary to everything.
A subsequent tweet from the president's account clarified that he was apparently referring only to the comedian's rhetoric as garbage. Let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, Ed O'Keefe. Ed, good morning to you. Not the way the Harris campaign wanted to go today, talking about this topic. What do you make of it?
Yeah, we didn't think we'd be talking about syntax with only about 200 hours to go in the campaign, but we are talking about supporter apostrophe S or supporters plural. Which one did he mean? And if you watch it, it certainly feels plural. When you read it and when you talk to the White House about what exactly the president meant, he's referring to that lone supporter, the comedian who spoke out on Sunday and delivered all those racist, crass jokes. So what does this do in the closing days? It's unclear. It's certainly a gift to Donald Trump because now today he can spend the whole day saying, look what he thinks of you. It's no different than what Hillary Clinton said about us. It's no different than what Barack Obama implied back in the day. It's no different than what Mitt Romney also implied at one point during the 2012 campaign, that there are certain...
We're going to get to the new American PAC drama in a second. Elon Musk done did it again. Don't worry.
Group of people in this country who are not to be taken seriously, or who are less and who are just disregarded by Democrats or the elite in this country. But, you know, beyond that, it certainly steps on the vice president's attempt to cast herself as someone who can live in that house and try to bring the country together. And that's what last night was about. It was about the visual.
Yeah. And on that topic of the effort to bring the country together and that history of comments that some people see as disrespectful to a lot of the electorate, we asked Governor Tim Walz in our last hour about all of it, and he had this to say about President Biden's comments in particular.
I think there's the frustration we've seen since January 6th, the frustration with Donald Trump's rhetoric of division. It does fire passions, and I think President Biden was very clear that he's speaking about the rhetoric we heard at that, so it doesn't undermine it. People are hungry to come back together. They're hungry to find a unifying message. They're hungry for us to find solutions, whether it's prices or whether it's reproductive care. They want to see solutions.
Well, Ed, I guess that's it. The president tweeted about it, clarified things. Tim Wall says it's clear. Story over, right?
Let's see how the vice president herself responds to it today if she's asked about it, if she talks about it. Does she throw the boss under the bus and distance herself from it at all? Does she disregard it and remind people she's the one running and not him? And does this in some way reinforce the message she was trying to send last night that it's time for a new generation of leadership? We'll see.
We are unveiling a new CNN poll from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. David Chalian is where else at the Magic Wall to break it all down. David?
3 polls for you today, Dana. Yes, these are our final set of battleground state polls, and today we're focusing on those blue wall states. Take a look at the overall numbers among likely voters in Pennsylvania. Dead heat tie, 48% to 48% in the biggest electoral college vote prize of the battleground map. In Michigan, slight edge for Kamala Harris, 48% to 43%. In Wisconsin, we also see a slight edge for Harris, 51% to 45%. I will note in these 2 states, the Supreme Court ruled that it's going to stay this way. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. remains on the ballot, and his presence there may be putting some downward pressure on Trump's numbers there. Let's look at the gender gap across all 3 states. You see here, I'll start down here in Wisconsin. Trump is up 12 with men. Harris up 21 points with women in our poll. That's certainly helping her there. The gender gap's helping her in Michigan. Men are tied between the 2 candidates in Michigan in our poll, whereas Harris has an 8-point advantage with female voters in Michigan. But then take a look here. There isn't really much of a wide gender gap. Trump's got a 4-point edge with men in Pennsylvania. Harris has a 3-point edge with women. That certainly helps explain why the race is tied there. African-American voters. Now, I just want to say, here we're comparing likely voters in a poll, which is different than actual voters that show up in the 2020 exit poll about how the electorate sort of shaped itself and how they voted in Pennsylvania. But as a comparative point, in our poll among likely voters in Michigan, Harris has a 71-point advantage among African-American voters over Donald Trump. Joe Biden in Michigan 4 years ago, according to the exit polls, won the African-American vote in Michigan by 85 percentage points. So a little bit underperformance there in this poll.
Harris in Pennsylvania plus 55 for likely black voters versus Biden at plus 85 is crazy. Okay, margin of error says 15 points. Jesus, Lord mercy. Throw it in the fucking trash. Okay, dude. What did they do? Ask 3 people? What the fuck do you mean? Margin of error 15 points. Like, sure, 4 to 5 is one thing. Margin of error 15 points is like, am I crazy? I feel like that's not, like, what are we looking at? What are we looking at here?
But much more dramatic.
Coworker asked margin of error. Margin of error 15 points is like, is akin to, you know, the 13 keys. Or like, or just like asking your coworker what he thinks the black support for Kamala Harris looks like in comparison to Joe Biden.
In Pennsylvania.
It's like, it's a subsample of 93 people. It's total bullshit to do this. Cross-tab diving on this shit is so stupid. This is digging for a news story because every poll is hurting. Everyone is just saying +1, -1, 0, and not taking risks. It's annoying. Someone has the balls. Someone have the balls that not heard. No, margin of error 15. Margin of error 15 is like literally the type of people who look at the polybet market and go, well, it seems like people with money riding on this have decided that Trump is definitely going to win. And then just, that's it. Oh, okay. I guess then you're right. No need to have an election anymore. The crypto betting website decided the outcome already.
Harris's lead with African Americans among likely African American voters in Pennsylvania in our poll is 55 percentage points over Trump. Biden in 2020 in the exit polls won African American voters in Pennsylvania by 85 percentage points. That is a potential warning sign in places like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, for the Harris campaign to take a look at. And then interestingly, this is Donald Trump's base, Dan, as you know, white, non-college educated voters. And it is still his base, but he's not performing as strong as he did 4 years ago. If you compare now, in Pennsylvania, has a 27-point advantage with white non-college voters in our poll among likely voters. But back in the exit polls 4 years ago, he actually won them in Pennsylvania by 32 points. You see it in Michigan, 17. Back then it was 21 points. In Wisconsin, in the poll, he has an 11-point edge among white non-college likely voters. But in the 2020 exit polls, he won them by 16 percentage points. So a little bit underperforming with his own base, Dana.
So interesting. And what about what voters are saying regarding Harris and Trump and which candidate they think gets them?
Yeah, I think it's such a good question. I know there are a lot of numbers here because we tested a whole bunch of candidate qualities. But clearly, Harris's best mark across all three of these battleground states is that voters see her far more as honest and trustworthy than they do Donald Trump. But I would look at these next two categories. Cares about people like you, puts country ahead of self. I think these two categories were the point of her closing argument speech last night on the ellipse. And those categories are working for her. Obviously, she'd like to see them be even bigger advantages across these three states. Shares your vision for the country. In Michigan, she's got a 1-point advantage. In Wisconsin, a 4-point advantage. Trump actually has the advantage on that category in Pennsylvania. And this is Trump's big advantage right now as a characteristic. Bring change the country needs. He has an edge against Harris among likely voters in all three of these states, obviously much closer in Michigan and Wisconsin. It's a pretty significant 7-point advantage in Pennsylvania. Harris clearly wants to do some work on this score as well. Who's left in the electorate? Well, not very many people. Most people you see here in the mid-90s, low 90s, mind made up. You see what a small percentage are still movable voters. And what about those that already voted? Now, we asked people, so among likely voters in our polls in all three states that tell us they've already voted, Harris is actually winning the people who tell us they've already voted in all three states. I would just say it's about a quarter in Pennsylvania and a third in Michigan and Wisconsin. Not as big a share as we saw in our poll yesterday in Arizona and Nevada, where they have a bigger tradition and a longer tradition of participating prior to Election Day, Dana.
A lot to digest there. Thank you so much, David. We'll see you in approximately 5 seconds digging into all of this. In addition to David is Bloomberg and CNN's Nia Malika Henderson, Politico's Meredith McGraw. David is coming to the table. We'll be here momentarily. Nia, what's your takeaway from these?
You know, listen, the only poll that matters is the one on Election Day.
But I've heard that somewhere.
Yeah, I just coined it just now. Listen, we'll see what happens. You could tell the work that Kamala Harris needed to do last night, arguing that she's the candidate for change, arguing that she would restore sort of normalcy and decorum and unity in the White House. And you saw her make that implicit comparison. There she was at the ellipse where Donald Trump, of course, invoked his mob to attack the Capitol, and her essentially saying she's going to restore American traditions around inclusivity and around democracy, strong speech, and with an eye towards particularly undecided voters in those swing states, which are a sliver, about 5% at this point.
Yeah,
yeah.
And
I don't know where David is. Where's David?
He's coming. He's coming.
Good.
He got a little. No, we'll be here in 1 second. Yes, it is a sliver of the undecided voters. Let's look at the choice for president now versus August in these three states. Wisconsin, as we just saw, Harris +6. August, Harris +6. Michigan, Harris +5. August, Harris +5. Are you sensing a theme here? Pennsylvania tied now, in August tied. And it's not as if nothing has happened in the world. It's not as if nothing has happened on the campaign trail. We don't have time to read all of this. This is just in less than 2 months, some of the things that have happened that have had at least a little bit of an impact on this race, but it hasn't.
Harris and Trump debate. Taylor Swift endorses Harris. Baseless rumors about Haitian migrants eating pets. Liz and Dick Cheney endorse Harris. Second Trump assassination attempt. Recovery from Hurricanes Helene and Milton. New evidence from Jack Smith. U.S. port strike. Iran strikes Israel. IDF kills Hamas leader. General Kelly says Trump fits the definition of a fascist. Praise Hitler multiple times. Vile comments at Trump's Madison Square Garden rally. I think we need to contend with the reality that there are just like a shit ton of people in this country that don't give a fuck. Like they're in the tank for death and destruction. And I'm not talking about like overseas death and destruction, which is uniparty. Okay. Gonna need serious de-radicalization effort after this? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do about that. The amount of effort needed to re-educate a dozen hogs will be on the scale of the Apollo program. You've been super correct about the whole people want their trees thing. Yeah. I just, like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about the state of affairs in this country.
Move the numbers. And I think that's one of the most remarkable things about the polling that we've seen come across our eyes lately is that over the past few months, as you pointed out, we've seen all these really remarkable moments play out, whether it was assassination attempts or, you know, really scary moments on the world stage. And yet the polling remains consistent pretty much across the board. And when I talk to both campaigns,
Just got here. Has he gone over ABC supposedly leaking the election results from Formula One with Harris winning the election? Yes. It's very simple. Sometimes news media teams actually test out their graphics ahead of time. That's it. It has happened in every election cycle. The only difference is nowadays, especially with fucking Twitter, people just see that and immediately go, oh, they're predicting ahead of time that Kamala Harris is going to win. Okay, that's it. They are preparing graphics and they accidentally unveil a graphic that they're preparing. In the graphic, they usually just add blanket data. Who was it that released the Queen's obituary years before she died? Pretty sure I remember that happening. Yeah, they did that. They did that for Noam Chomsky as well. People like media teams, news media teams do this all the time. And sometimes accidentally they play the graphic when they're testing it out and it shows up on TV and every single person goes, oh my God, it's fake or it's already staged. It's staged ahead of time. This literally happens every election law. I remember you going over this in the last election. I know. It's not real. There's no like massive conspiracy.
phrase that they keep using on both sides is that they're, quote, cautiously optimistic, and they both point to, you know, their own data points, whether it's early voting.
We have had the Jimmy Carter obit ready at the Times for 3 years now. It's just a running joke every month. We check in on it and make photo subs. Yeah. Same with Henry Kissinger. Everyone had an obituary lined up and ready to go. I think it was Boschkar who literally had an entire book written about Henry Kissinger that he was waiting to unveil the moment he passed away. So this is very normal. This is normal stuff. Do not panic. That's it. Here. Dewey defeats Truman was an erroneous banner headline on the front page of the early editions of the Chicago Daily Tribune. On November 3rd, 1948, the day after incumbent United States President Harry S. Truman won an upset victory over his opponent, Governor E. Thomas Dewey of New York, in the 1948 presidential election. It was famously held up by Truman at a stop at St. Louis Union Station following his successful election, smiling triumphantly at the error. This has happened in virtually every single news cycle. What you're experiencing with the TV channel accidentally leaking their graphics for election night is literally dumber than even this. This one at least is like they printed this shit out. Happens all the time. It's not serious.
Or it's enthusiasm among their own slices of the electorate that they're leaning on, that they feel confident about. But it really is so remarkable that we're not seeing any major shifts here so close to the election.
And it's also unusual. I mean, the stability has been a unique feature in this race across the board. Both campaigns note that as well. And so while the news developments may have been dramatic, the actual structure of the race have not had dramatic turns.
But which is unusual, which is the point I know that you're making, is because how many times have we been covering a campaign and we've said, well, the one they can control their message, the one thing they can't control is what happens with regard to outside events. And a lot has happened that they can't control, but it hasn't changed the numbers.
No, it's been remarkably stable through. I mean, the biggest change in the numbers we saw in this race was when the candidate changed.
Of course,
on the Democratic side.
Which was that's not true now. Of course, the parameters around this discussion is since Kamala Harris got into this race.
The last 102 days.
Exactly. Exactly. And just staying with the states that these polls came from that we're revealing right now, the blue wall states, we just want to remind our viewers the sort of voting records of these blue wall states. And they are usually, as you can see, obviously blue, which is why they're called the blue wall states. And they're usually pretty consistent in voting together, except for a couple of notable exceptions, like 1988, when Wisconsin went for Dukakis and the other two went for Bush.
Yeah, listen, and that is the great hope of Democrats, the great hope of Kamala Harris's campaign, that these blue wall states will essentially revert to form, right? You saw Donald Trump win miraculously in all three of those states in 2016. Their hope is that their ground game and kind of the DNA of these states basically guarantee that they will win. Listen, it's going to take a lot of work. You see Pennsylvania is a dead heat. It has been that way. There's sort of different demographics in these states, but a lot of similar different demographics. Big black populations in the cities, and then suburban areas where they're obviously going out there taking folks like Liz Cheney to talk to some of those white suburban voters and Republican voters as well. So listen, that seems to be her most likely path.
This election really is almost over.
If Trump wins, the signs were obvious.
And it's
oh my
so
God.
close. We've been telling you that day after day. This race is basically tied. So what we're going to do today and tomorrow is to give you the case for if each candidate wins, what is behind their victory. Today, we're going to look at Donald Trump. If he wins, why will that have been? Now, if you're a Harris supporter, don't throw stuff at Harry Etten. We're going to cover the flip side of it tomorrow. CNN's senior data reporter, Harry Etten, is here, and we're looking at the case for a Donald Trump victory, starting with what I do think has been long one of the most overlooked numbers of this election, but could be one of the most important.
Yeah, all right. So, look. Just 28% of Americans, voters, think the country is going in the right direction, is on the right track. And I want you to put that into a historical perspective for you. Okay, what's the average percentage of the public that thinks that the country is on the right track when the incumbent party loses? It's 25%. That 25% looks an awful bit like that 28% up there. It doesn't look anything like this 42% doesn't look anything like this 28%. So the bottom line is, very few Americans think the country is on the right track at this particular point. It tracks much more with when the incumbent party loses than with it wins. In fact, I went back through history. There isn't a single time in which 28% of the American public thinks the country is going on the right track, in which...
You know what's really crazy about this? This obviously is a clear problem for Kamala Harris because she did not take advantage of the gift that was given to her with this swap out at a time when, like, notoriously in many of the Western countries, like, it was an incumbent disadvantage in all the elections that took place, right? And the country was ready not to blame her for Joe Biden's failures, and she still turned around and ran towards Joe Biden. Okay? Having said that, however, what is truly unique about this election, amongst many others, is that you have someone who also was president, who lost one prior election and is now running again. Not only did he lose the prior election, but also on top of that, he literally claimed that the election was stolen from him over and over again, included but not limited to doing January 6th afterwards. And he was a sore loser for years after the fact. If you notice, like, Donald Trump rarely ever brings up the fact that he lost the election or that they stole the election from him to the same degree that he used to, even up during the midterms, right? Because being a sore loser does not perform well. Donald Trump is basically, he brings it up for every now and then, but you have to remember something. He brings it up every now and then, but not to the same degree as, like, I won. I'm still, I'm still convinced that I won. This was most of his commentary. This was most of his, like, the overwhelming majority of his commentary, because he's a fucking narcissist, was unwilling to recognize that he had actually lost the election. Okay? This is a major communications flaw for Donald Trump. What you must understand is that most Americans see that, and at a time when Donald Trump has all of the advantages, because people have forgotten about what it was like when he was president. People are very upset with the way things are headed in the United States of America. 28% of the United States thinks that this election is on track. Only 28. At a time like that, him hyper-focusing on trans issues, him consistently talking about migrants in a way that even, like, people who want to deport migrants consider to be a little bit too much, a little bit too far for them. All of that stuff genuinely hurts his chances with a lot of people. Because every moment that he is dealing with, like, the backlash caused by his own statements over and over again is a moment where he's not talking about how he's going to fix the economy. Okay? He's going to win, you know that? I mean, he could. I'm not saying that he's, like, absolutely dead ass going to lose. I've never said that. As a matter of fact, I have been complaining about the Kamala Harris campaign nonstop. Okay? I've been complaining about the Kamala Harris campaign nonstop. I'm currently complaining about the Kamala Harris campaign, saying that she was delivered a massive gift with the Biden swap out, where she could have shown that she is moving the campaign and the Democratic Party in a positive direction away from Joe Biden. A person who was so objectively unpopular that it required him to drop out and be substituted with the vice president. She squandered this opportunity pretty aggressively, pretty spectacularly. So much so that a lot of the top line messaging that came from the campaign ended up slamming the polls in this deadlock 50-50 split. $30 million of ad spend on the campaign messages not working in your favor means that you have to change. At a certain point, you had to have changed your campaign messaging. Harris' campaign has been perfect? Absolutely not. Harris' campaign has been awful. Harris' campaign is perfect if you are, if you're one of these like suburban former Republican voters that already didn't vote for Donald Trump but voted for Joe Biden instead. I don't understand this. They forgot his presidency. People still realize he had low inflation, low gas prices compared to Biden years, even after COVID was over. That's what they're voting based on. It's not some great ideological battle. No. You're not wrong. Democrats and Republicans have not helped the working class either term. You're absolutely correct. But why is Donald Trump more popular now at this point than he has ever been in any other election that he's run in, including elections that he's won in 2016 and including elections that he has lost in 2020? It is precisely because people still are reeling from the negative real wage growth that they experienced for 1.5 years. That is impossible to come back from. And in spite of that, in the midterm elections, the Democratic Party was not punished in a way that it was supposed to be punished. Chaos in the Middle East, insane prices. It's just a failure. It's the failure of the Democrats, not really the Trump appeal. I think it is legitimately a failure on the communications front from the Democratic Party to not remind people what it was like when Trump was president. Didn't Kamala's approval rating jump by like 7 points as she took over from Biden? What's your explanation for that? Yeah. All of the gains made were in the beginning. And ever since then, it's been locked in. Kamala Harris made up like 10 points from where Biden was standing at in key states. Okay? Kamala Harris literally made up in almost overnight. Kamala Harris made up for like 10 points. And then they just stopped. One must ask the question, how? One must ask the question, why? Record number of donations. They raised like $1 billion, dude, in a matter of months. And since the DNC, the numbers have not moved, or in the last month, the numbers have moved in the direction of favoring Donald Trump. Now, having said all that, I still think, given how bad of a campaign Trump is running as well, and given how limited Trump's opportunities for victory look like, because he has to capture the attention of people who either A, weren't paying attention under the Trump administration, or B, were too young to vote for Donald Trump, because he has to get those guys on board, and he's not doing enough to get those guys on board, and those guys are notoriously not exactly people who vote, mid and low propensity voters. He has a harder time securing a W from the Electoral College in the way that it stands. Yes, I saw the Fox News poll tracker. Trump over Harris, 50% to Harris is 49. And Pennsylvania, Trump over 50% to Harris is 49. And Michigan is deadlocked at 49-49. If you talk to people who are likely Trump supporters or openly Trump supporters or people who say they like Donald Trump and they say they might even want to vote for Donald Trump, you should ask them if they've registered to vote. And then you will understand what I'm saying. there are a lot of people, especially in the demographics, low information voters, voters with lower educational attainment, working class voters that are openly in the tank for Donald Trump. Many of them will not vote. Many of them will not go out and vote in the polls. They will not vote come November. That is my suspicion. Donald Trump has not done enough, in my opinion, beyond like the Republican version of harm reduction to get those guys to come out and vote for him. This is what I'm saying. Harm reduction voting is not successful. It's not a successful strategy. It's not a successful for the Republican Party, and it's not a successful strategy for the Democratic Party. Donald Trump being like, yo, shit sucks, vote for me, I'm gonna fix it, without ever like offering how he's gonna fix it, without ever telling people what they're gonna do, and constantly fucking focusing on like trans people. I'm gonna fix it by deporting every Mexican you've ever seen is maybe good for some people, enough for them to go out and vote because they really hate the Mexicans. But it's not enough for your fucking dummy friends, your coworkers, to be like, yeah, you know what? That's right. If you talk to your coworkers who are pro-Trump, who are most likely not going to vote for Donald Trump anyway, even though they are pro-Trump, they're just not going to vote. Ask them what they think about mass deportation. Many of them will say, hell yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Then follow up with that question and say, do you think if someone has been here for years and years, that they should have conditional amnesty, a pathway to citizenship? Like if they've earned their citizenship by working in the United States of America, not doing any crimes or anything like that? Their answers might shock you. If you watch a lot of news media, you probably will be shocked to hear that in the same breath, your coworker will say two things that are diametrically opposed to one another. If you look at the actual polling on the matter, you will not be shocked by this. 64% of Americans say they want mass deportation. The same percentage of Americans in the same polls will also say they want conditional amnesty. A much larger percentage of Americans will say they want full-blown citizenship for dreamers. Bro, nobody cares about your commie Marxist takes and your wild anti-white racism. Can you just play the vote for Trump banger? I'm sick of your anti-white racism and your poor excuse for commentary. Okay, that is a banger. You're right. That's it. What is this? What's he doing now? Oh my God. Oh, he's doing goat work. He's doing work. He's doing the work of the goat. He's doing it again. This shit works so well. Ne haber anne? Aha hemen. Hemen ayaklandı.
I don't know anything about the comedian. I don't know who he is. I've never seen him. I heard he made a statement, but it was just a statement that he made. He's a comedian. What can I tell you? I know nothing about him. I don't know why he's there. You put comedians up, and I guess he went on earlier in the show. I don't know who he is.
I don't know. I've never seen him. I will kill him. If I become president, I'm arresting him. I've never seen a comic in my life. I've never even heard of laughter. What is comedy? I do not know. Fox News poll shows North Carolina at 49-47 for Trump. Pennsylvania at a tie at 48-48. Michigan at Harris advantage 48-46. The gubernatorial race, obviously, as Stein winning, that's a lock anyway. But it seems like the gubernatorial race is not having down ballot consequences for North Carolina, at least in this poll, this Fox News poll. In the PA Senate, you got Casey at 50-48%. In the Michigan Senate, Slotkin, once again, overperforming the top of the ticket. Looks like Trump just killed Tony. Good one. Which
the incumbent party actually won. They always lose when just 28% of the country believes that the country is on the right track.
It is you are swimming upstream if you're trying to win in this environment.
What is this? Just subscribed? And wow, this is incredible work. Hasan Piker's joined OnlyFans. I have not joined OnlyFans. What the fuck is going on? I do not have an OnlyFans yet. Okay.
Also, President Biden, on the micro level, a lot of the coverage today is over something President Biden said. On the macro level, what kind of a weight is he on the Harris campaign?
Yeah, so, Joe Biden isn't on the ballot, but he's certainly in the minds of Americans, right? So I went back and I looked, okay, was the successor of the same party when the president's net approval rating was negative at this point, which Joe Biden's most definitely is? He's 15 points underwater. Now, we don't know if Kamala Harris is going to succeed Joe Biden, but we know back in 2008, George W. Bush, his approval rating was down in the 20s. Did a Republican succeed George W. Bush? No. How about in 1968? Lyndon Baines Johnson, his net approval rating was negative. Did a Democrat succeed Lyndon Baines Johnson? No. How about in 52? Harry S. Truman, his approval rating was in the 20s, if not the upper teens. Did a Democrat succeed Harry S. Truman in 52? My memory, no. No, as Kate Baldwin says.
Dianu.
No. Dianu.
Separate story.
Well played.
Close. Wrong time of the year.
Well played.
Dwight Eisenhower, a Republican, succeeded Harry S. Truman. So the bottom line is, for Kamala Harris to win, she'd have to break history, be a Democrat to succeed Joe Biden when Biden's approval rating is way underwater at this point.
Again, it could happen. It just doesn't in recent history for sure. Okay, registration numbers, Harry.
Yeah, Republicans have been registering voters in big, huge numbers. They have been gaining in party registration versus the Democrats in the swing states with party registration. We're talking Arizona. I think it's a 5-point. They've expanded their lead from 5 points from where it was back in 2020. How about Nevada? Big Republican registrations there. They like the early vote. How about North Carolina? Big Republican registration games. How about Pennsylvania? We spoke about it before a few months ago. Big Republican party registration gains versus where they were 4 years ago. So Republicans are putting more Republicans in the electorate. The Democratic number versus the Republican number has shrunk. And so the bottom line is, if Republicans win, come next week, Donald Trump comes next week, the signs all along will have been obvious. We would look at the right direction being very low, Joe Biden's approval rating being very low, and Republicans really registering numbers. You can't say you weren't warned.
Again, this is the data which supports the idea of a Trump victory. Tomorrow, viewers, you will get the other side.
Stay tuned.
Kate.
It's not even the content, but sometimes Harry's delivery is just very scary. You're just a very scary man. You're a very scary man. Thank you, Harry. Again, tomorrow, the other side of it. They're talking about the swing states as they were just laying out very aggressively. And so try this theory on for size. The swing states of today may not be the swing states in play 4 years from now. Let us go to CNN's Zach Wolf.
Okay, they are literally... Okay, they're bored. They gotta be bored. That's crazy. That's a crazy question to be asking right now. They're bored. They're bored. They're bored. They're like, we've run through our coverage. That's crazy.
It is pretty obvious at this point that Republicans and Democrats are seeing things very differently as America decides the 2024 election. We've got a CBS.
Republicans and Democrats watch each other's news. This is false. At least like the latest. I haven't checked in on the Pew Center's research on this lately, but back in the day, and this was very consistent for years and years, Republicans reported that they would watch Fox News by 90%, whereas liberals on the other hand consumed a media diet that was not exclusive to liberal outlets. Okay? All Republicans watch Fox News and Fox News only. Liberals watch every outlet, including Fox News. That's usually the case. I don't know if that's changed.
CBS News poll showing that most likely Harris voters believe the economy is good, while 87% of likely Trump voters believe it's actually bad. And a majority of Trump supporters think the number of migrants recently crossing the border has been going up, while a majority of Harris supporters say, nah, it's been decreasing or at least staying the same. So how did we get to the point where we are really actually quite literally living in two very different worlds? We went looking for answers through a little social experiment, asking supporters of both candidates to take things in from a new perspective.
Separated by only the Passaic River, the New Jersey towns of Livingston and East Hanover are miles apart politically.
I'm Tony.
Tony, I'm Lou.
You can tell where Lou D'Amour and his fiancée.
I wonder who these guys gonna vote for, man. By the way, this is precisely like this guy is who Kamala Harris has been trying to shake away from the Republican Party. Maybe not in New Jersey. Maybe not in New Jersey, but in Pennsylvania. It is exactly this guy. Just so you understand.
A Karen Volino stand, along with many of their neighbors here in East Hanover, which voted for Trump by a large margin in 2020.
You got a big political sign on the house.
Yeah, it's my hero.
While just across the Passaic, it's pretty much the opposite story.
Tony, Dana Miller.
Dana and Jeff Miller are among the large majority of Livingston that voted blue 4 years ago. And judging by the lawn decorations,
What is the defining difference between a person who puts up a sign and a person who doesn't?
Passion.
many here are now throwing their support behind Harris.
No, man, I think she was going for the more moderate Republicans, even if it's misguided. No, I'm saying that, like, the person that she is trying to shake away from the Republican Party is exactly that same type of person. Like that guy, in terms of wealth, in terms of educational attainment, it is guys exactly like that family that they are trying to desperately shake away. And it has been a failure.
Donald Trump is a sociopath. He's a narcissist, autocrat in waiting.
What are the issues for you?
The issues are, to me, primarily democracy. Democracy.
Feelings about what's at stake are just as strong on the other side of the river.
If she did, God forbid, win, it's over for us. Like America, it's over for us. It's done.
So, chap, both of these people are upper middle class, okay, in income. They're both rich in the way that you understand rich, okay? They're both rich.
How did it come to be that Americans could see things so differently?
I don't know. I get my bagels in East Hanover.
Exactly.
I'm hanging out with these people.
So
We're watching games.
Right.
You know, we're doing all this. But when it comes to politics, there's a clear divide.
A divide that's noticeable here and everywhere else, with polls showing 4 out of every 5 adults believe Americans are greatly divided on our most important values.
You can't say what you want to say. And the other.
Yeah, who the fuck would be saying that they're not? Like, honestly, yeah, they are. We are. We are a fucking incredibly divided nation. That's true. And it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. There is no more, like, there's no honesty or integrity or truth. I mean, maybe there never really was full-blown honesty or integrity or truth in mainstream reporting, but like as information dissemination becomes more democratized, people are just like leaning further and further into complete nonsense. They're moving away from legacy media and they're moving in the direction of complete nonsense that corresponds to their fucking biases. It's garbage. And at a time when like Americans are saying we're divided, Kamala Harris is like, no, we're going to get united. We are united. We are united. One side is saying, nah, we're divided. And it's for good reason. The other side is saying, no, we're not. We'll fix it.
The other side says what they want to say, but if you say you're racist, you're homophobic, you're like, why? I'm just having an opinion.
But the way in which
an opinion that's racist and homophobic. Why would you call me out?
Those opinions are formed
I think it has to do with where you're getting your information from.
is where we found at least some agreement.
How much do you think people's different opinions are based on just different sources of information?
I know the people that I talk to, I know the channels they're watching. I know what they're watching because they're so brainwashed, they have no clue what's going on.
So we asked Lou and Karen to join us at Dana and Jeff's.
Hello.
Hey.
They'd never met before, but agreed to sit down and hear each other out.
It's uncivilized. We're living in an uncivilized nation.
When? Before? Did we ever think like that?
Nope.
It's getting worse.
So what caused it?
The division?
Yeah, the division.
She's not going to like my answer. Obama.
You say Obama.
I'm going to blame Obama.
All of the hand wringing, all of the caving and capitulating to the Republicans under the 8 years of Obama's reign, all of that for every single suburban former Obama voter to turn around and be like, well, we got what we deserve for voting for a black guy. Time to vote for the most racist motherfucker I could find. Just saying.
Unleashed something.
Yeah.
You know what?
Represented something.
You know what unleashed me? Trump.
They couldn't agree on even basic facts on issues like the economy.
Inflation is way down.
Inflation is down?
Yeah. Jobs are up.
I mean, that's objectively correct. Inflation is down. That doesn't mean that prices are down, okay? But yes, inflation is down. The problem is that most people understand inflation is like, my prices went up. Why are they not going back down? Inflation, the rate of prices going up, has gone down. Do you buy your own groceries? Yes, I do. What the fuck do you mean? No, I have I have people that I've hired that you've never seen secretly purchasing my groceries. Yeah, my butler's multiple.
Border wall.
He put up 5 miles.
Yeah, well, where did you hear that? He put
On the
almost
news.
500 miles of wall.
Or foreign relations.
Putin's supporting Kamala.
Yeah, I don't see that.
He is.
Where did you hear this?
Yeah, I don't.
All over the news.
So
You said the other day you ordered them, man. Wait, what? Yeah. First of all, that's not the only way that I purchase groceries. But secondly, yeah, I'm buying the groceries. In both of these conversations, like, I'm very aware of the price increase in groceries. What the fuck are you saying? He lies. He makes us buy his groceries too. Yeah, I send Kaya out to go shopping.
we watched one of Lou and Karen's regular sources of news. Jesse Waters on Fox.
Kamala thinks voters are too ignorant to get her message through their thick skulls.
It became apparent that much of the information that show lays out
Kamala wants to win the black vote with free money and drugs.
Seemed to Dana
I never heard this before.
like it was presented out of context.
They take sound bites of what they want to promote.
Does it help you understand why they feel
Yes.
the way they do?
Oh, absolutely. Because if this is what you're watching, then this is what you're believing.
And when we flipped over to MSNBC,
This is my truth.
it was Lou who flipped out over Lawrence O'Donnell.
The Trump campaign staff, all of whom disgrace themselves every day by lying every day.
Get out of here.
He too saw distortion.
Yo, this shit is fire, dude. This is good content. Much respect to CBS Mornings for doing this. This is extremely my shit.
In the way his candidate was covered.
Critics say your tariffs will end up being like a national sales tax.
Nope. The countries will pay.
The countries will pay.
Did you see what he just did there?
What do you do?
Chop it. I saw that whole interview. He knocked it out of.
This is
Chop
the
it.
sound bites
Say
from when
one
he's
word,
propagating.
nail him. Say one word and nail him. That's why they call this fake news.
In the end,
you said this is my truth. You said this is fake news.
I'm going to pray for you guys tonight. And I mean that. I mean that.
Same.
no one's vote was changed because of our little get-together.
I think the point is to watch a lot of different news outlets and form your own opinion.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And yet the couples did find at least something to agree on.
Do you think these opinion shows are part of the problem?
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
Sometimes I think that
Yes,
both
I
sides
do.
show things skewing to their audience.
Yeah.
I wish we could stop this crap. You know, even the stuff that Fox says sometimes. I mean, this got to stop. I don't know what it's going to take.
Your stream pisses my dad the fuck off at least once a day. Wait, what? About what?
If we all acknowledge how we got into the silos and the problem with the diet, the media diet that we have, why do we keep eating it?
Pastime?
Habit?
Yes. 100%.
Okay, Tony. Oh, Dr. Phil at the end there? Keep eating it? I can't thank Lou and Karen and Dana and Jeff enough. I mean, they were good sports about it. And you know what? After that, we stopped rolling. They poured drinks for one another, hung out a little bit, watched the Yankees game.
Oh, really?
Alcohol always brings people together.
All jokes aside, this is very fascinating because I feel like if we do this more often, we will have an understanding of why people have a certain perspective, why they look through the lens that they look through.
Yeah.
What we fail to realize is that what we consume, like you said, it has a profound impact on how we see the world and how we communicate with each other.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of it's happening on cable, but a lot of it's also happening with the algorithm, right? You gotta almost have to
Right.
trade each other's phones every now and then to
True.
see what the other person's looking at.
Yeah, social media is feeding you a customized list of things that you want to see or have been predisposed to. Everybody in this studio was locked in watching that piece. It was so good. Shout out to Martin Finn, your producer.
Martin Finn brought it home with that one. And by the way, Lou and Karen, they watch us in the morning. So
Oh, great.
Your take on immigrants and it only being a difference of paperwork mainly? Wait, what? Your dad got mad at me because I correctly stated that the only difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant is paperwork? That's just, why is he getting mad at like a fact? He says once they cross illegally, they're criminals. Okay. Does he have the same level of smoke for jaywalkers? Like, I don't understand. Yeah. Some crimes are major crimes. Some crimes are minor crimes. He thinks Rhodesia used to be sick as fuck for context. Oh, okay. Well, I think you and I both know what kind of belief your dad has. It seems to me like it's not the paperwork part that he's upset about. Yeah, he's just racist. Also, why do you have a Groyper dad? His mom was Hitler Youth. Jesus Christ. Why are you calling out your dad so fucking hard right now? God damn. I have a pic of her handing flowers to Goering. Oh my God. How bad does it get, dude? What the fuck? Okay, I'm done. I'm done with your call out for your family members. This is insane. Crashing out on your dad in front of Chad is crazy. Yeah.
I know for a fact that Pennsylvania will dictate who's going to be next president of the United States.
The Puerto Rican Latino vote will be the deciding factor in the swing vote in this election.
In 2020, Biden only beat Trump by about 81,000 votes in Pennsylvania. There are around 580,000 eligible Latino voters in the state, and half of them are Puerto Rican.
Every Puerto Rican is going to vote for Trump right now. We'll take.
Pennsylvania, this is going to be a tight race until the very end.
This year, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have visited Pennsylvania more than any other battleground state ahead of the election. And both of them have been trying to earn the endorsements of reggaeton artists.
Justin Quiles and Unwell. I don't know if these people know who the hell you are, but it's good for the Puerto Rican vote.
This is a really big endorsement for the Harris campaign, and given Bad Bunny's popularity across the world and especially among the Latino populations.
Latinos were once thought of as a solid voter base for Democrats.
I will vote for Kamala. She's gonna get us out of the hole.
But that sentiment is now shifting.
Trump was already in office. I feel like he's gonna make a bigger difference now.
We visited a few counties in central Pennsylvania to talk to Puerto Ricans about how they're planning to vote and what they think of all this attention. In US presidential elections, candidates don't win by popular vote. A candidate can finish second by millions of votes and still be declared the winner. Instead, they must win the most votes in something called the Electoral College, which means that 7 states effectively decide the election. Pennsylvania has 19 Electoral College votes, the most of any swing state, and is a crucial state to win the election. Jacqueline Torres moved to Pennsylvania from Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria destroyed her home in 2017.
Perdimos todo, las camas, todo lo que teníamos en el hogar. Del cantito donde nosotros estábamos no podíamos ni salir de ahí porque los palos no dejaban pasar los carros ni nada. Entonces yo estaba embarazada, que yo tenía pues mucho miedo, no podíamos ir a los hospitales. El miedo que fue pues lo pasé bien heavy, bien fuerte.
Like over 3 million residents in Puerto Rico, Jacqueline is a U.S. citizen. She decided to move to the U.S. mainland after giving birth to her daughter.
Una vez tuve a mi hija, me cambió la vida por completo. Esa fue mi razón número 1 por que yo me quise venir para acá, pues para sacarla adelante. Puerto Rico me encanta. Es muy bonito y todo para vivir, pero uno no tiene el sostén con un trabajo a 7.25 la hora.
An estimated 200,000 Puerto Ricans moved to the U.S. after Hurricane Maria, which means a significant number of new voters. While Puerto Rico has been a U.S. territory since 1898, Puerto Ricans can't vote in the U.S. presidential election unless they live on the mainland.
Son miles de personas que hay allá que no pueden salir a votar. Tengo mi mamá y mi hermana. El resto de mi familia toda está completa en Puerto Rico. So, uno tiene que salir a votar aquí para que le den un mejor porvenir a ellos allá.
Jacqueline now works as a canvasser for Casa in Action, an organization which works to mobilize Pennsylvanian Latinos to vote for Democratic candidates like Kamala Harris. One study estimated that 38% of Latino voters in the state will be voting for the first time in this election. Jacqueline will be one of them.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline. I'm working in Casa in Action. I'm supporting this candidate. Can you support them?
Yep. Yes, I do.
Can you any concern right there, like in jobs, education, custom living?
Cost of living, yes.
Okay.
Plus Social Security.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline. It's for recording for the election on November 5. I'm supporting this candidate. Can you support them?
Nope.
Nope. Muchas personas me dicen como que no quieren salir a votar porque dicen que los presidentes no le dan nada, pero es como yo le digo, si tú no votas, tú no puedes decir yo voté por esta persona y no está haciendo nada por mí, so eso es la importancia de salir a votar.
Despite not being able to vote for president, Puerto Ricans on the island are directly impacted by the U.S. federal government. Trump was heavily criticized for his administration's response to Hurricane Maria, including decisions that contributed to mass food shortages and delays to billions of dollars of aid.
Volviendo al pasado, para el huracán María, Trump era presidente de los Estados Unidos y el único apoyo que se recibió en Puerto Rico fue tirándonos papel de baño. Somos ciudadanos, Puerto Rico es parte de la ciudadanía, so pudimos haber esperado más respuestas de él. Tengo la esperanza de que si Kamala puede ser la próxima presidenta de los Estados Unidos, ella puede dar o aportar un granito más en mi país de Puerto Rico.
In August, Harris was leading against Trump among Pennsylvanian Latinos by 35%. While the Latino electorate has historically leaned Democratic, that trend is no longer a given. And Latinos in the US are increasingly supportive of conservative candidates like Trump. Gardner Mojica plans to vote for him this November.
I'm hoping and praying that more Latinos jump on board with red because it's going to affect a lot of people. It's already affecting the Latino community with the inflation and everybody coming across the border, moving into town, making less space, making less jobs, making...
Dude, what? Bro, the craziest part about this is that, like, hella people that believe this shit also think he is the problem. Like, the other people in the group also consider you to be a part of the problem. What the fuck?
Less room for Americans to grow. And like I said, I don't have anything with anybody coming across the border trying to make a better living in an American life. But when you do that illegally, there's a line drawn right there.
Gardner's family is from Puerto Rico, but he's lived in the US his whole life. He'll be voting for the first time in this election.
I actually wasn't too familiar about politics until my wife started getting into it, and then I started listening, and then...
That's an anti-vaxxer. Nah, wife got into it because of anti-vax shit. I'll bet money on that. Wife got into like the anti-vaxxer orbit, got radicalized, and brought him along for the ride.
I started doing my own investigations.
Gardner lives in Reading, Pennsylvania's fourth largest city, which is now nearly 70% Latino. Like the majority of Latino voters in Pennsylvania, one of Gardner's primary concerns is the economy.
We were better under Trump. Work was better. Prices were definitely low. Right now, a pepper's up to $5. You know, there's a lot of things breaking down right now because of who's in office at this moment.
When we interviewed Gardner, he had just returned from a Trump rally 6 hours away.
We got back at 4:30 a.m. this morning, and I took my wife to work at 6 a.m. It really surprised me how much I've grown attached to these people around me that I've met at the rallies. And if you're a patriot or a part of MAGA, you would already know that you want a president that's going to put his foot down and do the right things for the country.
It is difficult to anticipate how new voters like Gardner will vote. And in swing states with narrow margins like Pennsylvania, these voters could tip the election.
I think I put some stuff here, yeah. Trump headbands, car covers, Trump decals for the windows, block the sun. These are the Trump golf balls.
Guy who's like, I didn't really pay attention to politics until like 8 months ago. Goes to a Trump rally, now has Trump decals on his fucking car. Like, it's a cult, man.
And they say Trump 2024 on them. Doing this vending has...
Oh, he's selling them! Oh my, of course he is. Of course he is. Of course he's a merch peddler, dude. Oh my God. Dude, do these guys not have a, like, is this it? Do they not have any other jobs? Like, I feel like if you look at the media, it's like the only time you ever see a Trump supporter in their place of work is when they're selling you the ugliest Redbubble t-shirt you've ever seen from the back of their cars.
Allowed me to meet so many different great Trump supporters. It's been an amazing trip, and I don't regret anything.
Also, what the fuck does this guy think? Like, he thinks like, yeah, we can't have no more Mexicans in the country because they're gonna steal my small business idea and sell Trump t-shirts themselves. I hate that. Damn, dude.
If I had to do it again, I'd do it again for another 4 years.
I found an interview with his wife on Fox News. Shut up. Are you serious?
Many Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania have been living here for generations. In the 1940s, Puerto Ricans were flown back and forth from the island to central Pennsylvania for seasonal work.
Take part in a policy over. Reading about you, I know in 2016 you voted for Donald Trump, and there you're wearing his support in a shirt. He and
Is this actually this guy's wife? Or are y'all just lying?
J.D. Vance. What is the? And I know the economy is the.
So the guy fucking lied. Because the guy was like, oh, my wife only recently got into politics. It's like, bro, she was pro-Trump in 2016. Fuck you mean recently got into politics?
On farms. Isimac Torres Figueroa's grandfather also migrated around that time period. Her family has lived in and around Reading ever since.
My grandfather, he came to Pennsylvania from Puerto Rico because of, like everybody, job. And he came and he was able to speak both English and Spanish because he served in the military. He was able to find a job at the local steel mill in Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. He was looked at as a leader at work and in the community. My grandfather, again, the founder of the Centro Hispano, founder of the Puerto Rican Club in the city. So my grandfather was, in essence, my mentor, my hero, and I'm following in his footsteps. And he never ran for office, but he always told me, if you're not a part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
Isimac and her husband Angel are deeply involved in Pennsylvania politics. They are both members of the Democratic Party and have run for local office.
So that was my first run. I won by 3 votes. It was a great win. 2 days after, our bank account was negative $9 and no money, but we won the election.
Isimac lost a close local election in 2023. She now worries about misogyny in the presidential election this year.
This is my poster from when I ran as a Democratic candidate in 2023 for Berks County Commissioner. Only female on the Democratic ticket, and what bumped me out was the difference of 1,984 votes. And again, a lot of votes that male voters in Pennsylvania refuse to vote for women. You know, there's this, unfortunately, this sexist mentality when it comes to going out to vote. That women are inferior to men. And that's one of the reasons why, I'm supporting Kamala Harris for president, because she's strong.
This year, they are organizing behind the scenes.
My family and I, besides running candidates for office, we also try to empower our community to realize the importance of their vote.
Biden is president today because of Reading. Of course, Philly's gonna come out as they should, Pittsburgh's gonna come out as they should, but these smaller communities like Reading and Allentown, that's where you win elections. My daughter, Olivia, is working on the ground. She's doing voter registration. She's like, Dad, I'm concerned. I've never, ever experienced having so many Latinos getting registered as Republicans. So they assume that Latinos are Democrats, and that's not my experience. When I'm out, when I come after mass, and you talk to Latinos, they're like, no, we're not supporting this. While overwhelmingly they'll vote Democrat, but it depends on the issue.
For Angel, the biggest issues are comprehensive immigration reform and the economy.
I think the cost of goods is another factor. I feel it. We feel it in our house. Overall, we'll see what's going to happen come November 5th. It's clear to me that Latinos, in particular Puerto Ricans, will decide who's going to become president of the United States. Kamala is going to be so much better for our community, but I hope that when she wins, that we'll be front and center. We're not going to be the third row. We're going to be at the table.
At the end of the day, we just have to hope that the person that you support gets into office. And if they don't, then we just don't give up, right? We still have elections every year. Your local elections are more important than your presidential elections. For me, the work continues.
Nikki Jam, by the way, who was called a woman by Donald Trump, who endorsed Donald Trump while wearing a MAGA hat a month ago, has now withdrawn his endorsement from the former president.
Mi gente, normalmente yo no soy una persona de contestar.
Nikki, whose father is Puerto Rican, tells his 43 million followers on Instagram that he supported Trump because he thought he would be good for the economy, but he can't look past the disrespect that he's shown towards Puerto Rico.
Este tipo de cosas en las cámaras. Pues en mis redes sociales me refiero, una entrevista así. La razón por la cual yo apoyé a Donald Trump era porque yo pensé que era lo mejor para la economía en los Estados Unidos, donde vivimos muchos latinos, me incluyo, muchos inmigrantes que están sufriendo por la economía, y él siendo negociante.
Told you. He's a loser and an irrelevant urban singer. Whatever. Doesn't matter. What matters is the Trump campaign thought he would be a reliable ally. They are very desperate for anyone and everyone. But even the people that he's like secured allies from, allegiances from, are turning on him. You can't fuck with Puerto Rico, man. I'm just saying. You can't talk shit on Puerto Rico. Trump's meme guy, after bashing Puerto Rico in a disgusting rant, has a message to Puerto Ricans.
Concern among many MAGA regarding
Why the fuck does he have the same background that I used to have? Thank God I don't have the same background anymore.
Puerto Rico. I have no fucking idea why. If there are Puerto Ricans who are willing to surrender America to communism over a comedian making a joke, fuck you. Fuck you right back to fucking Puerto Rico. If you are in the fucking United States of America right now and you're on the actual fucking the lower 48, you're there, you're not on your shit ass island, you have no right to complain about how people perceive your dirty ass island, period. And if you're willing to vote or against Donald Trump because he accurately, or because a comedian rather, not even Donald Trump, but because a comedian accurately made a joke about the fact that your country, fucking nation state, whatever the fuck you guys are, territory is overrun with trash, fuck you. I expect more from Puerto Rican Americans. If you're a Puerto Rican, you know exactly what your problem is with your island. I've fucking been there. You can sell your bullshit somewhere else. I've fucking been there. I've seen how fucking dirty it is. I've seen the violent crime. I've seen the poverty. And I've seen the goddamn trash. And so, yes, there was a joke made at your fucking expense. And it wouldn't be funny if your island wasn't actually a floating trash heap. So, you're not going to actually impact this election in a negative way, no matter how much you virtue signal about this stupid ass story.
Damn, dog. Tell us how you really feel. Holy shit. That's crazy. I mean, that's why Tony Hinchcliffe's joke, quote unquote joke, wasn't really a fucking joke, but exactly how people feel about Puerto Ricans and Puerto Rico in general. And that's why a lot of Puerto Ricans were mad, because they were like, wait, hold up. This shit's annoying. You're being kind of racist. Trump's meme guy is so funny. What the fuck is a Trump meme guy? All right, I got it. The guy in the Al Jazeera video and his wife are quoted in the article because they went to the MSG rally. Did you see this fire-ass lineup? No, I did not. It's insane.
Are you Puerto Rican?
Yes, I am.
You are. Did anything that happened at Madison Square Garden last week?
Yes. Yes, it did affect. Yes, it did affect my decision a lot.
What was it like to hear that Puerto Rico is floating garbage in the ocean?
It was horrible because it is not true. It is nice for them to go on vacation, I bet, to my island and enjoy the beautiful people all over there in the culture. But you're going to call us trash? How much have we contributed? Because my people go to war just like every other American citizen here in the United States.
You are American citizens.
Yes.
You're
that's what I'm
non-immigrants.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Like every other American citizen here, we all go to war.
The MAGA folks, the Trump folks are saying, oh, it's a joke. It's not a big deal. It's
No,
not
it's
making
not a joke. That was not a joke.
Were you leaning towards him before this?
I would say yes.
And now?
No.
You think it's going to make a difference in the election?
Yes, it's going to make a difference.
Do you think that the Puerto Rican community could
Yes, absolutely.
decide who's going to be president?
Yes. As a female, we were already leaning more towards Kamala when it has to do with women's rights. So now you just pushed us even more. Now you pushed the Puerto Rican women even more.
You said you were leaning towards him to vote. And
Yeah. Donald Trump says, alongside JD Vance, says that those who are documented with TPS are actually technically undocumented and they will be mass deported. Donald Trump and his supporters say Puerto Ricans are, trash. The Puerto Rican island is trash, even though they're American citizens, by the way. So it almost feels like a lot of this anti-immigrant sentiment, as I have called out time and time again, has virtually nothing to do with someone's immigration status and everything to do with the perception, the color of their skin, their lack of being American in the eyes of the Trump Republicans.
now you're like,
Wow. I didn't want to say so, but no, he doesn't have my vote.
Thank you.
Higher quality. My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. It's true. You can't be president if you hate the American people, which I believe they do. And Kamala Harris is not fit to be president of the United States. In no way is she fit. She doesn't have the intellect, the stamina, or that special quality that real leaders, people like Brett Favre, have. They don't have it. They don't have it.
I can't believe that he's just wearing the garbage man high vis, and people eat this shit up, dog. They're like, oh my God, he basically is working class. He did this. Anyway, he's as orange as 90% of English women. Yeah. So this was his defense after the
we
MSG
are just 7
rally.
days away from election night, although every day is election day until then, because if there's voting in America, it's election day. Earlier today, I sat down with former President Trump for an exclusive interview. Here's part one of that interview. Mr. President.
Okay, we're not going to do this yet because I really, really, really want to cover this Elon Musk story, which I think is really, really funny. And yet another reason why I believe that Kamala Harris's chances are not as bad as the way that a lot of people feel. Now, once again, it's still up in the air. I'm not going to say that there is any sort of firm prediction that I'm putting out there. I'm not very confident in my assessment. I especially am not confident in my assessment in these past couple of months. Although I originally said that Kamala Harris is most likely going to win, I do not consider that likelihood to be as high any longer. No, that's not the Elon Musk thing I was looking for. This is the Elon Musk thing I was looking for. Workers say they were tricked and threatened as a part of Elon Musk's Get Out to Vote effort. Paid canvassers in Michigan were hauled into a U-Haul van with no rear seating, threatened with money being withheld for their motel rooms, and more. Per video obtained by Wired, door knockers for a subcontractor of Elon Musk's America PAC sat on the floor of a moving van with no seats, or seatbelts, obviously, separated by their driver with a metal cage. I want to once again reiterate, I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. I explained to you guys that if you get in bed with pigs, you're going to smell like shit. Donald Trump is a con man, but regardless of his con man status, I don't think he's ever relegated canvassing to another con man. Okay? This is what happens when you get another con man to run a super PAC for you, and because you believe them you believe their lies, you just decide that you can have Elon Musk run your fucking door knocking operation. What a fucking stupid mistake. And of course, part of the reason why this is an issue is because Donald Trump doesn't have a lot of money. Most of the money he has is going to the legal battles. So he doesn't have enough money to orchestrate a direct campaign-led canvassing effort. If you don't have a direct campaign-led canvassing effort and you relegate it to super PACs, especially super PACs that have never actually operated before, like Elon Musk, you are going to run into issues. As we know, a couple things that Elon Musk did with his super PAC so far, the $1 million prize every single day, which is now under investigation by the Philadelphia District Attorney for being in violation of electioneering and election laws. Another thing that he did was lie about how many doors they've actually knocked on, which is crazy work, by the way, because a big part of the canvassing operation, and the reason why it's usually done by the campaign, is because you need high level data, like incredible amounts of data. Which doors that you need to knock on? What did they say? Are they likely going to vote? Are they not going to vote? There's a lot of phone banking that has to happen beforehand. This is not easy stuff. This is like incredibly specific information that you need so that you can make the most out of the finite amount of time you have. You can't knock on every single fucking person's door, right? So canvassing operations being relegated to an outside group and not directed by the campaign is really funny, because then when they lie about the doors that they're actually knocking on, they're actually tanking the fucking campaign. That's a shit ton of data that they can't even fucking communicate back to the campaign, because a super PAC cannot directly communicate with the campaign. People violate that all the time. Elon Musk is obviously side by side with Donald Trump on regular frequency. But it's something that you need to understand. Like, this is Elon Musk America PAC had canvassers in the back of the U-Haul. Okay, calm down. That's not. But isn't this typical outsourcing key tasks? Certain tasks like ads can be outsourced to super PACs. Canvassing, as far as I understand, at least big chunks of canvassing, are still very much controlled by the campaign. The reason why you need to control the canvassing directly is because of the incredible amount of information that you're getting from knocking on doors. who voted for who. Like you know, how many people in the household voted for Donald Trump? Which is the last election they participated in? What is the likelihood that they want to vote for Donald Trump? And what is a major reason for why they could vote for Donald Trump? These are really, really, really important key pieces of data. Now, this exact same thing happened in Acorn in 2008. It resulted in people turning in voter registrations with obviously fake names just because they got paid per registration. Yeah. Yeah. If not for the campaign, it's at least the state party. Because that's really, really reliable and really, that is really, I don't know if the word is expensive, but that's just really important data that you want to have. Okay. It's a big part of how you win elections. It's really valuable data. Yes. Anyway, but that's not the last part of this drama. That's not the last part of this saga. It turns out Elon Musk was doing a whole bunch of other nonsense alongside the things that I just mentioned. Workers say they were tricked and threatened as a part of Elon Musk's Get Out the Vote effort. America PAC door knockers were flown to Michigan, driven in the back of a U-Haul, and told they'd have to pay hotel bills unless they met unrealistic quotas. One was surprised they were working to elect Donald Trump. I was in shock and disbelief, says a paid door knocker flown to Michigan to help turn out the vote for former President Donald Trump on behalf of Elon Musk's America PAC. In Michigan, canvassers paid door knockers for the former president, contracted by a firm associated with America PAC, have been subjected to poor working conditions. A number of them have been driven around in the back of a seatless U-Haul van, according to a video obtained by Wired, and threatened that their lodging at a local motel wouldn't be paid for if they didn't meet canvassing quotas. One door knocker alleges they didn't even know they were signing up for anything having to do with Musk or Trump. A representative for Musk and America PAC did not return a request for comment. The contract these door knockers signed with Blitz Canvassing, which is a subcontractor of Musk's America PAC, says they are expected to maintain a 17 to 22% engagement rate during the campaign, which is a high target relative to the number of people who typically open their door for a stranger. A group of out-of-state America PAC canvassers were told during a recent team meeting that if they didn't meet their targets, which the door knockers say were more than 1,000 a week on total doors knocked, the organization would stop paying for their motel rooms. What's going to happen is they're going to stop paying for these rooms, a manager told the door knockers in an audio recording obtained by Wired. Not only did Elon take the @America Twitter handle for his pro-Trump PAC, he's hiring staff directly through it. $30 an hour, goddamn. Blitz Canvassing, which had received more than $9 million from America PAC for presidential campaign canvassing as of October 29, did not immediately reply to a request for comment. One of the canvassers who was flown in from outside the Midwest tells Wired they had no idea they'd be knocking on doors in support of Trump, or that the subcontractor they were working for was part of Elon Musk's voter turnout operation through America PAC. I knew nothing of the job or much of the job description other than going door to door and asking voters who they are voting for, says a door knocker. Door knocker adds that they had overheard my supervisor and a few others mention Elon Musk by name, marking the first time they had heard of the billionaire X's owner's involvement. The Trump campaign has largely outsourced its field operations in Michigan to Musk and in Philadelphia or Pennsylvania to Musk. A move that has come under heavy criticism as previously reported by Wired. Blitz Canvassing has also reportedly had issues with fake door knocks being flagged by campaign sidekick. The glitchy app used by America Pac in Nevada and Arizona. If I'm not mistaken, Sidekick is another conman's application. Turning Point USA's very own Charlie Kirk. I think Turning Point USA is supposed to be doing door knocking in. Turning Point USA is supposed to be doing door knocking operations in Arizona and Nevada. Just so you understand. It is multi-level marketing initiatives all the way down. Okay? These guys are farming dumbass Trump Republicans for money and then taking that money and then using the money that they got in campaign contributions and basically funding and facilitating their own apps. You need to have your own app instead of using Minivan, which is like the door knocking, the canvassing field organizing application I used as well. They have made their own version, shittier version of this, which is really funny. Yeah, van is only for Dems, but yes. Just anecdotal, I live in the swingiest area and I've not seen a single Turning Point door knocker. I've seen quite a few Kamala door knockers. The guy behind Sidekick, by the way, Drew Ryan, is a strategist for multiple organizations and nonprofits. Also the founder and CEO of Campaign Sidekick, a voter contact management system. One of the Republican National Committee's preferred vendors, Campaign Sidekick, currently serves over 100 campaigns each election cycle. Everyone is trying to get the bag. It is so funny. They're running an NFT style door knocking operation. That's incredible. The video from the inside the van shows a bumpy ride with a cage separating mostly black door knockers from their driver. The driver also told a group of door knockers that he was in pain and had difficulty driving. I just had surgery, bro, the U-Haul driver says in another recording obtained by Wired. Like half of my foot is cut off. I'm scared, the door knocker who spoke to Wired replies on the recording. And all the manager is concerned about is how many motherfucking doors the bitch got. The driver responds. The canvassers were then dropped off roughly 40 miles apart from each other, relying on the mobile app to log their interactions at front doors. Republicans looked at a ground game and decided the best thing to do here is to just set up your own apps so you can make money on the side. It's grifters grifting other grifters. Incredible. Field organizing normally does not work this way. The gold standard for door knocking apps is minivan, and transportation usually involves carpooling with other volunteers or campaign staff offering a ride, preferably with seat belts. Initially, the paid door knockers for Bliss subcontractor didn't have transportation to get around Michigan since no one in the group had a valid driver's license. On Saturday, October 19th, supervisors for the canvassers initially commandeered some Ubers for them to reach their list of addresses. But by Sunday, the door knockers were loaded in a rented U-Haul moving van with no rear seating or seatbelts. That's insane. Anyway. The campaign sidekick app used by America PAC has severe limitations in its functionality, including a lack of tracking feature. Hence, the requirement that canvassers leave GPS services on their personal devices at all times, according to a contract reviewed by Wired, forcing them to use offline walkbooks, a function of the America PAC app that don't offer the support of a GPS or real-time upload capabilities. Oh my God. This is incredible work, dude. This is spectacular. Congratulations to all involved. Recommended attire includes a red polo shirt with khaki pants or jeans and closed-toe shoes. The attire section of the contract reads, clothing with graffiti writing or ripped jeans or shorts is not allowed. This is AI, isn't it? Or is this real? Is it real? It looks like it's AI. It's real. Here's the full video.
250 million people are not garbage. I can tell you who the real...
Oh, he looks like shit in this fit, dude. It's so funny. Oh, I like that, dude. He is... Once again, proving Mr. Zest, the nickname that I've given him, the Queen of Zest himself, loves to do his little dress ups. Okay, loves to do his little dress ups. This is a rare Trump. This is fantastic. It's spectacular.
But we won't say that.
Oh, that's why he did the Trump Make America Great Again. It's a garbage truck. Like he's getting on a garbage truck. Damn, they had that shit ready to go, dude. How do you miss the door handle, dog? What the fuck? Okay. Call me David Pac-Man the way I'm believing that Trump might be mentally deficient. Okay? Okay. That's it. I'm sorry. This right here, this is like his Hillary Clinton at the 9/11 memorial moment, dude. He almost fell. Yo! Okay. I think something is afoot. David and Brian are pissed us on? What do you mean? No, I agree with them. David Pac-Man, Brian Taylor Cohen, you guys are both right. This is the first time that I've agreed with the 700 videos that have been made about how Donald Trump is actually delusional. I agree. This is like the most objectively he's not all there moment that he's had, in my opinion.
Guys, full camera.
I like the analogy here. Like, is he saying that Trump supporters are garbage? Like, what's this, optically speaking, what is this supposed to imply? Like, he's the garbage man? Trump supporters are garbage? Like, he's confirming it? Like, what's happening? Is it simply to just remind people that at the top of the hour, there's no longer a 3-minute ad break, but you can still subscribe, even though it's not the top of the hour, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Now that my contract is up, I'm no longer running those ads. Just saying. He's getting in the truck in the wrong spot. He's the trash man. He grabs the trash, he eats it, then he spits it out. Oh, Flocky, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. What's going on? Do you need a contract? No. Twitch no longer offers contracts. I'm one of the last ones. This goes hard, though. I just don't get it because it's like, is he trying to say that, like, yeah, we are trash? Maybe he's saying that, like, it's weird. It just like reminds me of the 2022 midterm election and lead up to it, where the Trump supporters in New York were going crime, 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 crime. They were just like yelling crime. Like they weren't saying you're pro crime. It almost felt like they were pro crime. Like they're too angry to make a proper analogy. I guess it's like people wearing the deplorables hat. They're like, hell yeah, we are deplorable and I like it. That type of shit. They're reclaiming it. Here's another fantastic thing that Elon Musk said.
We have to reduce spending to live within our means. Yeah, that necessarily involves some temporary hardship, but it will ensure long-term prosperity. We have to reduce spending to live within our means.
Yeah, this is him saying, unearthed audio, billionaire Trump surrogate Elon Musk says that Trump's agenda will cause hardship for the middle class, but says it's necessary. There will be some necessary hardships in mass deportations that come after mass deportations, but, you know, it's good. People will learn their lesson. Like I've said, I'm not in favor of mass deportation. I'm in favor of deporting one illegal immigrant. His name is Elon Musk. That's it. That is the extent of my anti-immigrant sentiment. I am in favor. I used to say no deportations, no human is illegal. It turns out there's one human that I do believe is illegal. His name is Elon Musk. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, fuck it. Melania can stay. I don't give a shit. Trump supporter getting roasted.
Outside is like, oh, it's a Nazi rally, right? That is true. No, this is nothing like a Nazi rally. The Nazis were in shape, first of all. They took care of themselves, unlike this guy over here, right? Seriously, when I look at you,
Damn, he's getting sad.
makes me think that groceries aren't expensive enough. I kid. It's not a Nazi rally. I hate when people use that term. When they call Trump a Nazi. Right. He's the candidate preferred by Nazis. Here's another issue that drives me crazy. Inflation, am I right? It's crazy right now. Crazy right now. Can you believe it's costing Elon Musk $1 million per voter to steal the election? It's a disgrace. The Democrats are running on abortion a lot, right? Yeah. That's a big issue in this election. Yeah. What would you say to people worried about losing that right? Aside from what is it like to have sex?
I do not believe that they should be pouring across our borders.
Foreigners are destroying American jobs.
That is true.
Did you know that just one illegal immigrant caused 6,000 people to lose their jobs at Twitter? This guy Elon something.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point.
If Trump succeeds in forcing through mass deportations combined with Elon hacking away at the government, firing people and reducing the deficit, there will be an initial severe overreaction in the economy. This economy propped up with debt, generating asset bubbles and artificially suppressed wages as a result of illegal immigration. Markets will tumble. But when the storm passes and everyone realizes we are on the sounder footing, there will be a rapid recovery to a healthier, sustainable economy. History could be made in the coming 2 years. Elon Musk's response sounds about right. So if you are recognizing that artificially suppressed wages exist, I have one other solution to this that does not, that is not as costly. Okay, hear me out for this. It's called processing the paperwork of every single undocumented migrant and then allowing them to participate in the labor pool alongside the rest of the documented labor, the rest of the documented working class. Okay? Guys, stop. Yes, I said participate. Okay, shut up. It seems almost like a much better strategy, but what the fuck do I know, you know?
Obamacare. I think we have this exchange.
October surprise. Speaker Johnson lets slip him and Trump is secret is the repeal the ACA and pre-existing conditions protections the first 100 days.
Healthcare reform is going to be a
By the way, that's not even a secret. He literally fucking said he was going to do that last time he ran.
big part of the agenda. When I say we're going to have a very aggressive first 100 days agenda, we got a lot of things on the table.
No Obamacare.
No Obamacare. Yeah, the ACA is so deeply ingrained. We need massive reform to make this work, and we got a lot of ideas on how to do that.
Obamacare. I think we have.
Pretty open. Like, they've pretty openly said that. Anyway, let's watch.
Tonight, let's talk about.
Let's watch John Oliver's brutal deconstruction of Trump's campaign promise of mass deportation. I think it's important to watch this. I've said that this is a massive issue and that, wait, this part, the second part of the John Oliver, wait, this.
We're going to keep talking about immigration.
Wait, oh, he did 2 episodes on it? Okay. Anyway, let's watch it, dude. I have to piss. But I can't even fucking leave this video running without having it fucking jitter every goddamn time because Twitter video is so bad. Oh my God, this motherfucker can't even do Twitter video, dude. It's not going to be available in my country probably. Wait, what? Maybe it is. Yeah, it's not. Is there another one? I know the full episodes are available. It's just they don't let you watch it in America until like Thursday or some shit. I don't have VPN. Stop saying use VPN. Oh my God. I will vote for Donald Trump. Fuck. Shut up. Oh my God. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God. Isn't it saying Adolf Hitler a stretch though? No, it's not. That's why I'm saying it. It's not a stretch at all. Okay? Hitler analogies are very important because everyone knows he is the big bad. Okay? And my disagreements with Adolf Hitler do not revolve around, I don't know, his opinion on building the fucking Autobahn or some shit. Okay? It very much revolves around his fascist ideology. And at this point, Stephen Miller and Donald Trump are directly echoing his sentiment. Directly. Like, yeah, he's goofy and shit, but like, let's be real. This is straight up Hitlerian. It's definitely a stretch. It's just fear-mongering. It's definitely a stretch. Dog, Adolf Hitler killed 12 million people in concentration camps and work camps, okay? 6 million Jews. Donald Trump wants to mass deport, which, by the way, Adolf Hitler originally also wanted to deport the Jews, okay? Donald Trump also wants to mass deport 20 million people is the number that he's giving. What do you think this is? It is a direct one-to-one comparison. It's not a stretch at all. If anything, you're stretching to try and make it seem like the most violent part of Hitler's ideology is not a direct one-to-one comparison to Donald Trump's. Did you say 8 million? It was 12 million killed? That's what I said. I said 12 million killed, 6 million Jews. This is before we covered the people that died fighting. Is everybody okay? It's not a one-to-one comparison. No, it is precisely a one-to-one comparison. I did say 12. Not gonna lie, you call way too much stuff Hitler, Nazis getting tired and losing its meaning. You need to use better comparisons. If you have an understanding of history, it should be easy. Okay. What do you think is a valid comparison to Adolf Hitler? When one president running on a fascist ideology of saying there are deserving American citizens, America is for Americans, Germany is for Germans, okay? That immigrants are poisoning the blood of the nation, which is, again, exactly what Hitler said. When you have this situation and you have Donald Trump also saying we're going to mass deport 20 million migrants who are parasitic, who have diseases, who eat cats and dogs, who are rapists and drug dealers and murderers, just lying about 20 million people with the hopes of getting enough people on board to do mass deportations. What is a better comparison? At what point would you consider what Donald Trump is saying and doing to be Hitlerian? Please. Does he have to grow a mustache and then cut it in a way like Adolf Hitler? Is that when you will do it? Is it because he's not Roman saluting? Or will you consider it Hitlerian after he's done with his policies? And even then, you'll be defending it, it seems, tooth and nail all the way to the very end. I agree, but can you explain how it escalates from mass deportation to death camps? I don't know if John Oliver will explain in this argument, but Hitler's original plan was called the Madagascar Plan, which was mass deportation of Jews. Hitler also routinely fucking criticized other countries for not taking Jews away from Germany and said that the responsibility was on them to take the Jewish refugees. Okay? Mass extermination, the final solution, came towards the end. I mean, it was a process of mass extermination that was already occurring, but it finalized because it was too costly in the eyes of the Nazis to maintain concentration camps filled with these people who were considered undesirable. Okay? You don't start off the argument by saying we're just going to fucking jail 20 million people. Okay? You start off by giving justifications, as Hitler did as well, false justifications as to why the dehumanization has to set in, which is what Donald Trump has been doing for the past 8 years. Then you move on from dehumanization to directly deportation, like some more permissible forms of dealing with the problem. Once you establish that there's a problem to begin with, when there is no problem, you then require a solution. The solution is deportation until it becomes too costly to deport them. The process in which you deport 20 million people that are currently living on U.S. soil, 1 in 15 American families have at least one family member that is undocumented. You'd be ripping apart 1 in 15 fucking families in this country, okay? And the only way that you can conduct this kind of mass sweeping campaigns is through dragnets, is through mass deportation policies where you go and you basically arrest every single person that looks the part, okay? With the assumption that they're most likely a criminal undocumented migrant. Then you would have to very quickly process them through the court system if you still have any sort of interest in maintaining a court system at all, okay? and in which you would have 300 people, 400 people at a time sitting in a fucking courtroom where one judge just sanctions off their mass deportations. Now you have to process these people. You have to put them somewhere. And in order to put them somewhere, you have to build camps. You have to build camps where you concentrate certain subsects of American society. You have to militarize these concentration camps. Okay? But at this point, you've already built a case for why these guys are criminals. You've already seen that the entire nation is willing to go along with this kind of dangerous rhetoric, with this kind of dangerous sentiment. So now you have to build some camps. And in these camps, it's not like you're going to have, fantastic living arrangements. You're talking about 20 million people after all. There's an economic toll to this kind of thing. Okay? So you put them in less than desirable conditions, slam them into these fucking concentration facilities at the border with the goal of inevitably deporting them. Where will you deport 20 million people? Nobody knows. But, we'll figure it out. Now, there is a dark part of American history where a similar thing happened. Donald Trump actually brings it up all the time. Under Eisenhower, it was called the Bracero Program, Operation WB. I won't say the word. Donald Trump actually brings that up quite frequently. He says that was a fantastic operation. It was only 1.2 million, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Mexican origin people living on U.S. soil. Operation Dry Front, but the opposite of Dry Front. Okay? In that process, there were American citizens born in the United States of America with documentation that were also deported. They were shipped away. They were put in concentration camps. They were cleaned with chemicals, and then they were shipped away to other places that they did not belong to. Okay? I don't know why you haven't responded to a single damn thing that I've mentioned so far. Yeah, this is it. Short-lived operation used military-style tactics to remove Mexican immigrants, some of them American citizens from the United States. Though millions of Mexicans had legally entered the country through joint immigration programs in the first half of the 20th century, and some who were naturalized citizens who were once native, Operation WB was designed to send them to Mexico. There were plenty of people who weren't even Mexican that were sent back to Mexico. At a certain point in the process, you will start recognizing that this mass deportation policy is simply too costly and ineffective. And considering the fact that the reason for mass deportation wasn't necessarily born out of any sort of like logical problem that you foresaw, with the only solution being mass deportation, and simply lies that you are telling about people that you have otherized successfully, dehumanized successfully, such as undocumented migrants are responsible for crime or whatever, which is completely false. Undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. Undocumented migrants are stealing our jobs is also bullshit. Undocumented migrants steal our social safety nets is also fucking bullshit. They actually cannot take advantage of American social safety nets, even though we don't have a lot of social safety nets to begin with. And instead, they put back into the economy significantly more than they actually take out of the economy. You will inevitably arrive at the only solution, which is the cheapest one, which is mass murder, mechanized death in concentration camps. Do you understand? Yeah, only problem is there is no Red Army to stop it this time. Mentioned that this was actually invited by the owners themselves, because the process in which this is conducted is simply a gentle slap on the wrist baked into the corporate profit margins. This literally was invited by the corporate owners. The reason for why it happened is because they had a litany of sexual assaults and harassment cases, and that the workers were getting together to demand back pay that they were not given. And the owners literally called ICE on themselves to be like, we suspected there's undocumented migrants in these facilities. ICE came in and mass deported them. You want to know something really interesting? They were brought there by Purdue. They were brought there and placed in trailer parks by, I think it was Purdue, not Tyson. And you know what they did immediately after the mass deportation took place? They went back to the same areas to bring in a new crop of undocumented migrants into that same exact trailer park. The next day. No, they fucking didn't. Holy fuck. If Trump does win, do we think he will go full hog and do insane shit, or will he pretty much do nothing and some shitty stuff like last time? That's so fucked. No, they didn't. Holy fuck. He doesn't cover it here, but he covered that all in a different episode last year. I'm being sarcastic, lol. Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, they did do that. Could Trump accomplish all of this if it wasn't Tyson, it was Smithyfield? No, I thought it was Purdue. But anyway, yeah, no repercussions for the company whatsoever, because the repercussions are built into the profit margins. Okay? If the corporate owners that are regularly hiring undocumented immigrants, deliberately moving them around the country, placing them in trailer parks right next to the fucking chicken factory on purpose, knowing full well that they're undocumented and therefore they can be extra exploited. If the cost for that on their end is significantly better than the financial or criminal penalties they might incur, then of course they're going to do that. It's basically a deportation tax. When your workers get a little too rowdy, you deport them and you bring in a new crop. Sentiment is so goddamn commonplace in America, and that's precisely the reason why that 60-60 problem that I consistently repeat occurs. A lot of Americans don't understand that they are constantly in contact with undocumented migrants, that they are neighbors, that they are people that are working in places that you go to and frequent on a daily fucking basis. Some people are aware that these people are undocumented. They just think that Donald Trump, when he says he's going to do mass deportation, will not deport them. 60-60 problem is 60% of Americans want, and this is reductive, but 60% of Americans want mass deportations. That very same 60% of Americans also want a conditional amnesty program set forth for undocumented migrants that have been living on U.S. soil for an extended period of time that have not done a crime. Okay? As AOC also said, 1 in 15 people live in mixed documented housing. 1 in 15. 1 in 15 Americans live in mixed documented housing. What makes you think it's the same 60%? Okay, it's 40 plus 20. 20% of people, at the very least, that are saying that they want fucking mass deportation also want mass amnesty. Is that good? %60 of the people polled on this fucking issue, at a minimum, 20% of those people that want mass deportation also want mass amnesty. It's the 60 is more than 100. You obtuse. Wait, I don't think you guys understand. I'm stating that the very same people that are polled by 60% margins want mass deportations. The exact same group, when asked, would you like to offer conditional amnesty to undocumented immigrants? That same exact 100%, 60% of them say, yes, I do. Do you not see a fucking inconsistency here? It's not two different pools of people. It's the same pool of people. That he says it does need fixing. No, our immigration system is broken. It does need fixing. But the problem is when I say our immigration system is broken and it needs fixing, I mean we need faster processing. We need mass amnesty and we need faster processing for people that want to come here legally, okay? It is only when you shut that opportunity off that people come in illegally. This is the entire conversation that I had with Greg Kazar yesterday. These are pro-cartel policies that are implemented by the Republican Party in most circumstances, and now even the Democratic Party is advocating for it as well. Saying that the real problem, the real immigration crisis and the real problem is that there isn't enough border enforcement is ridiculous. There's plenty border enforcement. There's plenty border enforcement. There's plenty CBP operating inside of big cities. The problem is that we do not have a safe and legal means of migrating into the United States to work.
Deportations.
If you were old enough in 2001, you would have been just as freaked out that the U.S. was about to put Muslims in concentration camps like they did with the Japanese in the 40s, but huge shocker, they didn't end up doing that. Are you actually saying that America's post 9/11 policies were good? We killed like 1 million fucking brown people in the Middle East, destabilized tens of millions. Its impact has destroyed entire economies. Its impact has deliberately destabilized half of the fucking planet. We also, on top of that, did the Patriot Act. We created the Department of Homeland Security. We created ICE, which is the agency that we're talking about that is currently doing mass, the agency tasked with these mass deportations. We literally opened up Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay, on rented out land over from Cuba so that we could torture people without having to deal with our pesky little laws such as habeas corpus, due process and the like. And not only that, but also 12,000 American boys and girls killed when they went over there to fucking protect the military-industrial complex's economic interests. The idea that we are not bouldering towards straight-up fascism every single fucking election is so silly. We did a metric ton of horrifying nonsense. We invaded a country that had nothing to do with 9/11 after we invaded a country that also had nothing to do with 9/11 to begin with. We invaded Afghanistan, and then we decided to fucking invade Iraq, and we lied to do that. On U.S. soil. We're not going to create 40 shit today on U.S. soil. That is a very, very stupid thing to say, especially when considering that we already have done child separation policies at the border camps as a direct deterrence measure. Donald Trump did do that. Okay? The only issue you have is that, like, yeah, the concentration camps that we have right now that are currently in operation are just not gassing the migrants yet. The Afghanistan thingy is half true, kind of. Yeah, dude. The Afghan government and Afghanistan played a pivotal role in 9/11. You're right. That's why we had to kill all those fucking goat herders and shit. Anyway. Everything needs to be an exact repeat of a T for these people. No, these people are just like willingly trying to delude themselves. Like these people are willingly blind to the realities of the metric ton of cruelty that we subject others to. That's it. Intentional choice because it'd be understandable if you'd use they when talking about what America has done and is doing. I'm an American citizen. I live in the United States of America. I see the endless amount of opportunity in this country in order not to be a force for evil, and I'm not going to stop advocating for it. Just like I say we, because I talk about universal policies that will help all Americans, okay? Oh, no. 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 Unacceptable. Flag on the play. That's crazy. How them Lakers? What? I don't care, dude. What do you mean? That's crazy. You can't be out here fucking running the same route for Canada when they have barely contributed to the metric ton of violence that we have subjected the global south to. Okay? You can't. They ain't putting up numbers like we are. You know, how many people do they directly contribute to the killing in Iraq or Afghanistan? You can't be out here doing this shit. It's not a bad song, like straight up. Show that isn't a God bless the USA. I'm just not having a good time, man. Your chat loves this shit and it's making me seriously question the kind of community you've cultivated here. I don't know. I'm so fucking tired. I'm so tired all the time, chat. Like, let's check in with what the Republicans are working on right now. Biden's biting babies. Like, what are we doing? Portland police say ballot box arsonist has wealth of experience with welding and metal fabrication. Oh, that's new details are emerging about the incendiary devices placed in ballot boxes early Monday in Portland. Agency spokesperson Mike Benner said the person is believed to be a white male between 30 and 40 years old with short hair or balding, thin to medium build with a thin face, wearing a dark shirt. We believe the suspect has a wealth of experience in metal fabrication and welding. It's very possible the suspect continues targeted attacks across the area. Benner said law enforcement believes the same person is connected to both incidents on Monday, as well as the third incident that took place on October 8th in Vancouver, where the incendiary device did not go off. Wait, did they catch him? I don't think they caught this guy. They caught another guy. They caught the guy in Arizona. Not this guy, I don't think. Police are searching for a black car or dark-colored 2001 to 2004 Volvo S60 seen at the site of the Portland fire. The car did not have a front license plate, making it difficult to identify. What? Okay, dude. They released pictures of the Portland suspect. Funny. Yeah, the other guy in Arizona was a bald as well. The incident just days before the 2024 election have raised concerns about security. Law enforcement, along with business and local officials, are preparing for the possibility of unrest, but also urging calm regardless of the outcome. How the fuck have they not caught this guy? There's cameras on the ballot boxes, chat. Like, there's literally cameras on them. Not really, not here in Washington. I was a poll worker in 2020. I really feel for the poll workers this year. I really hope that the people are okay. Yeah, we have one in the front of my work, no camera. I mean, there's cameras everywhere. Some social media users recommended masquerading as an ideological opponent and wearing clothes and masks associated with Antifa, the intelligence bulletin states. It also noted similar threats occurred during elections 2020 and 2022, and that states with more ballot draw boxes may be more at risk. The damaged ballot boxes in both states were equipped with fire suppression systems that respond to spikes in temperature. In Portland, those canisters worked. Only 3 ballots were damaged out of hundreds. I don't understand how, like, the FBI said that in a statement this week was working with local, state, and other federal enforcement agencies to actively investigate. They could not find a possible motive. Yeah, I wonder what the possible motive might be in a plus 25 blue district. It's probably Antifa. Like, that makes no sense. Chances are he gets caught before the election. We'll see. Oh. Andy No reported the bomb said free Gaza with no source. Yeah, that's Andy No. Why the fuck would we... Why would anybody trust his reporting on this? He's never done reporting at all. His job is to be a defender of fascist groups. Speaking of fascism, Leisha Miller made a video on Trump being a fascist. Let's take a look.
Floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Out of character for me to speak at a Nazi rally. I was just in Israel, but I took the gig.
As the first Samoan, Malaysian, low IQ, former California prosecutor ever to be elected president, it was just a groundswell of popular support.
One more week, y'all. We can do this. Yesterday, Trump held a rally at Madison Square Garden in New York. And honestly, I find reporting on rallies lately to be really boring because, like, yes, Trump said some batty things, and then Kamala called him a fascist. Great. That's frankly no longer particularly newsworthy. But last night's rally was a bit different, just in the level of racist, bigoted, hateful vitriol, which was turned up to 11. Frankly, Trump is feeling the heat because Kamala is out fundraising him, and she's pulling ahead of him in many polls. So he's leaning into what he does best, saying incendiary things in the hopes that his base will be angry enough to show up in droves on election day. And if there aren't enough for him to win, they'll be angry enough to believe the election stealing lies afterwards and maybe succeed in their coup this time. And this hateful xenophobic rhetoric, combined with his connections to Project 2025 and his calls for mass deportations and attacking the enemy from within.
I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick.
New York Times reporting the Free Gaza thing, but they're speculating it could be the divert blame. The police said they had not determined a motive for the arson fires in Portland, Oregon, or Vancouver, Washington, but the message of heightened sensitivity of the investigation. That sounds to me like found devices at both scenes marked with the words Free Gaza, according to two law enforcement officials. Yeah, that sounds like a fucking federal op to me, if that's the case. Like, it's ridiculous. Investigators are trying to determine if the perpetrator was actually pro-Palestinian activist or someone using that prominent cause to sow discord. One of the officials said, speaking on the condition of anonymity, it is, however, too complicated. It's giving blacks rule, you know? Unless what they're talking about is that there was just free Gaza stickers or something on the ballot box already. No, it's complicated as in, like, I'm thinking who would do some shit like that? Yeah. ABC reported on it and said there's no evidence they're connected, so I don't think it was on the bomb. I mean, if it was on the bomb, how the fuck would they still be able to retrieve that? Anyway, let's continue.
Great. Thank you.
Oops.
People, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
Has many people, including Kamala Harris, sounding alarm bells about fascism. Trump even speaks positively about Hitler and is looking for generals with the same level of loyalty as he had. And so while I think comparing politicians and movements to Hitler and Nazis is a bit overblown generally, and I avoid doing it because it should be reserved for when the comparison is actually particularly apt, I think we have reached a point where the comparison is particularly apt. So today we're breaking down the fascist things Trump has said during his campaign and comparing that to Hitler. We all study the Holocaust in school and learn a lot about the aftermath of World War II, but taking a look at the years leading up to the war, the things Hitler said and the way he took power is, let's just say, instructive.
Yeah, and it's also definitely underreported for some fucking weird reason. People just don't think about, like, they don't even think logically about how we arrived at Adolf Hitler, like how Adolf Hitler materialized. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen out of thin air. It doesn't, like, it's so fucking stupid to look at Donald Trump, who has invoked Hitler on numerous occasions, and just be like, oh, he's not Hitler, shut up.
And all the more reason to show up and vote this year for Kamala Harris, whether you like it or not, frankly. Let's get into it. Thank you to my partner on today's video, Lumen. I've been, for the first time in my life, actually prioritizing the health of my nervous system lately. After the stress of the pandemic and a stint working an incredibly demanding job as a corporate attorney, my body was messed up, to say the least. I gained 40 pounds, I lost my period, I was constantly tired all the time. Something was wrong. This experience set me down a rabbit hole of learning everything I could about
I'm letting
health,
her run the
wellness,
ad,
hormones,
dude.
and metabolism. Turns out it's all connected.
At
and
the
it's
top
not
of
as
the
simple
hour, you
as
can still
calories in versus
subscribe.
calories out, and eat more vegetables and protein for more energy. And once you start down that rabbit hole, you'll find a million purported experts online giving you advice that's iffy at best. And it's overwhelming and impossible to know what's actually right for your body. And that's where Lumen comes in. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It's a device that measures your metabolism through your breath. And on the app, it lets you know if you're burning fat or carbs and gives you tailored guidance to improve your nutrition, workouts, sleep, and even stress management. It's so much more than counting calories or tracking macros. Lumen gives you recommendations to improve your metabolic health based on the context of your breath measurement. Lumen has logged 55 million metabolic measurements and are the leading experts on metabolic health. Their recommendations are science-backed and personalized to your measurements, so you know that you're doing what's best for your body. Having that personalized insight into how your body is functioning is so key to learning how to make your body feel the best that it can feel. All you have to do is breathe into your Lumen first thing in the morning, and you'll know what's going on with your metabolism, whether you're burning mostly fats or carbs. Then, Lumen gives you a personalized nutrition plan for that day based on your measurements. You can also breathe into it before and after workouts and meals, so you know exactly what's going on in your body in real time. And Lumen will give you
Can you
tips to
test
keep
this
you on
out?
top
No.
of your health game. To get 15% off your Lumen, just click the link below or go to
Skip, dude.
lumen.me/media and start taking charge
I'm not gonna skip. I'm watching her fucking video. I'm gonna watch her ad too. It's Ethical Reacts. Shut the fuck up.
of your health today. Thanks, Lumen. First, let's just define fascism. This word gets thrown around a lot, so it's worth giving it a technical definition. According to Encyclopedia Britannica, fascism is a political ideology and mass movement. Although fascist parties and movements differed significantly from one another, they had many characteristics in common, including extreme militaristic nationalism, contempt for electoral democracy and political and cultural liberalism, a belief in natural social hierarchy and the rule of elites, and the desire to create a people's community in which individual interests would be subordinated to the good of the nation. Fascist is seen as an insult and a dirty word today, and for good reason, but in its heyday it was proudly and openly embraced. Europe's first fascist leader was Benito Mussolini, whose National Fascist Party took power in 1922. Fascism spread throughout Europe in the years between the two world wars, largely as a backlash against the results of World War I. Virtually every European country had a fascist faction or party, and many countries saw those parties take power, including, of course, Italy and Germany. There were also fascist movements outside Europe, and I don't mean to be Eurocentric here, but this isn't a treatise on fascism, and I'm focusing on Hitler today, which requires talking mainly about Europe. Now, what makes a fascist? Unlike other political ideologies, fascism is unique because it doesn't have one clear theoretical framework, and instead it adapts to the specific cultural and historical conditions depending on where in the world it manifests. It is generally an amalgamation of a few key ideas. 1. Radical nationalism. In fascism, the ethnically and culturally homogenous core of the nation is the most valuable and central aspect of political life. We must do everything in our power to return to that historical homogeneity, whether real or imagined, as a means of protecting the nation from the threat of outsiders, both external and within our own borders. Number 2, populist authoritarianism. Fascism promotes the idolization and mythologization of charismatic central leaders. Leaders who are seen as embodiments of the people's will and of the nation itself, which falls in line with fascism's belief in authoritarianism, wherein the leader is infallible and above the law. And number 3, anti-liberal and anti-democratic. Traditionally, fascism expresses its anti-liberal sentiments through a rejection of the liberal emphasis on individual rights and freedoms, and instead advocating for subordination of individualism in favor of the collective fight for the nation. Democratic processes are weak, bureaucratic, and inefficient. The will of the nation must be implemented through swift, decisive action by the idolized leader, who embodies the will of the nation anyway, so let him just do his thing. Unlike traditional conservatism, which advocates for order and tradition, fascism brings a revolutionary fervor and populist rhetoric that alienates traditional conservatives as well as liberals. It is more radical, more movement-driven, and, as I said, more willing to fudge traditional political ideology in order to achieve the ultimate end goals of radical nationalism and populist authoritarianism. And a lot of the details of any particular fascist ideology differs depending on the specific location and moment in time when it manifests. Those details generally revolve around scapegoating and fear-mongering.
Yeah, an American fascism, homegrown domestic fascism here takes a lot from the early proto-fascist stages, whether it be the Confederacy, white supremacist ideals that have been left unexamined in the United States of America and still play a formative role in the way that our society is designed. And beyond that, burger, McDonald's burger, like a lot of McDonald's burger, capitalist consumerism.
Capitalizing on whatever is most scary to the population and giving them a group towards which to target their anger. In Italy and Germany, the fascist parties capitalized on the anger and fear of war veterans, the middle class, and other segments of society who felt alienated and threatened by societal and economic change. And socialists, who were violent, godless revolutionaries intent on dissolving the traditional way of life, like the Bolsheviks in Russia, as well as Jews, who were allegedly involved in, the massive plot to control banks in the world through an underground network, etc.
Yeah, also, just remember that, like, socialism, in the way that the Nazis examined it, was a second Jewish religion. That's the way they treated it, at least. Now, obviously, the real goal was to eviscerate any matter of socialization that was occurring. And a really good way to do that was by dehumanizing Jewish people and then, playing the role of, Jews are responsible for this, or vice versa. Yeah, Judeo-Bolshevism.
etc. This trope has been around for a very long time. They were the chosen scapegoats, along with everyone else who didn't fit the mold of the imagined traditional cohesive identity of the nation. So in the case of Germany, that's...
Yeah, by the way, you might notice that Judeo-Bolshevism, i.e. Jewish Bolshevism, has turned into cultural Marxism in the United States of America. You can't just openly be anti-Semitic in the same way, especially because everybody understands that's a Nazi, and everybody understands that Nazis are bad. So we've repackaged the exact same sentiment. We just say that I guess the responsible parties are directly the George Soros types. Some powerful Jews are doing unrestricted immigration from the third world in an effort to destabilize the first world, in an effort to destabilize the supreme Western civilization and all of its offerings.
The pseudoscientific Aryan race, a discredited concept that was invented in the 19th century by racist linguists, as well as a bastardization of social Darwin.
How can there exist both the rhetoric of Judeo-Bolshevism and Jews controlling the banks? Is this just rightoid brain rot? I don't know. How can Americans say that immigrants are stealing your jobs, but also are stealing your social safety nets because they're jobless, lazy immigrants? At a certain point, you have to realize that the enemy is both strong and weak. It's just that they are the enemy. Maybe it touches your heart when someone claims that they are strong. Maybe it touches your heart when someone says they're weak. But ultimately, it's not born out of real logic. Jews were not controlling the fucking global banking system, nor were all Jews inherently socialist. Fascism simply was a response by capitalists to a rising tide of pro-worker, pro-socialist sentiment that was genuinely terrifying for a lot of very wealthy people. It was a way to instill order in this otherwise chaotic situation.
and then adopted by extremists in the 20th century to validate their violent ideologies. And no one adopted it quite as hard as Adolf Hitler. Through the idealization of the Aryan race, Hitler was able to capitalize on fears of economic instability and communism in the wake of World War I, and then direct those fears towards those who didn't fit the mold. Got a problem? It was probably the Jews, or the communists, or the homosexuals who are predators, or the disabled who are useless eaters stealing your food.
Are you noticing a trend here, by the way? Because, like, it kind of feels like I can't tell if Leisha's talking about Adolf Hitler and the rise of fascism in Germany, or if she's talking about contemporary American Republican Party sentiment that gets thrown around.
In your resources, that was an actual talking point in Nazi propaganda. By playing into those fears and othering the people who do not fit the nationalist mold, fascists are able to create a strong identity, an us versus them mentality, which further solidifies that group dynamic. From this emerges what appears to be a safe haven for loyal members, where they will be protected, where there are clear answers for how to solve their problems, and where they can fight for their righteous national identity behind a strong leader that is above the law. Okay, now that we have the basics out of the way, let's examine how fascism manifested itself in Germany ahead of World War II, and I think you'll find this history very instructive. World War I led to the collapse of the German Empire and the creation of a new democratic republic. The new German government was forced to sign the Treaty of Versailles, which restricted Germany's ability to build an army or participate in any aggressive behavior, as well as requiring Germany to pay restitution and cede colonies and land. The reparations and restrictions after World War I tanked the German economy. In September 1923, $1 US was worth 4 billion German marks. Soon after, the global economic collapse of 1929 led to deep unemployment, hunger, poverty, and homelessness in the early 1930s in Germany. This level of economic upheaval, combined with a sense that the world was unfairly attempting to suppress Germany and the German people, created a situation rife for backlash and movement building. Movements on both ends of the political spectrum were built, and many attempted to overthrow the new government. This also meant that the new government was deeply divided, making it nearly impossible to pass new laws, and many Germans lost faith in their leaders' ability to govern. Sound familiar? The Nazi Party was one of many new movements that grew out of this post-World War I discontent. And Adolf Hitler, a young wounded World War I veteran, joined early in 1919. The group was impressed with his organization and oratory skills, and he became responsible for recruitment and propaganda, organizing larger party meetings and rallies where he would give speeches that made him indispensable to the party and its growth. In 1920, he developed the party's 25-point program, including pushing for an overhaul of the party structure that replaced the Democratic Committee with a single leader with ultimate control. When this restructuring was rejected, Hitler resigned. After the heads of the party realized that Hitler's speaking and organizing skills meant that without him, the party would flounder, they agreed to his demands and made Hitler the party chairman. In 1923, Hitler led a failed coup attempt that involved a march on the War Ministry building that resulted in violence. 14 Nazis died and 4 policemen were killed. Hitler was later arrested and spent less than a year in prison, where he wrote Mein Kampf. After this failed coup, Hitler realized it would be more effective for him to take over Germany through electoral means by winning democratic support for his party and getting elected to power. So he got organized. He divided the country into regions, which each had a designated leader, then subsections of those regions, which each had a designated leader, and then even smaller sections inside those subsections, also with designated leaders, and each leader answered to the section leader above them, who ultimately answered to Hitler. Groups were also formed for doctors, lawyers, etc. to infiltrate existing social structures and help the party gain more members and supporters. Hitler also established a new leader for the SA, the paramilitary arm of the Nazi Party. Initially, this paramilitary was a militia made up of ex-World War I soldiers and unemployed men who were disorderly and had free reign over their activities. To give this militia an air of legitimacy, Hitler appointed a strict leader to give the SA a more defined role. The SS was a small subdivision of the SA, originally meant to act as Hitler's bodyguards. The SS was significantly expanded in 1929 when Hitler put Heinrich Himmler in charge, who would lead the SS to police the entire Third Reich. These SS members were chosen based on their racial purity, blind obedience, and fanatical loyalty to Hitler. The more loyal you could prove yourself, the higher up the ranks you'd go. Sound familiar? As the military arms of the Nazi Party grew, so too did the propaganda wing. Joseph Goebbels used simple, effective communication through modern media like films and radio, combined with traditional campaigning tools like posters and newspapers. The propaganda played into Germans' fears during uncertain and unstable times. These included instilling fear of unemployment in the working class, portrayals of ideals of family and the role of women as mothers, and scapegoating Jews and communists as a source of most of their economic and personal woes. Through this propaganda, Goebbels built an image of Hitler as the strong, stable leader Germany needed to become a great power again. Goebbels was so effective and loyal that he was appointed Minister of Propaganda in 1933. The economic unrest during the Great Depression led to numerous leadership turnovers at the head of the German government, and the success of Nazi propaganda in obtaining popular support for Hitler and the Nazi movement was evident in the growing success in the elections. In 1928, the Nazi Party won just 2.6% of the vote, getting just 12 seats in the German parliament. 2 years later, in 1930, they won 18%, and 2 years after that, in 1932, Hitler ran for president, losing but with 36.8% of the vote. This turned Hitler.
Very important to understand, like, what the inception of this movement in such a short period of time, how much popularity they were able to cultivate. There's definitely not only a parallel here for Donald Trump, but also for the Reform Party, or AFD, in Germany, or the Nationalist Party in France. Very, very important to recognize. Okay? Now, that process might come across as accelerated in a place like the United States of America because we don't have a parliamentary structure. We don't have like a multi-party system. We have a duopoly. So Donald Trump, being a billionaire, was able to completely take over, overtake the one major party in our duopoly and rebuild it in his own image.
From leader of a radical paramilitary organization in the early 1920s to credible politician in the early 1930s. The 1932 parliamentary election gave Nazis 230 seats, with 37% of the vote, becoming the largest party in the German parliament, just 4 years after only winning 2.6%. Hitler, as leader of the largest party in parliament, was named Chancellor of Germany, sworn in on January 30th, 1933. As Hitler's chances of being elected president dwindled in 1932, remember he lost with 36% of the vote, a group of conservative elites, members of the ruling class and new industrialist business class met secretly to back Hitler as chancellor. Among the...
This is very important to understand. Sound familiar? You got some tech CEOs getting together and going, hey, we got our guy in there, Peter Thiel's own blood boy, J.D. Vance. We're kind of on board with that, don't you think? Yeah, they were liberals, by the way. Not every single one of them was like ideologically committed. You know?
Group were political leaders and the son of the current president, along with important wealthy industrialists. Their support was vital to Hitler eventually being named chancellor by Germany's president. The idea being that they needed a strong authoritarian power in place to protect their power and money, and they saw their opportunity in Hitler. Sound familiar? But at this point, the Nazis were just one party in a three-party coalition government alongside a non-Nazi president. In an attempt to consolidate more power, Hitler called for another election in 1933 and went on a propaganda blitz to try to win as many more parliamentary seats as possible. But then in February 1933, the German parliament building was suddenly set ablaze, burning to the ground and instilling panic in the public over the potential terror attack. A young Dutch communist was arrested for the crime, playing into the Nazi Party's scapegoating of communists and amplifying their fear-mongering propaganda. 4,000 communists were subsequently imprisoned as a result. The day after the fire, the president of Germany signed the emergency decree for the protection of the German people. Through this presidential decree, Hitler got emergency powers. The decree suspended basic personal freedoms like the freedom of speech, the right to own property, and the right to trial before imprisonment. This gave Nazis a legal and legitimized basis to persecute and oppress opponents as traitors to the Republic, because people could be imprisoned for no reason. The Communist Party and its democratically elected parliament members were banned from parliament. The elections went forward as planned. In March, now under the fear of potential political persecution. Many people feared for their safety in casting their ballots. The Nazi Party won 43% of the vote, an increase of nearly 10% over the election held just 6 months before. 2 weeks after the election, Hitler proposed a law to Parliament that would give him the power to rule by decree, meaning he could just issue a decree and it would become law, as opposed to proposing laws to Parliament for approval. The terror and fear that was still very palpable after the attack on Parliament 1 month before, combined with the support of political elites, gave Hitler's otherwise bat-crazy proposal that air of legitimacy it needed. Hitler won over the...
That's what happens when you have wealthy people on your side. And you also, ironically, on the one hand, are calling the press the lying press, also known as fake news, while simultaneously there's an impact of normalization that's coming from those in positions of power that are saying, no, this guy's not that bad. Come on now. Like, let's say there is like a billionaire owner of a newspaper or something. Now, I don't want to talk too much shit because he's my boss too, but just something to consider. Maybe there's a billionaire owner of a social media platform, for example, who's in the tank for this kind of Hitlerian figure. No, I'm not talking about Ford, even though Elon Musk is American Henry Ford. Why would the capital class align with fascists in America, though? There is no powerful communist to terrorize them, like liberalism seems kinder to everyone. Oh my God, dude. Do you really think that it's the communism that is responsible for the rise of Nazism in Germany? That's what you're saying? That's your takeaway from this? It's those dang commies, those dang Jewish commies that fucking forced the Nazis' hand or forced the liberals into aligning with the Nazis?
Centrist part.
Henry Ford is American Henry Ford. Yeah, I mean, Henry Ford was also a Nazi sympathizer, very openly. That's why I'm saying Elon Musk is modern day Henry Ford. But I use that as a pejorative. It is Neek Skit, the person that I'm responding to.
Party by promising to protect the interests of the Catholic Church, and with the communist parliament members banned from attending and the newly and illegitimately elected Nazi members of parliament, Hitler was able to get the parliament to pass his enabling law 444 to 94. Again, lending an air of legitimacy to what was an absolutely anti-democratic power grab. That same month, March 1933, the Nazis opened Dachau, their first concentration camp, to house and murder their political opponents. In the years that followed, Hitler continued his work to appear moderate while slowly taking over through nominally democratic means, lending to the illusion of stability and democracy. Tension between the SA, remember that paramilitary group, and Nazi leadership grew as the SA wanted to engage in more overt revolutionary activities, and Hitler had Himmler and others in his ear, making him fearful of a potential SA coup. This led to the Night of the Long Knives in June 1934, in which most of the SA leadership, as well as other political opponents, were arrested and murdered without trial. Goebbels, the propaganda leader of the party, created media coverage that presented the attack as a preventative measure in response to a planned coup on the government. Since the SA were seen by the public as being unruly and violent, many saw the attack as a legitimate move by the government to ensure public order. And in July...
Chatter has a bit of a point. I think what they're implying is that some capitalists backed fascism in the interwar years because they believed it would be more successful at stopping socialism. Yeah, I understand that, but he wasn't saying that. He's saying that there is no rise of like socialism that is terrifying, and that does not, the problem isn't the rise of socialism that led to fascism. The problem always was that capitalism is inherently self-destructive, and therefore, no matter what happens, people are going to want to, have better rights, better liberties, better workplace protections and things of that nature. Capital owners are directly antagonistic to that sort of thing. And that is precisely why, even if there isn't a rise of socialism, they're going to want to instill some kind of order. When capitalism inevitably decays, fascism comes in to restore that order. And considering that these people do not care about anything, they don't care about poisoning the water supply, they do not care about enslaving their fellow American citizens or their fellow human beings, at the behest of returning a tidy profit, it's obvious that a little bit of instability or a little bit of anger seen from the overarching public is enough for them to be like, no, it's fascism time. No, of course not. But those capital owners did align out of fear of communists because liberals were falling out of power, right? That's what we learn in school, but that's definitely not happening in America. What are you talking about? You're literally directly looking at a situation where billionaire newspaper owners are saying, yeah, let's not fucking endorse Kamala Harris. Because, you know, impartiality or whatever. At a time when liberals are like, oh no, we're going to lose power, so we should just, you know, capitulate to the fucking framework of the right, the Nazis. Correct. I said this earlier in a March chat. The American socialism has been to satisfy the hunger and greed of capitalists by subsidizing the corporate wing in hopes it will make up for the missed profit these companies perceive they lose via regulation and human rights and support from the government. They've become so greedy at this point they cannot be satiated by corporate socialism. This is simply inevitable greed.
The parliament retrospectively passed a bill legalizing the purge as an emergency defense measure. Again, more legal legitimacy. Outside of the military, from 1933 to 1934, the Nazi Party systematically took control of all aspects of Germany, all through what were considered legal and democratic means because of Hitler's decree powers given to him democratically by parliament. He issued the Act for the Restoration of the Professional Civil Service, removing anyone of non-Aryan descent from civil service, including the removal of any judges that were deemed non-compliant with Nazi law or principles. The Nazis replaced the Supreme Court with the People's Court, on which sat judges chosen specifically for their Nazi beliefs. Goebbels was put in charge of controlling the national media, arts, and culture, ensuring they all advocated for Nazi ideas. Then, in August 1934, the president of Germany, the final check on Hitler's power, died. Shortly after, Hitler announced that the offices of the chancellor and the president would be combined to create one consolidated leader, and that Hitler himself would occupy the role. To once again lend an air of democratic legitimacy to this proclamation, a vote was held for German people to decide whether or not they approved of the merging of the offices and Hitler's new role as Führer. According to official reports, 95% of the population voted and 90% voted in favor of Hitler. A reminder that there was a lot of political persecution and threats happening at this time. By the end of 1934, the Nazis managed to take over every major aspect of German government and place Hitler at the top with zero checks to his power, all using ostensibly democratic means. From there, Germany exhibited increasingly antagonistic behavior internationally, leading to the annexation in 1938 of Austria and of the northern part of Czechoslovakia that the Germans lost after World War I, and finally the invasion of Poland in 1939, which started World War II. There's obviously so much more to this story, but this brief history highlights especially the means that Hitler used to gain power within Germany, with the air of legitimacy so strong that to this day, some people still say that the people elected Hitler, which, as we've learned, isn't entirely true. And so all of this begs the question, is Trump a fascist? Well, I hope based on all of the information I've just shared, it's a pretty clear and resounding yes from you, but let me just connect the dots so it's extra abundantly clear. Let's take the core aspects of fascism in turn. 1. Radical nationalism. Check. Trump's Make America Great Again slogan imagines a made-up past as a vision for a utopian future. And central to that is a shared American identity. What that identity is depends on which group you're asking, but generally that's going to be white, Christian, heterosexual family units. This is made clear by the work Trump and his followers do to attack anyone who doesn't follow that mold. Immigrants, Muslims, trans folks, Black single mothers, anyone who doesn't fit the mold is open for ridicule, with the end goal being a return to this imagined shared identity. Number 2, populist authoritarianism. Check. When asked, Trump's followers, at least the ones who make it in the clips from rallies, indicate a willingness to completely ignore his words and actions, to completely accept his felony record because he is infallible, he is above the law, he is godlike, and he is not to be questioned. They don't care.
There's a classic cartoon that shows other convicted felons. There's Gandhi, there's Nelson Mandela, and then there's Trump.
Despite his nonsensical ramblings and inability to talk in full sentences, Trump has a charm to him that allows him to win people over and make them feel like he's one of them, despite embodying zero of the same qualities of most of his followers. Project 2025 and Trump himself would have him at the helm of a government stripped of checks and balances, stripped of regulations and government agencies, and stripped of any civil servant who hasn't professed a loyalty to Trump himself. Number 3, anti-liberal. Check. Trump's flavor of anti-liberalism is an example of how fascism is able to adapt depending on where and when it's manifesting. This is America. An outward declaration that people should give up individual freedoms for the good of the collective is a hard sell in the most individualistic country in the world. So anti-liberalism instead manifests itself a bit more discreetly. Yes, we care about freedom of speech, but only the speech of the right people. Yes, we care about freedom of the press, but we sow doubt in the mainstream media and any media that isn't loyal to Trump wherever possible. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally said he's going to revoke the broadcast licenses of corporations, media companies that he does not like. And he said that he's going to jail people for burning the American flag. Hogwatch at MSG rally piece by the Daily Show worked on. Okay, well, I'm not going to watch that right now.
Yes, we believe in freedom of religion, but only for Christians. Individual freedoms in Trump's fascism all come with a caveat that render them applicable.
Are people stupid saying liberals will be with him? First of all, liberals were with Hitler. She mentioned that as well. When she says liberalism in this circumstance, she's actually talking about the political theory of liberalism, which is, I mean, she even invokes like American individualism as an aspect of liberalism, which is correct. She's not wrong that fascism is inherently anti-liberty, as in no social liberalism, no social progress, no allowance for people to live however they see fit. Okay? This is true. It is a massive aspect. What do you think we're talking about when we talk about abortion bans? Abortion bans are directly a way to target the freedom that women have to make their own choices. It's a way to rip away bodily autonomy from women. Same with anti-gay, anti-trans policies, which, by the way, the Nazis were super on board with as well, for the record, just if you don't know. Like, if you were to not describe the Nazi movement in its conquest and its rise to power, and just not name them Nazis and explain to the average Republican the things that they did without openly mentioning that they were Nazis that did it, the average Republican would be on board with it. It's bar for bar what the Republican Party is trying to do. Yeah, the first book burning ever was trans medical documentation. Hitler also outlawed abortion for white folk. Kaya, because he had concerns about he had demographic concerns for the white Volk German population. Didn't the left literally burn books? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. We're talking about the Nazis burning trans books, like books about trans medicine.
Only to the group of people who fit into the aforementioned made-up traditional identity of the nation. And number 4, anti-democratic, also check. You hear it in the dog whistles that have been adopted by his followers. We're not a democracy, we're a republic. You see it in Project 2025 and in Trump's own professed plans. Fire civil servants who aren't loyal, replace judges with loyalists, get rid of the administrative state in favor of a concentration of power in the hands of the president who can act swiftly and decisively without the inconvenience of regulations, unchecked by other branches or by the will of the people. And when Trump says he wants generals as loyal to him as Hitler had, that is coming from a place of having studied how Hitler did what he did. Studied may be too strong of a word, as I'm not convinced Trump can read words really good, but he surrounds himself with people who can. Like Hitler, Trump has capitalized on the fears of his base: astronomical economic inequality, racial animosity, changing societal norms. Like Hitler, Trump has chosen a handful of scapegoats that can be blamed for everything without needing any actual evidence to back it up. Can't find housing? Immigrants took it. Can't find a job? Immigrants took it. Feeling unsafe? Probably the immigrants, or the blacks, or the black immigrants.
They're eating the pets.
Why would liberals be on the side of fascists? I understand it happened during the Nazi regime, but isn't seeing the locked up people, would you kind of not want to push that away? I don't know. There's plenty of fucking like 2-time Barack Obama voters that swung wildly in the direction of Donald Trump. There's plenty of people who got their brain broken from COVID and then voted for Donald Trump and now are a shell of what they once were. Jeff Bezos and numerous other billionaires that you would have probably considered liberals, who were anti-Trump liberals, as a matter of fact, Silicon Valley tech CEOs, are now deep in the pocket of Donald Trump. For a lot of people, they do not care about anything but their bottom line. And if fascism seems like an adequate alternative that will restore your, or will fight for your profit margins, then for them it's a simple calculation. When Bernie Sanders was seemingly going to win the Democratic primaries, there were a lot of think pieces written about how people would rather vote for Trump than Bernie Sanders by people who were seemingly liberals. People who were like, I've voted for the Democrats my whole life. But Bernie Sanders is far too radical for me. Why? Because he wanted to do fucking universal health care. A lot of people want the preservation of order. If fascism seems like the only preservation of order, then yeah, a lot of people, especially those in positions of power, are going to choose fascism over any kind of radical shakeup of the system.
Of the people that live there.
Like Hitler, Trump and his cronies have infiltrated every aspect of public life in order to take control or discredit it. Trump alone didn't do this, but his supporters have been working for decades to lay the groundwork. For example, the Kochs and their network have funded academic institutions to push questionable free market ideology. They have funded think tanks to push articles and policy around those ideologies, including the Heritage Foundation, creator of Project 2025. They have funded lobbyists to then bring those policies to the politicians, and they have funded the re-election campaigns of those same politicians. Trump and his cronies have pushed propaganda to discredit academics and experts as brainwashed liberals, as communists. They've pushed propaganda to discredit reputable news media as filled with those same brainwashed liberals and communists. Trump has led his followers to believe that their way of life, their beliefs, their livelihood, and their safety is being persecuted by a dangerous, growing tide of leftists and communists who would have their children.
Fake victimhood is such a solid way to get cushy, comfy, cozy pieces of shit on board with your ideology. Christians love talking about their fear of persecution, that like Christians in America are persecuted at every turn. How are they being persecuted in a fucking Christian nation? Oh, that's right, because gay people exist, because trans people exist, because abortions are happening all around them. And it's so wild. Like the fake victimhood is so deeply baked into the American conservative movement in perpetuity. It's, entitled bereavement, exactly. And you see it as a hallmark of most reactionary movements. You see it with Zionists in the United States of America as well. You're absolutely correct. That's why I always make the all lives matter comparison when talking about someone who is a defender of Israel saying, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, is actually a very scary sentiment that you're expressing right now. It's no different than the very same reactionary sentiment expressed towards Black Lives Matter, which was met with fear from anti-Black people that turn around and say, well, you're saying Black Lives Matter. Well, how about all lives matter? How about white lives matter? It's very fearful to me that you're saying Black Lives Matter. Those who are in defense of oppression will always look at emancipatory slogans as a dangerous prospect for their future because they want the maintenance of that oppression to continue. And changing that dynamic is akin to death for them. We look at that with our perspective and see it for what it is. It's entitled bereavement, as you correctly pointed out. You know? People want to defend the status quo. If the status quo changes, oh my God, we'll die. And the scariest part of all of this is that there's not really a lot of, there is not really a lot of motion in addressing any of these insanities that are happening all around us on a day-to-day basis. You know what always killed me about the fear of persecution? Christians are taught that if they aren't being persecuted, they aren't following Christ well enough.
Children turn trans and pee in litter boxes, give their jobs to immigrants, get rid of all measures of public safety, and suppress their First and Second Amendment rights. Conveniently, danger is closing in from all sides, and the perpetrators are the very people who don't fall in line for Trump. And all of this is cloaked under a false sense of legitimacy because he was elected fair and square once. Fair and square, however, is arguable because he lost the popular vote and voter suppression is very real, but technically he won. And now that he's held power legitimately once, he's willing to use whatever tools necessary while attempting to appear moderate and to be operating within the confines of the law, just like Hitler did, to maintain and consolidate that power. And through populism, propaganda, and fear-mongering, he's managed to convince his followers that it's in their best interest to elect him when it's not. All the while, he's backed by today's version of wealthy industrialists who believe that with him in the White House, their money and power will go untouched and unchallenged. And on the similarities go. Trump is a fascist. If he wins next week, there will be far fewer checks on his power than there were the first time, thanks to the damage he did during his first administration. It is only through a decisive victory that we can hopefully definitively shut down Trump's power, as well as his challenges to the election results after the fact. But hope is not lost. You do not need a time machine to go back and kill Hitler. You can do your part now to vote against fascism in our own era. Go to iwillvote.com to check your registration and set up a voting plan. If you haven't voted already, do you have a plan to vote? Comment it below. It helps to actually write it down. I will be voting on election day because I love being in the action on the day of. So I will walk to my polling place after breakfast on November 5th, and I will cast my vote for Kamala Harris. Is she advocating for the progressive policies I want? Hell no. But she's not fucking Hitler, so she's got my vote. If you want ad-free and uncensored versions of these videos, join me over on Patreon.
Anyway. Not to be negative, but we're kind of doomed. I mean, whichever way you cut it, things are not looking good. I just hope every day that the Democratic Party would have actually provided an adequate counterbalance to the growing fascist movement in this country, instead of just like sitting around and sometimes vaguely gesturing towards the things that the Republicans are doing as bad. Unrelated, but 538 projection now has Trump's chances at 51% to Kamala's 49. This is the lowest it's been in about a week or so. It's on a trajectory down. Do you think Trump will win again or run again if he loses? Nah, dude, he's fucking dead. He's 80. He's so goddamn old, dude. Are you kidding me? Ain't no fucking way, big dog. Trump actually said he's not even close to 80, so you're wrong. Isn't he literally like 79? He's 78? U.S. deploys socially awkward men along the border to deter migrants.
Bold action from the White House on immigration this week as a new executive order is aiming to deter migrants by stationing hundreds of socially awkward men at the southern border. Immigration officials hope the men's generally off-putting demeanor and strained attempts at conversation could curb illegal border crossings by at least 30%. ONN's Everett Fletcher was at the border for the rollout of these painfully introverted freaks and joins us now. Everett, these guys seem really weird.
That's right. The new policy went into effect just days ago, with socially awkward men deployed at border checkpoints across Arizona and Texas. And officials say they've already seen signs of success. Kamala Harris herself paid a visit to the border this week and was so impressed by their bizarre attempts at small talk, she vowed that her administration would actually double the number of mouth-breathing men staring at the ground along these checkpoints.
That's interesting to note because this executive order is Democrats' most aggressive crackdown on immigration yet, calling for these men to, quote, wear ill-fitting clothes, demonstrate a complete inability to tell when a conversation is over, even to offer to drive the immigrants wherever they're going. There's some really strong language.
Strong but effective. We've already heard reports of migrants, sometimes entire families, changing their minds when they get to the border and turning around immediately.
O sea, y era algo favorable, que ni escucharon que era el asunto que yo estaba tratando, pero me agredieron.
Now, despite the effectiveness, progressive activists I've spoken with strongly disagree with this policy, calling it inhumane and cruel, saying that we should be welcoming people fairly and legally, not subjecting them to unnatural smiles and esoteric facts about fantasy battles. Representative Pramila Jayapal spoke out against the policy just today, saying, quote, this is not who we are as a country. We are charismatic and normal.
Right, but by far the harshest criticism of these weirdos has come from Republicans. Texas Governor Greg Abbott calling out the policy this morning as, quote, too little, too late. Typical Democrats are weak on immigration. We know the only way to stop these criminals is covering the entire border with one big weird man. One big weird man, something conservatives have been pushing for years now.
Which, of course, Democrats say is not ethical or realistic, but that hasn't stopped former President Trump from promising one if elected.
Fascinating to see how this will play out. Thanks, Everett. Coming up next, shocking footage of a high-speed chase as police race to flee the scene of another school shooting. You're watching the
One big weird man. That's me. I like the old Onion video content. Who will be the next Trump if Donald Trump doesn't win is not a thing that I can even comprehend or answer at this moment. All right, I'm tired. I'm a run it. All right. This is this has been a wonderful day. I will be back tomorrow with more wall-to-wall coverage of the election. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow will be better than the day before. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California says
time. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.